on the first day, OG had two or three players who were a little bit sick. No Tail was a little bit nervous. It was his first pro match in a few, in a while, let's say. So it was a little, shaking the rust off, getting back to grips. Yesterday they looked a lot better. So what are you expecting coming into this series? What do you expect from both teams really? Is there any specific lineups you're looking for? Heroes, playstyles? Anything we should expect from these two teams?
We do have Ludus back, so I'm hoping that OG are going to be a lot more solid than we saw yesterday. Sure, they did win against Passion UA, but I was actually expecting OG to come out with a 2-0. But in this matchup, for Pirates, Rob, they have been looking pretty strong. They've been winning tournaments in the European scene left, right, and center. Sure, it's not been against those big tier 2 teams, but I have a feeling this is going to be a lot closer between these two than we would expect.
Yeah. Looking at it, I've seen, like I said, I haven't seen Four Pirates for the past. I don't even think I saw them in the last CCT, like personally, like being able to get and watch their games in detail. But from what I've seen of OG, like I say, I think they've kind of shook that up a little bit. Again, talking that overall, I think teams are going to start avoiding this Abaddon carry that I saw on the first day of playoffs. I think it went 0-4. Lost every single match it played, so teams are starting to move away from that one. I know OG, they picked that sniper up yesterday. Sniper carry looked really good, so we'll see if they want to go back for that today. Four Pirates even, know that's going to be coming out, and start to ban that one, because again, that is a hero that OG seem to be playing. On the other side, Four Pirates, we can see how they played coming through the brackets, being knocked down by Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity on a bit of a run themselves. They did get Four Pirates won that one. Zero Tenacity got knocked down, and then it was Liga taking down Four Pirates. And yeah, I think Liga coming into this one, they are my personal favorites to win. I don't know if you've picked a team, but Liga are looking like, to me, maybe if MOUZ get themselves a good role. Yellow Submarine not too far behind there as well, but I think Liga, for me, just a cut above everybody else.
I think the big theme for this one is you had 4 invited teams, and all 4 of them actually dropped down to the lower brackets. 4 Pirates made it further, right? They did win against Zero Tenacity, but now even they're down. So, and you also have Passion UA, who were an invited team this time around, who are now eliminated. They did lose against OG yesterday in what was a 60+ minute game. So it's a heated contest in the lower brackets. I'm not exactly too sure who's going to be coming out ahead, even with the series between Yellow Submarine and MOUZ. Yellow Submarine did also participate in some of those other tournaments out there, and they have also had reasonable success. I wouldn't say it's a whole lot of success. I do think there is a bit of disparity between the tier 1 and the tier 2 Russian scene, where you take a look at TI, and you have the majority of the players in TI heading from the Russian Dota scene. So here's hoping that the tier 2 to tier 3 scene should be catching up. There's plenty of healthy competition to be found there. But as far as the 4 Pirates versus OG matchup goes, you talked a bit about the meta. 4 Pirates are sticking to the current meta, right? Despite the fact that OG are the ones who are shaking things up, like the sniper you mentioned. Perhaps we do see it come out here, but I think the sniper yesterday was a bit of a
games that I have seen from OG, they always pick, or more often than not, they pick Stormstormer's hero first, which puts them at a disadvantage in the lane, obviously, because you're going to be playing up against some bad matchup. Stormstormer, he does have the quality to kind of rise above that sometimes, but it feels like, again, if the players have been sick, maybe Stormstormer was one of those players because he's been off the ball, I think, the past few matches that I've seen. So, I think it is going to be up to seeing the rotations in from Days, seeing the rotations in from Lelis, seeing those rotations maybe to support Stormstormer in the mid lane, see what they can do there, and how he's going to be able to kind of overall impact that game. Because, like I say, playing from behind, especially from the mid lane, which is the high impact role that we're seeing OG kind of want to play around, it's not easy when you are behind. So yeah, has to look for, like you say, have that to translate into that mid game impact. Have those support him in the early game and see what he can do from there.
And it really is it's OG's way of playing the game, right? It is going to be at the back of Stormstormer. You are looking to create some tempo at the back of him, creating that space, and then you have OG where Daze loves to play with Stormstormer. He really, I think, looks up to him as far as the game goes, and it's the duo, it's the mid lane and the position 4 duo, right? Because you have seen Shad, who loves to prioritize his farm. So whether or not OG are going to be able to create that space at the back of Stormstormer, which, as you mentioned, OG love to prioritize him as that first pick. So let's see whether or not those things will come about. It's interesting, right, Rob? Because a lot of times the draft actually brings about the win conditions, but we have, as far as OG goes, their win conditions seem to be pre-draft as well.
Yeah, I think it's a case, like you say, the mental preparation that OG need to do. I know they've took some heavy losses in the past, trying to get to qualify for like the offline events, trying to get the in-person events, and it's not quite, they've not quite got it over the line. And I mean, they're playing in one of the hardest regions, one of the two, I'd say, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, the two hardest regions to try and qualify for anything through. So it's kind of, like you say, trying to get over that mental barrier of, can they do it this time? And, maybe that started to creep into the games, and that's one of the reasons that you're looking at OG. I mean, OG, one of the first teams to bring in like the sports psychologist, to try and do the performance review, stuff like that. So I know they have the resources to try and get themselves in there. It's just, maybe it is, like you say, a case of that mental block. They just need to get over that hurdle, then, to get themselves into that performing role. So we'll see. I mean, looking at the heroes that they are banning out, the Dawnbreaker are going to be banned out here. Naga Siren, probably the top. Again, if you'd have told me 3-4 years ago Naga Siren was the top support in the game, I probably would have agreed, because again, in terms of the high-level players, whatever the pro players want to do, I'm only the caster. But, the Shadow Fiend being taken out, the Queen of Pain being taken out here, so some very big high-impact heroes being taken out here. So OG will see what they want to draft in the first role. On the other side, for Pirates, going in for that Beastmaster, don't mind this, can play in multiple roles. You're primarily that off-lane, but I've seen him in the carry, I've seen him in the mid lane there too, depending on where you want to flex. It is the Helm of the Dominator build that I'm seeing more often than not. What's happened to the Axe build for the Beastmaster? Why has it dropped off so hard?
I think the Axe build is more favorable towards a mid lane Beastmaster, or even a carry Beastmaster where you want to be going in for your constantly fighting. I think the offlane Beastmaster is one which creates space around the map, and I think the Helm of the Overlord is just much better to create that space. But it does seem like 4 Pirates have done their homework, right? Because OG picked up the Pugda for no-till for the 2 games that they had against Passion UA. 2 out of 3 games they had against Passion UA. So 4 Pirates certainly are not underestimating OG, and I really do hope that the same case will be there. The big question will be, who is Stormstormer going to play, or what heroes he's going to play? The Shadow Fiend and the Queen of Pain are banned out, and so is the Puck. So we might actually go back to that Dragon Knight for Stormstormer, or maybe they just go for a Spirit pick, but they actually will pick up the Nature's Prophet. I'm wondering though, it's again a flex, like you mentioned, right? Beastmaster can go anywhere, so can the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and the Prophet being played in the the 4-5 role there as well, being able to support. And this is one of those heroes that, even if you play it in a support role, it's kind of like the Marcy, where you build them up into that semi-core role from the very get-go. It is a core, it's just a bit of a slower core coming out. The Orchids coming through, being able to get in with the Hexes there as well, just being able to play around. The global presence of that Nature's Prophet really does have a massive impact, not only in the later stage when he's able to split push it out, but being able to get the early ganks, that TP into the lane, just the instant TP into a Sprout, you can have an impact on the lane that you're not playing in. So I would like to see this as the 4 or the 5, so it can have that kind of leave the lane, get the kills, come back, play that support kind of role. And I think that's where teams are trying to, unless you've seen it in the core role, but for me personally, I do prefer it in that support role.
The core role, I mean, I think the core role can get punished quite hard, particularly when you do have a Beastmaster on the other side. That's why I am leaning. I'm. It's a +1 from my side, right? Regarding the Nature's Prophet, I do think that the support role could be better. I think if OG want to play it as a core, though, then they should look towards picking up a strong, aggressive support like the Marcy that you mentioned, or maybe even a Tusk with the tag team coming in. But certainly the global presence of the Nature's Prophet should at least provide some kind of a buffer, because for Pirates, despite the flexibility the Beastmaster comes out with, the one ability of the Roar is going to be used as an initiation, right? You do know that from the get-go, so perhaps OG can stack up on these global potential heroes. Last series around, Rob, I even saw OG come out with a carry Underlord, if you would believe that, for Shad.
Yeah, I would. It's one of those heroes that, again, you don't see all too often. But if it fits the draft, if it's that final puzzle piece, yeah. And I mean the cleave coming out as well. I think that's been nerfed like 2 or 3 times now. It's still like once you get the damage up, there's still like a full screen cleave. So it is one of those heroes that, again, you can, if it fits the puzzle piece. Yeah, I would absolutely expect to see that coming out.
Right now, though, for Pirates, they're going to go for the Timber as well as the Undying Band. So they are actually prioritizing heroes that do well against strength-based matchups. So perhaps for Pirates are going to be stacking up on some sustained heroes. Maybe even pick the Dragon Knight up for themselves. Meanwhile, OG, there you have it, Rob. You called it. They will pick up the Marcy. And now, with this Marcy pick, do you think this Nature's Prophet should be a core?
I think. That's a good question, because I think you can still run the Marcy as a 4 and the Prophet as a 5 if you really wanted to. Again, the Prophet being able to get that global presence, it means that the Nature's Prophet can farm the unsafe parts of the map. You can teleport into the dire jungle. You can farm that out if you think you know where the rest of 4 pirates are. So I would like to see. Well, I do like that Spirit Breaker pick, but yeah, I do think you can run both of these as your supports. You could even run the Marcy 3 if you wanted to without Prophet 4. But yeah, I think there's still a little bit of flex going on here from the side of OG.
We did have the Spirit Breaker yesterday as well, but oh man, this is a lot of initiation from 4 Pirates, right? Just the Golem, the Spirit Breaker charging in, and the Beastmaster, and there's not a lot of disable being found from OG. I mean, you do have the rebound, but using the rebound to stop the charge is quite risky, right? So for OG, I would like to see some disables come out, and perhaps they even try to stop that carry potential with their Warlock, right? Using one of their last man. But it's so hard because there's not going to be a ban phase right now. So 4 Pirates have that option and that leeway to go for a Swen or maybe a Phantom Assassin or an Ursa as well, right? Those heroes are completely open. The ban pool has not been favoring any carries outside of this TB.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, the Templar Assassin is still there. From what I remember, didn't get a massive change in the last patch. In the last CCT, again, that hero was first ban, first pick potential. Teams have started to play around a little bit more. You'll kind of learn about the hero, but it's still a threat to be had here. So we'll see what OG want to go with. Again, can keep it flexed. They could probably pick up potential 3. Maybe pick up the Doom that can play in the 1 and the 3 here too. Silencer is another hero I know teams are trying to play around with. It has been banned out a couple of times. I haven't seen it being played myself, but I know it's on the ban list for a lot of teams. So they're going to go for the Pango. And again, don't mind this. Can be Storm's hero in the mid. Can play that one in the off there too. So yeah, we'll see how OG... I mean, they might just lock in their carry now and then keep this Pango as a flex. But yeah, we'll see how OG want to lean with this.
I think they should pick up their carry right now. The Pangolier, I do think the Pangolier should be on the mid lane. I mean, does do very well against the Warlock and against the Spirit Breaker. However, I mean, the Roar stops the Pangolier charge, right? The Rolling Thunder, you can't adjust your pathway after that Roar comes out, so you're going to be like rolling in one direction. So for Pirates, I dare I say it, I do think that they're coming out with the better draft right now. OG, certainly with this Jakiro pick, it will mean that it's going to be a core Nature's Prophet, unless, of course, they want to run a core Marcy, which wouldn't be as good in my opinion. But for Pirates, I do think that you pick your carry now. I mean, the Ursa would be really strong for them, so would the Swen.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to me if they want to run this core Prophet with the Spirit Breaker being so early picked up in the draft. Obviously, Spirit Breaker, one of the better heroes at hunting down the core Nature's Prophet. So, I'm not saying they won't. This could actually, it could absolutely be like Shad's hero if they want to run this Nature's Prophet 1. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a surprise to me that OG went that way. again, I'm only the caster. I'm not the pro player. There's a reason I'm sat here talking about the game, and they're actually playing the game. So we'll see 4 pirates. Like I say, if they want to lock in this hard carry now, and what they actually want to be going towards, and yeah, like you say, the warlock on the lane with something. I'm not even on the lane with a Sven with that cleave built in. They're gonna go for the underlord. So again, if they go for this cleave, you have the fatal bonds there as well. OG's players, the heroes have picked up not the tankiest heroes in the world, so how are they going to really match up to this Fatal Bonds cleave combo?
And not to mention, for pirates, they're coming out with their own version of a global teleportation, right? So they have the perfect counter to that Nature's Prophet being that position 1. The Nature's Prophet goes in for a team fight, and 4 pirates can bring in their entire team at the back of that Fiend's Gate. So and they actually are the ones to ban out that Ursa. So they are not exactly expecting, or perhaps they want to make sure that they have the flexibility to make it work. OG right now, as you mentioned, very squishy heroes. All 4 of them. The Pangolier isn't exactly a match. He provides frontline at the back of that Rolling Thunder, but outside of that Rolling Thunder, he's not exactly a hero with too much sustain on him. So OG are certainly on, I believe, the back foot regarding this draft.
Yeah, I think if it is going to be an offlane, if this is going to be the core prophet, it's going to be the carry prophet, that you have to go for something now that's going to be high impact in the lane. You're going to have to go for someone. I know the Marcy can get in with a rebound, likes to get in around the fights with the Unleash coming out, the Rolling Thunder from the Pangolier, but both those heroes to me, they like to be dipping in and out of the fights. They don't just like to stand their ground. Be taking a lot of punishment. So I'm looking at something maybe like the Brewmaster coming out. Maybe something like the Doom comes out here. You get the Tide Hunter that can stand in the middle of fights, take a lot of punishment. The MOUZ maybe as well, if that's the way that they want to go. Something that can just stand their ground. Kind of make a line in the sand and say you go no further than this. And we'll see what OG's pick is going to be on that point in just a minute, because it is going to be 4 pirates with that final response.
Perhaps OG can come out with a Tide Hunter.
Yeah.
They did have it in that second game against Passion UA, or rather the first game against Passion UA. It didn't actually work out because Passion UA had such hypermobile heroes, but over here they are faced up against 3 melee heroes, right? And the Fiend's Gate, when it comes in, you can just throw down the Ravage on top of it. So if there's any time for a carry Tide Hunter would surprise me yesterday, it wouldn't actually surprise me here.
It's going to be the Void's final pickup here coming out for the set of 4 pirates. So you'll see what OG want to go for. They've got themselves a little bit of time left. And like you say here, if they kind of want to shuffle these lanes, we'll see what that final pick is going to be. Something maybe like the Timbersaw is an option there as well, just looking through. Centaur is still available. So there is still some big, beefy, tanky heroes left, like I say, in the carry position. Like the Sven, is Sven still there? Yeah, Sven's not banned out. Oh no, Timbersaw was banned out by 4 pirates very early on. Okay. But yeah, no, there is the lifesteal being taken away there as well. But yeah, there is some stand their ground heroes. I have no idea. Is this gonna be a carry prophet then? Offlane Stormstormer on the Lash. Right, okay, yeah. Okay.
Although I'm not too sure about this Leshrac. I know the Leshrac just does absurd amounts of damage, and Natty is going to have a very difficult time on the mid lane, but at the same time, what do you do against the BKB piercing ultimates? I mean, both the Spirit Breaker and the Beastmaster have that targeted stun that pierces through your BKB, and the Warlock has that counter initiation with the Golem. So in a situation where Stormstormer jumps in that front line at the back of his Edict with the Blink Dagger, the counter initiation may just be too much for OG to actually protect their Leshrac with.
Yeah, we'll see how it is going to play here. Okay, Shah going to be going for the Soothing Saplings, I think, unless he changes this one around. But yeah, I think just looking purely at the lineups, taking the players away, taking the playstyles away, I think I'm leaning towards this 4 pirates draft. I just think it looks a little bit stronger. It's a little bit more sustainable in the fights. We'll see how OG, what traps are going to be able to proc here, what pitfalls that 4 pirates might run into up against this OG lineup. And in fact, I mean, with this lineup, they could go very aggressive, very fast, really stop, because I think Beastmaster wants to get the big item, like you say, the Helm of the Overlord coming out. The Underlord takes a little bit of time to build up here as well. The Void Spirit takes a little bit of time. You want that, the BKB, the Arc Scepter, or the Lincoln Sphere coming out here for Void Spirit. So there is several items that 4 pirates need before they get on a roll, where OG, they can just go, okay, we've got the Prophet 6, we can throw that Nature's Wrath out, we can TP into a fight, Pango gets the roll, so there is ways to play around this one for OG, but I do think they need to hit the ground running here in this first game.
I don't think they have any other choice other than to play a fast-paced game, Rob. OG at the back of that Leshrac and Shad at the back of that Nature's Prophet have to get the momentum going in their favor because 4 Pirates are a lot stronger than them past that mid game. So OG, if they are able to get off to that snowballing start that they need, then I think that they're going to be at a good spot in that mid to late game where their Leshrac has the Shiva's Guard, has a lot of items to survive. But if they can't hit that timing, it will be a rough game for them.
Yeah, I think, like you say, they do need to kind of get it going. We'll see how it is going to go, though, as we get ourselves ready to get into game number 1 of OG versus 4 Pirates in the lower bracket playoff match here to see who goes through and who is going to be going out. There is no second chances after this. You are fighting for tournament life, so you need to be coming up with your best or rethinking your plans here in the first game. We'll see how it is going to go. Storm are getting that early ward down. We'll see if there's going to be any early smokes coming through now as well, because I do think, if you want to get a little bit of pressure, both teams have an okayish rotation lineup here for the level 1. You try and get the smokes, try and maybe get a first blood on the board. So we'll see if those late smokes do come out.
The observer ward has already been planted by the side of OG, so they could go for the wraparound, although at the same time, yeah, there it is, Rob. You have the double smokes, and this Void Spirit, Natty needs to be careful because he is quite outnumbered.
Oh, yes. He's going to be able to edge that forward there and get that Observer Ward down on the other side. Stormstone was staying close. Actually went for the Lightning Storm at level 1 there as well, so no Split Earth, no immediate stuns. I'm just going to go for that slowdown here. We'll see how the play is going to go, because you can see that OG, like I say, are they wrapping around, trying to take a fight here. Otaker's down on the low ground. He might not see this come in if the smoke does break. Well, I mean, his own smoke will break here. He's going to try and go for it, but is there anyone getting close here? Daze, not got anything skilled up here, not going to be able to close that gap on Otaker, so it's just going to be a bit of posture in here, and it's still going to be 3 bounty runes going the way of 4 Pirates. So even after all that, OG not really going to get anything out of this one. Maybe get a little bit of harass onto Otaker, forcing him from going forward here, even in the creep wave, but the Firestorm comes out, and this is just going to be, again, 4 Pirates just saying, we're not afraid, we're not going to crumble to your posturing.
Otaker still is going to be in a bit of trouble because Mixa is coming in too.
Yeah, and Shield Crash comes out now as well, so just immediate TP. Otaker just says, I'm bored of this now, I'm going to go to the lane, and you can meet me there.
Yeah, he saw the dispose coming out from the Marcy, right? So he realized there's no real stun available. So he just went to the straight TP. But the mid lane is going to be the most important lane, Rob. The Leshrac versus the Void. Stormer, he's a phenomenal mid player, but he needs to play that little bit of an extra if he wants to be coming out ahead, as his team really needs it. He needs those early items.
And how do you think he plays this one, Are we going to be seeing because he's already got the early point in Diabolical Edict, do you just get the 1 point in the Split Earth around level 5, level 7, and just focus on all that damage to try and take away the shield from the Void Spirit, because he did go for that Sanctuary Shield, so it is an all-damage barrier? Or, how do you want to play this one on the Lesh?
I think you just max out the Edict. The stun is not that reliable against the Void Spirit. The cost time animation for the Void Spirit's abilities are a lot faster than a Split Earth, not to mention they're a whole lot reliable to actually dodge out that stun. So perhaps we might even see Stormer go for the Rod of Atos against the Void.
Okay. And how does Natty play this one? Because he's a melee hero coming up against the Lesh. This is kind of where the Lesh, it's the bread and butter for the hero. What does Natty have to do to get in and get that farm on the board?
I think it's going to come at the back of some kind of a rotation coming in from 4 Pirates. They had the perfect hero for it, right? Ariel on the Spirit Breaker can come in to protect the Void Spirit.
Oh, bottom lane. Are we going to see the first blood coming out here? I mean, the Beastmaster's going to be slowed down now, so one more right click from either hero. TP coming in from the Nature's Prophet now as well. Just couldn't get the vision here, Shad, and he's going to be able to get the sprouts out. One more right click. Is it enough? It's not. He's going to live through this. Lela's trying to get there as well. The creeps are underneath the tower, but you can see the Beastmaster's already starting to back himself away, trying to play this one safe here, using that Tango to get some health back, but that was so damn close. All they needed was one more right click coming out from both heroes, and that would have been a dead Beastmaster, but you see that the Beastmaster playing on the very edge of his health pool and making it work for him.
And that, I think, favors 4 Pirates because Shad went in for the TP, couldn't get the kill, and so had to leave the creeps here there, right? So he is going to take a bit of hits towards his CS there. Not too significant, but those can quickly stack up.
And we'll see. Yeah, Mr. Morale, he's going to have most of his health back here. And you see the way he's playing as well. The 3 branches as well as the magic one. Wants to go, say, straight into the helm of the Dominator. So he's pretty much back into the lane. Didn't miss out onto too much here. Daze. The chase down onto Pananik. And is he going to be able to get the pullback? He does. And the immediate TP comes out here. Like you say, as soon as that pullback comes out, the suplex gets thrown. And you just say, yeah, cool, I'm going to TP.
I'm not sure if he needed to use a TP in that scenario. Mixer was pretty far away, but I suppose he didn't have vision on him. One thing though, Rob, is this offlane from 4 Pirates. It's 2 melee heroes versus the 2 ranged heroes, and one of those ranged heroes is actually the Jakiro, who is one of the strongest support heroes out there. But now we have that rotation coming in to protect, or rather support Natty.
Let's see, Stormstorm already backing himself away. The risk of the random coming down now into the immediate charge from Uriel. Do they have the damage to try and go through this one? Daze is going to get the immediate TP in now as well. The drag back coming through from the disposal. Natty now taking a whole load of damage. This will be first blood. And Daze gets it on the board. Really good counter rotation coming in. Daze are going to be careful because of the rotation coming in here from the Warlock now too. The Fatal Bonds does come out. Blood Grenade is there onto the Marcy now too. Trying to get that rebound out to safety. But I don't know if there's safety to be had with that Fatal Bond still going here. Charge onto Stormstorm. Stormstorm's got that edict going onto Uriel now as well. It's going to be a lot of damage here. Stormstormer is going to be close to use a Fairy Fire. He does effectively. It keeps him alive. Daze is so close to going down here. He's playing out again on the edge of the health pool, but Pananik's not going to be able to get a kill into this one. Stormstormer, he's got that bottle charge, so he's going to be able to get a little bit of life back here. No mana left onto the Warlock. The Warlock, though, can right-click down Marcy.
No.
If Marcy can close that gap, it's going to be so damn careful. It looks like Pananik's going to lose that current. Again, the Diabolic is going to be coming through out onto the Warlock. The Warlock is dead. Stormstormer. This is what we wanted to see from him. He woke up, he's had his Weetabix, and he is raring to go.
4 Pirates overextending massively. I mean, they should have abandoned that chase after the Void Spirit went down, but they chose to continually go, and I'm not sure with the Warlock, what the Warlock was trying to do there. I mean, Pananik had no chance once that Edict came off of cooldown, and OG, all they really had to do was wait for that one spell.
Yeah, and I think if you look up the the term sunk cost fallacy online, somebody will put a video of that rotation there from 4 Pirates. I'm pretty sure within the next 30 seconds or so that will be up. So really good start here for OG, getting the first 3 kills on the board. And then, like you say, it just means that Stormstorm is just going to get such a big advantage here in the mid lane because of the net worth bonus from those 3 kills here. Or the 2 kills and the 1 assist, up against Natty. So this is going to make it even harder for Natty in the lane.
He has about 500 more net worth than the Void Spirit, so nearly a whole 2 creep waves of an advantage, and that should allow him to hit those timings right. OG are acquiring their win conditions, but
bottom lane
are fighting.
Chad, yeah, he's going to be able to get the Sprouts off that Firestorm. It's not going to be enough damage here, but it will be Mr. Morale that gets the kill eventually. So 4 hero rotations, even bringing Otaker down here through that Twin Gate because he's only level 5. He's not got that Fiend's Gate just yet. But this does mean it leaves the mid lane to be pressured like this. Natty can he get himself away? Only level 5 here, trying to get himself away. He's got no step though. So damn, it might be enough. Yup, they go the right direction. They find him out, and Natty one more right, like Stormstormer with the level 6 will be able to take him down. And now the slowdown onto Pananik as well. The Blood Grenade does come through. Can he run himself away from this one on the Warlock? The Warlock, he's going to try and get himself denied by the neutrals, but I think the damage check here, the rebound, pullback, and Shad gets a revenge kill onto Mr. Morale there as well in the lane. 6-1 OG. This is the OG that I was expecting on the first day, and they are making things happen here. Even when they're under pressure, they're making these responses happen almost immediately.
And it's a little bit of that sunk cost fallacy kicking in for 4 Pirates, because Pananik with that Warlock can't actually support or get any return kills. We've seen him twice now trying to make that cute little play onto Stormstormer, but he doesn't realize that the Leshrac can pound him with the Edict, and it's not even a close contest, Rob. It's Stormstormer is just too strong on that Leshrac right now for the Warlock or even the Spirit Breaker to do anything. I think the charge there should have been cancelled once you realized that there was no way you would have been able to save your Void.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about in the draft as well, that OG need that fast start. They need to set the tempo. They need to be the ones that sets the pace and make 4 Pirates play up to their speed, and that's exactly what they're doing. So we'll see if they are going to be able to keep it up. Like I said, with these rotations coming through, it is freeing the lanes up. Mixer was getting free farm there as well when the Underlord rotated to the bottom lane. Otaker, you can see in terms of farm, he's going to be a little bit behind this Pango now as well. And Pango, again, he's got that level 6. Once this Diff Blade's up, I'd like to see Mixer maybe not even make rotations, but having heroes rotate to this lane and putting Otaker under pressure. So we'll see how that one's going to play out. And again, he's already been forced off the lane, Otaker. So this is looking pretty darn rough for 4 Pirates. I really am looking. I mean, Four Pirates, obviously, they want to step this game up, but if you're an OG fan, which I know there's a few of them watching, they should be really pleased with how this game has started. But like you say, OG, how do they translate this into the mid-game pressure to try and secure that late game and secure this first game win?
I think for Stormstormer, he's already queued up his Blink Dagger because of this good of an early game start. And the fact that 4 Pirates are not going to have their first item power spikes coming about, that means this Blink Dagger could be the key to unlocking that early game, right? Stormstormer jumps in, and there's going to be limited options. But right now, 4 Pirates on towards the Shikari once again.
Oh, shit. It's going to be the immediate TPs coming in from the two heroes as well on the side. And one of them is going to be Stormstormer now, and Ariel just gets chased away here. And it is going to be another great response. Ariel and Mr. Morale both have to move themselves back. And I think, you know, again, someone just crossed my mind when I look at the hero, but I get why 4 Pirates are trying to go in for these kills, even if they, you know, are losing heroes to a point, because Pedantic wants those charges on the Black Grimoire. You know, it's kind of past the point now where he's going to be able to get that super powered level 6. You know, if you either got like 5 kills and assists in the first 10 minutes of the game, whatever, he would have been able to just supercharge past everyone and hit that quick early ultimate. But I get why that the Warlock carried on going in, because if there's even a chance you can get one of those kills on the board, the extra XP you get from the Black Grimoire, it's so worth it there. It's worth giving your life away. But while this is going on, mid lane, going to be pressured here. OG, how are they going to respond? Because there is 3 heroes in this mid lane.
There's no TP on Stormstormer, so they're going to have to play without their Leshrac. They will bring Shad in, but let's see if they actually contest, because one of the missing aspects for 4 Pirates was the fact that they didn't have their ultimates. The Warlock is going to be pretty far from it, like you mentioned, looks towards securing that early ultimate at the back of that Black Grimoire. But now you have the Roar, you have the Fiend's Gate, so perhaps 4 Pirates are going to be a little bit stronger than OG, who don't have the Macro Pyre to play with, or the Unleash.
Yeah, and we'll see Nazi Narwhal making a rotation behind here. They might actually... Okay, he's just getting a ward down. He's getting a deep ward in the Radiant jungle. As he makes a rotation here, but you see how defensive OG are playing. They know these timings might be coming out. So none of the cores are showing if they don't have a way to support themselves. Pango with a roll. You've had the Mercy so close to Chad here. Charge coming through out. It's going to go through Lelis here. Ariel, was he actually going to try and charge onto it? Looks like they might be able to get the chase down. Stormstormer is going to show under vision, but he's already backing himself away. He knows something's not right. He pings out. There is going to be vision here in that Radiant jungle, so somebody needs to deal with it here. Daze could be in trouble here. He's going to be in the river, maybe caught out. If you want to try and make a move happen, it's going to be the TP away coming out from Shad towards this bottom lane, so they're going to try and actually get a counter camp coming out here. Mr. Morale is in trouble. The Macro Pyre gets dropped. Stormstormer going to be able to get down here now as well. The TP away. Do they have a split earth? Anything to cancel this one off? They don't. Ooh, Stormstormer, if he'd have maybe thrown that one out blind, he might have been able to secure that kill, but it does mean tower pressure coming out from both Stormstormer and Shad.
It's perfect recognition coming out from OG, because they saw the 2 heroes of 4 Pirates over on the mid lane. They saw an exposed and vulnerable Beastmaster, but now it is going to be a team fight as the Spirit Breaker goes in.
And we'll see what they're going to be able to do. The dual breath already onto Ariel now as well. We know the Macro Pyre is down. Fiend Gates comes out as well. Daze actually going to pull Lelis into this one. What are they going to be able to do? There's going to be the Pit of Mars down now. Can they get the damage down to Otaker? Otaker's going to get low. Mixer gets in with Rolling Thunder now as well. He's going to be in that Lotus Shrine. So can they get the kill onto Otaker? They do. And now, while the TP away at least from the Spirit Breaker, the Twin Gate being used as well by the Void Spirit, so they will both be away. But something that OG lineup does do that we've not really spoke about here, the Nature's Prophet as well as that Leshrac do so much... Leshrac went for the Misanthropy. The Jakiro and the Nature's Prophet do so much tower damage that if you let a tower be open like this for 30 seconds, it's gone. It is just going to straight up disappear.
If you lose a team fight, your towers are going to fall, and that's the big drawback for 4 Pirates lineup. And I think their initiations have been a bit lackluster. They need to start things off with their Void Spirit and that Roar.
Oh, look at this one. Pedantic's going to go around as well. Ariel going to be slowed down now, trying to get the charge out into Daze. Daze, he will connect with that charge, but the pullback comes up for the rebound into the Sprout. And OG, it is 11 minutes into this game, and they've already got themselves 9 kills on the board and 3 Tier 1 towers. This is the pace they need to be playing at, and absolutely hitting all the times here so far on the game for OG.
They'll have the Blink Dagger for Stormstormer. The Nature's Prophet will have that Maelstrom as well, so his farming speed is going to accelerate. Meanwhile, the tempo that OG are bringing is also going to increase, and I wonder what 4 Pirates can do, because there isn't an aura in sight for them. No pipe, no Crimson Guard. So they have very limited options, Rob. I think, again, their initiation has to come off of a sequence built up by that Void Spirit, and then you come up with a follow-up Roar.
Oh, they're going to make a move here. Again, the rebound is going to put Leshrac right in the middle of these two heroes. The Roar will be used for Danchik. Can he get himself away to safety? Well, only for the time being here. Stormstormer looking to chase him down. The Pulse Nova coming through now as well. For Danchik, there's no neutrals to deny yourself to this time. He will go down. And again, hitting a great time and 11 kills now for the side of OG. And no response in sight for the side of 4 Pirates. And this is what I was talking about in the draft here. The Underlord, the Lash, the Underlord, the Beastmaster, and the Void Spirit. 3 greedy cores here, and they are being punished out by the speed of OG.
And they're also 3 melee heroes, right?
Yeah.
So Leshrac is going to have such a good time. And 4 Pirates, their chances of a comeback are dwindling because there isn't a single way that they can actually mount up some pressure on the opposite side, on the opposite tier 1 towers. They've lost that timing, as even Otakar is in trouble now.
Hitmasters go down, but there's already the Rolling Thunder out here for Mixer, so they're going to be able to hit this one out onto the Underlord. The Underlord, is he in danger? I think he is. The TP comes in from Natty now, but Otek has already gone down here. Shadow going to get the damage out, and you see Stormstorm is going to be able to rotate into this one now as well. Natty now needs to run himself away. He gets the kill onto Shad, but he will go down after the fact here, and another 4 heroes dead. OG, they are coming in like a wrecking ball, and I don't know what 4 Pirates are going to do because they need another 20 minutes before they can really get anything going, and OG, I wouldn't be surprised if this game's over by the 20-minute mark.
This was a massacre in the making. They didn't realize that Stormstormer had a Blink Dagger, and they thought they could take out the Nature's Prophet, and sure, they were able to, but Shad was able to throw out the Nature's Wrath at the back of it. He was able to get a double kill even after his death, and there's no response to this Leshrac. Absolutely none. Unless you get your initiation the way that you want to initiate, and the way that OG are playing, they are very aware of the initiation abilities from 4 Pirates, and they are not giving them the leeway that they need.
Yeah, and it felt like, I was back in the old school COD lobbies, going back to that Nature's Prophet, the martyrdom kill after you go down, taking just 2 players out of it. And you can see, again, even Lelis on his own, with the liquid fire coming through onto the tower, he's going to be able to chunk down, he's a siege engine of his own here. Mixer going to be able to get involved as well. This is looking so good for OG. I mean, 14 minutes into the game, we're not even looking at Roshan timings yet, we're not even looking at the Tormentor timing yet, but we're still looking at a tier 2 tower timing here for the side of OG. This tower has less than, well, it's about 200 health left here in the top lane, and this is going to be an easy target. The next team fight coming out for OG, the Nature's Prophet TP's up, or you have Stormstormer rotates up, or Lelis is going to be here. Yeah, this is the OG, again, that I'm used to seeing, and again, maybe that illness on the first day, again, the nerves coming through as well for the team, with Lelis not being in, maybe just affected them a little bit more than, than they were comfortable with, but this is OG. Yeah, this is a really good show from OG. On the other side, 4 Pirates, I would like to see them. It's a good draft, but they need to step it up. They need to find these openings, but they're going to be few and far between. And look at this one, Mixer coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Stormstormer gets another jump in. They're going to be able to get a kill onto the walls. Mr. Morale's going to go down next. Stormstormer with another double kill to his name, 8-0-7. This is what I didn't see a couple of days ago when I was watching Stormstormer. He was getting like 1-3-7 in his match. He was going like 2-2-6 or something like that. He wasn't having the high impact, but right now he is set up for success, and it really is paying off.
OG read 4 Pirates completely, and that was a very desperate play coming out from 4 Pirates. They thought they could have gotten the upper hand by catching OG off guard, but they had another thing coming, and no response to Stormstormer's blink in, right? You don't have an aura. And Otakar, because he's playing that carry Underlord instead of the offlane Underlord, he is going to be forced to go for items like the Echo Saber, like he already has, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's really not enough. I mean, you need your BKBs, you need additional damage items, and 4 Pirates are so behind on their timing that I'm not too sure if they can find the comeback here. The 20-minute Tormentor, like you mentioned, because the tier 2 tower is so low, that Tormentor will go the way of OG. Your other tier 2 tower is very difficult to contest. Even Roshan is impossible at this stage.
Yeah, and you see the farming difference here. Like I say, even though the Underlord comes in, he's got that Demon's Reach with the cleave. He's soaking up that damage to be able to do the clear damage, but Shad already got himself the full Mjolnir coming out here. He's going to be charged out. It's going to be the Fiend's Gate now as well. Shad can he get himself away from this one. It's going to be the full ultimate thrown out from Ariel now as well. It looks like he's going to be able to get the Nature's Wrath up though. And look at this, 4 or 5 heroes grouping up, trying to get the kill out onto Shad. Shad will go down, but OG have an immediate response coming through. Daze trying to close that gap. Pedantic's going to get low there as well. He's ticking down to all of the spells, and Stormstormer gets a dive to the back line, finishes off the kill. Now OG are on the hunt. What are they going to be able to get from this one? Ooh, can he get through the Twin Gate here onto the Beastmaster? He does. Mr. Morale has left. That was a good setup coming through from the side of 4 Pirates. You know, giving credit where it's due. They found Shad alone. They had the setup, but it was so many spells just to get the one hero that meant that even though there was 5 of them up against the 4 of OG, they didn't have the spells to carry on fighting after that pickoff came through.
It was a great return kill they found, though. It was on the highest net worth hero of the game. It was also the carry. I'm just not sure if it slows OG down at all, because it's so late into the game. And look at the amount of time it actually took for Pirates to get that kill down. OG had plenty of ways to come out with the counter initiation. Unfortunately, they were a bit too slow with it. But as time goes on, those counter initiations, those responses from OG are only going to get faster.
Yeah, and we'll see here TNL making a dive onto Lelith. Stormstormer is close here. Does he want to try and protect his teammate? He says no. That is a you problem, my dude. He is already blinking himself back into the triangle. So, yeah, OG, they are starting to lose a couple of heroes, like you say, but the commitment that 4 Pirates have to use to get this fight. The Roar comes out here onto Daze. He's a fairly tanky boy here, going to be able to use the one charge, and now the Rolling Thunder comes in as well, and this looks like it could be a great bait mate as Mr. Morale gets caught out, killed off Daze. He sets the trap and executes it. He even gets the credit for the kill there using the Unleash. And yeah, it's not the typical support Mercy build, which I'm used to seeing, which I say support, I use the quotation marks of BKB, Basher, you know, Blink Dagger coming out. It is going to be your Scepter here for the Mercy.
The use is really good against the Spirit Breaker, right? I mean, you can just throw the Spirit Breaker up into the air, cancel his charge midway, but I'm surprised the Beastmaster tried to get the kill on Daze, and Daze now even going to cancel out that smoke, but he may end up being a target there.
Yeah, 3 heroes around. I think this time he's not lucky enough to get himself out of that one. They had the instant impact there, and 4 Pirates are going to be able to get the kill. And yeah, again, another one on the board, so we'll see how they're going to be able to do, because you look at the net worth, all 3 cores from the side of OG still, even with that Nature's Prophet death, he's like, what death? You know, I'm still farming up a Stormy here. With the Dragonlance coming out now, with that Mjolnir, with his the trains being able to farm like this one, he's got a Nature's Prophet, one of the greatest stat growths and attack animations in the game as well. So he's having a whale of the time here, Shad, on this Nature's Prophet. And this is where, when the fights start to come out, if you win, again, the immediate move to another side lane from the Prophet will be able to put pressure. So if 4 Pirates are taking a fight, they have to be absolutely confident they're going to be coming out at least with an even trade. Speaking of,
Natty actually finds the Astro Step out. I wonder if OG are going to commit to the chase here. They do seem like they want to.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get on top of Natty now as well. He doesn't have another Astral Step for another 5 seconds. I think 5 seconds is going to be more than long enough to get the kill. They set that one up. They want to go for more here. Mr. Morale is in 2 minds of which way to go, and now he does get caught out. And it looks like the Roar's going to be committed there, but the last of the Rolling Thunder, it does hit onto the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster slowed down by that Diff Blade here. Stormstormer, what's he going to be able to do? He's going to be taking a lot of damage. The Ice Path into the Macrophire, and then the rebound out. It might just save Stormstormer's life. There is going to be the rock being dropped here, and he will eventually go down, but how much is it going to cost 4 Pirates? It looks like it's going to be a 3-4 buyback coming through from TNL. TNL gets a kill out onto Daze, but can he get himself away from this? And all of his escape spells are on cooldown now. He might be able to get himself out with it. Dissimulate. It's going to take a little bit of time here in the trees, but they are going to be able to find him. That's going to be a dieback on the Void Spirit. 6 heroes dead on the side of 4 Pirates.
And that was a golem use, that was a buyback use. 4 Pirates really thought they could counter-initiate, but again, the theme of this first game, Rob, has been sunk cost fallacy, like you mentioned out. 4 Pirates just really not willing to cut their losses and call it a lost team fight. I mean, you saw Perdanic when the Void Spirit went down the first time around, he actually went for the TP out. That was great. You need to recognize that it's a lost cause. But 4 Pirates seemingly want to brute force their way into this wall, and it's just not breaking.
Yeah, don't have personal experience with it myself, but when you're banging your head against the wall, usually it's the wall that does win. So, you know, we'll see if they're able to change this one up a little bit here for Pirates. But like I say, the aura item's starting to come out now. The Beastmaster wants to go into that pipe. They want some protection. They've got the drums out onto the Spirit Breaker. There's going to be going for Shadow Blade there as well. So there is some kind of team buffs. You know, those steroids are starting to come through. Solid Crest being queued up by the Warlock as well. And again, they are starting to find the pickoffs, but are they going to be able to find them in time to maybe even this game out? Because OG 12k ahead at 21 minutes and 24 kills to their name. It's looking like an uphill, not only an uphill task, you know, this is looking like that boulder is rolling right back down every time they try and push it up the hill.
They do have a BKB for Otakur though. Now it doesn't actually cancel out the edict because it pierces it, but Stormstormer, he wants to go in.
Oh, he's gonna be right on top of Ptancic now as well. The TP comes in from the Nature's Prophet. They take down the Warlock and now Mr. Morale with the TP. Anything to stop this one? That is Ice Path stops him from that mid TP out, and that's gonna be another 2 pickups on the side of OG. Now OG straight into that Roche pit. They've got so much damage to put onto Roche, and really, how do Full Pirates? I don't even think they try and stop this one. It's gonna be another objective around the map here for OG.
It's impossible to stop this one. OG has such a good go button, right? As soon as Stormstormer goes in, they turn up the heat from 0 to 100, and 4 Pirates, they're caught with their pants down. They just have no way to actually deal out some counter initiation unless they have the full 5.
Yeah, they might be able to make a move onto Shad here. Shad was caught out, but he's going to be able to get the Sprout. There's going to be the Harpoon drag back in onto Shad now as well. Shad, he does have this Aegis if he takes too much damage. If he takes enough to take him down here, Shad, charge comes in. That's going to be the Aegis being popped. The rest of it, OG, they're making a move over. How do 4 Pirates maybe even want to back themselves away from this one? Natty now has got himself the AD rune. Rock's going to be dropped once again. Shad taking a lot of damage. No BKB here on the Nature's Prophet, so he is going to go down, but it's going to cost him again. Another 2 heroes at least from this one. Can he get the kill out onto Otek now as well? Otek is going to get low. Buyback comes through from the Spirit Breaker now, trying to get the charge out. Stormstormer pumping out so much damage. They take down Otek, and Natty now is he going to be the next one on the list here? It looks like he is. OG, they've taken down another 4 heroes. One more buyback being forced out, and that looks like it's going to be another dieback going the way of 4 Pirates. OG, they lose that Nature's Prophet, and they say absolutely not. We are still taking this fight here. Look at this one. Daze trying to get a chase down onto Mr. Morale. Mr. Morale might be able to get himself away. The spells are on cooldown. Stormstormer, though, Split Earth comes out now. There's going to be the Swashbuckle in. Stormstormer, they get the slowdown out onto the Beastmaster as well. He gets himself over the barrier, but so do the rest of OG, dragging him back outside of his base, saying, no, 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 you are going nowhere but the grave. Another team wipe. Let's call it a team wipe, because the Warlock has only just respawned, going the way of OG.
6 heroes actually, Rob. It's more than a team wipe. This time around, Spirit Breaker also bobbed back, and he didn't even cancel the charge. It's like, if we go back to the breaking the wall reference, right? You try to fist through the wall, your hand break, but then you try to kick it, and you leave your leg broken as well. It really does seem like it's looking a bit poor. I mean, 17,000 of a network advantage at the 24-minute mark. You try to throw down everything you have, and you actually... 4 Pirates came out with the best possible initiation. They were able to take out Shad from the get-go at the start of that fight. But still, Stormstormer is the one hero that they can't stop. And it's not going to get any easier because he now has a BKB. He has a Sanj and Kaya. And it's impossible to actually stop him. 14, 1, and 14 on the skill feed for Stormstormer, and it's only going to go up.
Yeah, going back, 4 Pirates, they're kind of running out of limbs here to throw at this potential water. You know, they're looking like Monty Python's Black Knight here. He's lost 2 legs, he's lost an arm. He's like, okay, let's call it a draw. As they get another kill, Natty Narwhal going to be taken down. And you can see that Otaker trying to run himself away to the Twin Gate, but Shad is already onto this one. The Sprout comes out through, actually self-Sprouts here. He's going to be the channel out onto the Watcher. Otaker with the BKB. Do they have anything to deal with this one? They might just go through the Twin Gate with him here, because that's going to be wasting a lot of his BKB time trying to get through. There's going to be the Fiend's Gate now as well, and there's going to be nothing to stop that. So he will be away. He took the long way out, but he does eventually get himself out.
If he wanted to teleport out, why didn't he just use the Fiend's Gate from the get-go?
You know, one of those things that in the minute, I can kind of vibe with you, the panic of, oh god, how do I get myself out of here? You know, I can, you know, I've done that more than once.
Oh man, but 4 Pirates, they may actually be able to find Daze, but they need to be so careful because Stormstormer is right there, and Daze is on the high ground. He sees Verdanic.
Oh, the Unleash comes out here now as well. He's giving the rebound, trying to buy himself a little bit of time. The Yule Scepter, like you say, cancels out that charge here from the Spirit Breaker. And now that global presence comes in. Both supports are going to be dead once again. Otaker, he ain't even showing his face here. He's too busy taking the Watchers. And this is going to be another opening for the side of OG. 35-8 and a 19k net worth lead coming at 26 minutes into this game. Absolutely bonkers. Although
The
Bonkers doesn't work
Royster's
for OG anymore.
net worth, Rob, is going to be overtaken by the Jakiro soon. That is how behind Natty actually is. He just has a spirit vessel, and you take a look at Stormstormer's items. He has 3 whole items. He's gonna have a hex up soon by that 30-minute mark. And that's when it will be all over. I think 4 Pirates are going to realize this pretty soon because there's not a whole lot of room for error left anymore. You lose another team fight, and it's going to be your high ground.
Yeah, and you can see that already. Natty now, though, can he get himself away from this one? Slowed down by the Diffusal Blade. Dissimulate comes out, trying to escape this, but you've got all 3 cores for the side of OG, and oh no, is the answer here. Shard, they get another kill onto Natty. 45 seconds on the sideline here for the mid laner. Ariel, he's going to be the next one on the chopped block. Yule Scepter comes out. Does he have that charge? Will the Ice Path going to stop him right in his tracks before he can even get that charge away? On the other side of the map, it looks like Pedantic as well as Mr. Morale. They might be the next ones targeted out by OG, and this is going to be another 3 heroes. Is it going to be 4? Do they find Mr. Morale once again? Otaker not too far away here from his Beastmaster 2. They're just going to march up the mid lane. It looks like it's going to be tower time here for the side of OG.
And it's a lot of space being taken away from 4 Pirates, right? The walls are caving in, and they don't have any room to farm. So their heroes being this far behind. I think OG just go high ground. There's really nothing stopping them. However, on the high ground, it's going to be a different story because 4 Pirates there, the golem. Oh no.
Look at that one. Perfect Ice Path into the Split Earth. Another 2 dead heroes on the side of 4 Pirates here. And it is going to be a, looks like, I mean, is this a lane of Rax? It looks like it might just be here. And you can see the OG, they're having fun with it. The voice lines are starting to come out here. They're starting to vibe in this match here. They're starting to have a lot of fun with this one. And taking down this mid lane of Rax, you're down 2 cores on the side of 4 Pirates. What is your game plan here? Because it feels like to me, it is just sit back and watch OG run over your buildings.
You only get 1 shot at this. They don't have a single buyback on 4 Pirates, so it's going to come down to 1 lost defense. You do have all of your ultimates up, but you're losing your Warlock.
And now Ariel might be the next one to go down too. He gets himself back to the fountain here. Natty now will span up by that Yule Scepter. Ice Path comes out. Do they have the control? Dissimulate. The rebound dives in to try and close that gap, but Natty is going to be back behind the Ancient. While this is going on though, OG just say, cool, if no one's going to defend, we're just going to take another lane from you. We're going to take this tier 3 tower, make it 2 lanes of Rax as well. 2 out of 3. It ain't bad here for the side of OG.
Really good. I mean, this is the OG that I believe a lot of fans were expecting, right? Or were hoping for. It's taken a long time, but it does seem like a team that has come really nicely together for at least this first game. And I believe they'll come out with 2 lanes of barracks, and I think 4 for 4 Pirates. There isn't going to be a chance of a comeback because take a look at the minute to net worth ratio.
Yeah, Stormstormer dives himself in the middle of 4 heroes. The Roar comes out onto the Pangolier. The Pangolier don't care. He's just chilling out for the next couple of minutes. They get another kill onto Ariel. The dive back as well. Pedantic's going to be taken care of. This is the final time. It's looking like it's Butch and Sundance time coming out here for the side of 4 Pirates. And with 2 heroes left, I don't think we're going to get that far. Make it 1, make it 0. Natty Narwhal calls the GG. OG in less than 30 minutes. Going to have game number 1 on the board.
Stormstormer ends the series with 18, 1, and 24. Shad ends it with 10, 4, and 24. Not to mention, Mixa did not die a single time, and that is a consistent performance because yesterday as well, Mixa had a great offlane performance against Passion UA. And OG, with Lelis finally back on board, it does seem like a lot of the issues that OG were having previously have been fixed, and it's 4 Pirates now who are 1 game away from elimination. And I have to say, they are going to have to do some massive upgrading, some massive switch around, because their draft wasn't bad, but the gameplay, just constantly charging at OG without a solid game plan, it really was not the right move there.
No, and you can see it reflected in the score. Natty Narwhal, the only hero to get above 1 kill here for the side of 4 Pirates. It really did not work out. Again, it felt like it was an incredibly greedy draft coming through. Even with the Spirit Breaker and the Warlock in there too, they like to build up some items. There was no even initial impact coming through from the side of 4 Pirates, and they were just behind from the get-go. But that is only game number 1. There's a reason why it's a best of 3. Because 4 Pirates, they have a chance to bring it back to a 1-1 score. OG looking for that 2-0 and moving through into the next round. But we have to play the next game. But before that, we are going to take a break. So we'll see you right after this.
waste so much time. You require 16-17 minutes of the first of the game there just to be able to farm up that one item, which isn't all that strong. But I suppose over here for 4 Pirates, they went for the Abaddon because they didn't want the hard dispel against their lasso. But that's just creating an overall hyper dependency on being able to get the initiation down at the back of that lasso. And I'm not sure if OG are going to allow that, right? You have the Tiny coming in, so you have that avalanche toss. Not only now do you have the Solar Guardian, but that instant avalanche toss as soon as you come out with that lasso. And not to mention, there's no easy lasso target available either.
Yeah, and now even if you do get the lasso, you have the disruption coming out from the Shadow Demon, so that save is there. So the Batrider, every time he tries to get into that fight, you're gonna have the the breaker coming out from the Dawnbreaker. You're gonna have that, you talked about it, the Avatos back there as well, the disruption from the Shadow Demon, the Purge to slow the Batrider down, the Purge on the Abaddon here as well. This is gonna look really, I mean, even the disruption for the Abaddon, as soon as that borrowed time gets popped, boom, you hit him with the disruption, he's displaced for 3 or 4 seconds, that borrowed time is gonna do absolutely nothing. So these are, again, OG hopefully not throwing a massive caster's curse in terms of OG's draft for them. Has been known to happen. I am a great wielder of that curse, but on the other side, 4 Pirates, we'll see what the responses are going to be, because at the minute, not super impressed with the 2 heroes that they've already picked up.
Perhaps they can go for some kind of an Abaddon support, right? That for me is still a viable option, and you go for some kind of a strong carry over here. The Templar Assassin, I would say, isn't that strong of a carry in the current pool, but the Terrorblade can do pretty well. Just a natural Eye of Skadi builder to counter out the healing coming out from the Solar Guardian. Not to mention, even if you come out with the counter rotation to the Solar Guardian, you have that Sunder. But Rob, take over the punch.
There is a Pudge on the field here, so we are going to get displacement after displacement after displacement. I saw this, was it actually, let me check. I think it was, I know I've seen it a couple of days ago. Who was it that was running it? Let me go over the matches that I was casting.
It was MOUZ versus Liga, I believe, in that game number 1.
It was, yeah, and it looked okay, in the lane. It wasn't just the case of, the average pub star Pudge that likes to sit in the trees and so that XP was having an okay time. But again, you do kind of put yourself in a position that if you get that hook off, if it's not on the Dawnbreaker, you're going to find the Dawnbreaker in your face very, very soon here. The Disruptor comes out, so that is going to be one of the counters that you were talking about, that glimpsed out, really nicely played up against the Dawnbreaker. But yeah, for me, if you get a good dive hero coming through for OG that can follow up on anyone that gets Pudge hooked, this is going to be a real rough fight, I think, for the side of 4 Pirates.
And with this Disruptor pick, that also means that it's either going to be a core Pudge or an Abaddon carry. Yeah. And sure, the core Pudge with that Aghanim Scepter can counter out a lot of the healing. The Shadow Demon's illusions coming out from the Disruption isn't going to be there either, but it's still tricky because you have that Tiny. So you're not, regardless of the position of the Pudge, you're not really going to have that solid Dismember. And OG, they're just going to go for the Swen. So they are actually saying that even if you lasso us down, even if the Pudge dismembers us, that one cleave coming in from Shad is going to break through.
Yeah, this is going to be... So the one little monologue I always have about the Sven is the Sven needs a little bit of time to build up. It's not going to be like Shad on that Nature's Prophet. In the last game, you do kind of want to go Mask of Madness into the Echo Saber, then Blink, BKB, Harpoon, blah 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 blah. But it does, when you have that God Strength, the timing of the God Strength up, it is a really nice one. You get like a 30-second window. You can jump in, you can take a fight with your team, and then go back to farming. And it is again a really nice hero. It's 3 tanky heroes on the side of OG. The Pudge, if you hook any of these 3 heroes, Shadow Demon can self-destruct there as well. It's going to take time to get through, even with that Dismember. Where's the damage coming from for the rest of 4 Pirates?
I think you need a DB right now. I think you need a solid late game carry because, as you mentioned, no solid hook target. I mean, if you hook the Tiny, he can just toss you to the other side.
Yeah.
If you hook just the Swen, he just stuns you down. And if it's not the Dawnbreaker getting a hook, then he can actually come in with the Solar Guardian. So right now, 4 Pirates, they are on the back foot. And I think you need a solid carry over here if you want to be winning this game. And if you go for that solid carry, you will have to play this Pudge as a mid lane hero. And then that means that OG, their Stormstormer, is going to have such an amazing time because you have the spirits available. The Ember is banned, and I do expect the Storm Spirit to be banned out, but Stormstormer has quite the, I would say, versatile hero pool. We even saw him play with the Dragon Knight last game, and the Dragon Knight on this pool right now for OG doesn't look all that bad. It actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, and a hero that Stormstormer, you're famous for there as well. The Invoker is still there, I think, in this specific scenario. It's really nice. You get the tornadoes out that can follow up anyone that gets hooked in. You have the EMPs. You just have so much AoE that you have the control on the rest of OG. So yeah, being able to get those utility spells out will have a massive impact. We see the M Spirit, we see the Void Spirit being banned out. Like I say, Storm Spirit is still there. That dive in with the ball lightning going to be incredibly effective at chasing down both the Bat Rider and the Pudge Hook. So, and then if there is a Storm Spirit, like I said, the Disruptor can only glimpse one player back. Who's it going to be? Dawnbreaker, Storm, Tiny? Like you say, it is going to be a big choice here for all the players on the side of 4 Pirates. So we'll see how 4 Pirates, what that final pick is going to be. But at the minute, it is OG's turn, so we'll see. Are they going to lock in that Storm Spirit here? The Invoker, maybe potentially, like I say, that Dragon Knight that could follow up another big tanky boy. And what is the pick going to be for OG here? A little bit of time left. 13 seconds of reserve time, so they've got some time to think. See what his final pick is going to be. There it is. Stormstormer gets his Invoker on the board.
I think this was, as you mentioned, the Invoker. I think this is a much better pick than the Storm Spirit, because you also have the setup for the Sunstrike, right? Yeah. Coming in from that disruption. And not to mention, you can even set up for the Cataclysm. And we saw yesterday, I believe OG played the Invoker. No, it wasn't yesterday. I believe it was in a previous game where you had a Quas Vex Invoker coming out. It really seems like regardless of the build coming out from this Invoker, which facet he goes for, it's all going to work out. I mean, you ban the mana away from the Pudge, he's essentially becomes useless. The Pudge, they can't dismember, doesn't do anything in the team fight, right? And then you control the rest. They have the damage, they have the control, and for Pirates, they will come out with one of the only heroes that can actually deal against the control. It is a Lifestealer, but it's a Rob, my big question is, are they going to have the damage? You brought up that fair point earlier, and right now it doesn't seem like they'll be able to, because Lifestealer has one of the lowest base damages in the game.
Yeah, we'll see what the play is going to be here. If the Lifestealer is going to get that time, I think Otake should get a bit of a better window, because the Sven needs to farm up a little bit. So the Lifestealer is going to be able to find that farm here as well. Whether it's going to be that armlet into the Radiance build that the Lifestealer likes to go for in the current meta, it is a question that needs to be asked from Otake. But yeah, if you look at what they're going to be able to do in terms of putting Natty now on the Pudge, for the first few levels, the Invoker, if this is going to be the immediate hook rot combo coming off the Pudge, for the first couple levels, big if here, if you can find the hooks on the Invoker will struggle a little bit if he gets hooked out. But all you really need to do, you sit in that creep wave, you make it really hard for these angles to be found for the hook. So Stormstormer, again, if you can weather that first 3 or 4 levels on the Pudge, should be able to turn this lane in his favor, and that's without rotations from the supports too.
And there's a lot of supports that can actually rotate from both of these sides, right? Lelis, if he's good enough with his TP, or rather fast enough with his TP, can stop the Pudge from actually coming out ahead, even if he finds the hook. But meanwhile, on the other side, you have Pradanic, who on the Disruptor can make sure that OG don't bring in the support for Stormstormer to survive. So I think it's going to be on that mid lane. I think a lot of the tempo that 4 Pirates are looking to generate has to come off at the back of that Pudge, because you take a look at their side lanes, and as you mentioned that point about the Swen, the timing window will require quite a bit of farm. It's there for 4 Pirates too, because the Lifestealer will need farm, and so will this offlane Abaddon. And I wonder what itemization they're going to be going for, because a double Radiance surely isn't going to be the right way to go about it. So we may actually see some auras coming out from Mr. Morales.
Yeah, I would like to see a pipe there, maybe, like you said, the Crimson Guard coming through. Even just getting yourselves into a position where you can get yourself, maybe even rush up that Harpoon, so you have some initiation coming through here. But we'll keep an eye. We'll see what the builds are going to be here for the Abaddon, because that's going to be 10-15 minutes down the line. We do have a little bit more to look at now. Going to be the Dawnbreaker illusions will pop in just before they cross the river, but the wards down from 4 Pirates already in that safe part of the map. Both wards going to be on their side, so we'll see how OG want to try and do. And again, the late smoke's coming out. Are they going to try and either team look for a fight for this one? Nobody breaking off from the side of OG just yet, so maybe looking to try and make that 4-5-man rotation to the rune spot, get a first blood on the board.
They will need to be careful though, because if you get hooked in by 4 Pirates, you are going to die. At the same time, the Lifestealer has the raid, so he's not going to be susceptible to any kind of a gank. But I think OG are going to recognize the potential of the hook there, and they are going to be playing it a bit safe.
Yeah, and 4 Pirates did get 3 of the 4 bounty runes in that last game, so we'll see how it's going to go into this one. It looks like Pudge going to come down. The hook is going to be here. Hooked out Daze, so one of the tankier heroes on the side of OG, he just shrugs it off, just walks himself back into the river. There is going to be another 3 bounties, though, going the way of 4 Pirates, so we'll see if that's going to work out for them better this time around.
They do have an aggressive observer ward over on the opposite side of the river. So they see Stormer. It's actually going to give them quite a bit of vision. I think they are trying to set up for the hook. At the same time, these defensive wards, or rather, no, sorry, my bad. It was OG with a defensive ward there. So they don't actually see Stormer on that high ground.
Yeah, looking at it, it's going to be okay. Sunstrike Velocity now as well. Natty, he did go for that hook level 1, trying to get the hook in onto the rune. Again, nobody around to try and capitalize on that one. So it isn't going to be the Rot, not going to be able to do that one point blank up against Stormstormer just yet. And Stormstormer, like you say, he did go in for the Exhort. So it's going to be the Cross Exhort build coming through here as we do get Mixer trying to put a little bit of aggression out onto the Lifesteal here with that Starbreaker. But again, Ghoul Frenzy is out for the Lifestealer, so the move speed, the attack speed coming through, he can more than trade off against Mixer 1v1 in the lane in these early stages.
I think this Lifestealer is going to have a good time because he's against 2 strength-based heroes. So once you have some more levels, particularly in the open wounds, ooh, Mixer disrupted, glimpse back to his tower. But it's this Disruptor who need to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, look at this one. Otaker, though, is going to get low. The Blood Grenade does come out here as well. Otaker might be able to pull himself back. Mixer was Blood Grenaded there, too. No regen out for the Dawnbreaker. Otaker going to have that Feast, going to have that Lifesteal available, as well as one Tango, a Fairy Fire, too. So Otaker might come up just a little bit better as Daze, having to commit some of his own regen towards this Dawnbreaker.
He's trying to go for the Sunstrike, just not going to be enough damage because he expected it. Otaker actually used the Fairy Fire to heal up.
Yeah, really well played, though. Good coordination from the side of OG to try and make a play like this happen. Meanwhile, Mr. Morale, he is going to be disrupted. Natty, how's he looking in the mid lane? Finding these last hits for now, yeah, the Rot does really help him with that there as well. He did go for the Rotten Core facet, which means that, the more he's got that Rot going, the more damage he's going to do on his right clicks. And Natty, yeah, just trying to get the hooks on it. I don't know if that was trying to get onto Stormstormer, if he thought Stormstormer would right-click the creep and that hook would go through, but it is going to be a pullback and a deny here for Natty Narwhal.
Even on the top lane, OG's... And this is a lane where Shad is going to have a worse time compared to the counterpart Lifestealer. I mean, you have a Batrider who is really good at actually pushing out, or rather zoning out the carries here, and you have that Aphotic Shield coming in. So for 4 Pirates, this is looking to be an aggressive lane, and if they are able to get at least a kill off on the Swen, they are going to be on the good start, because they are playing against the clock here.
Yeah, and there is going to be that Stormhammer coming out into the disruption here. So, like you say, Sven, I mean, I suppose the good thing with the Sven, with the Sven is level 4, level 5. You're going to have a couple of points in those cleaves. You aren't as dependent on a lane as a lot of carries. You can dip yourself into that jungle. And Lelis, the Shadow Demon, are one of the best supports at making stacks here. So I think that's what they're aiming for. They just have to kind of weather the storm in the lane till around that level 4, level 5 for the Sven. And then Shad, he's going to be able to go through and get stacks on stacks on stacks in that jungle.
So far, though, no stacks being built up quite just yet. I suppose they want to get through the laning phase in one piece before they go for the stacks, because as soon as you disappear on one of your heroes and 4 Pirates know you're not there, they can potentially go for a way in, right?
Yeah.
You have the Glimpse at the ready from the Disruptor, and you have the Firefly on their Batrider, so OG need to have a strong presence in these lanes, in all 3 of these lanes.
And what are you looking at in terms of the start of... So we've seen that Shad, being pressured out. Is there a lane that OG should be looking to exert pressure on? You can see that Stormstormer stepping up across the river here in the mid lane. The hook comes through onto a creep. Is this where you think OG should be focusing their efforts once that kind of, the rotations start to come out for them?
I'm not actually sure where they can rotate in. Even towards the top lane, we have First Blood being drawn by Ariel.
Yeah, Lelis is going to go down here. There is going to be that Sunstrike coming out onto Ariel. 2 days. TP'd himself up here to try and protect his teammates, but Lelis, like you say, will fall. Ariel takes a tower shot from that one. Going to be able to shrug it off, had the heal from the wand, and it's not going to be enough to put him in kill range. While that's going on, it does mean it's a 2v1. So the Dawnbreaker in the bottom lane here, you see the Mixer already taking a lot of damage. Got to be careful while his support hero is missing from the lane.
And this is the problem for OG, Rob. I mean, you go for the TP on that tiny towards the top side. immediately 4 Pirates start to pressure this Dawnbreaker, right? If the Shadow Demon disappears from the top lane, they will pressure the Sven. So OG are very much forced to play this conservatively because you can't actually rotate, and that's where 4 Pirates have the advantage, and I think they need to increase the tempo. Similar to game number 1 where you had this requirement for OG to play fast and furious, I think 4 Pirates have much of the same requirement for them.
Yeah, I think OG, they could be in trouble here. Shad, can he get himself away from this one? It's going to be enough to get himself back to the tier 1 tower. And a Shadow Poison coming through for Lelis now as well. So Ariel got to be careful in the bottom lane now as well. Mixer gets low. The Avatars, but there's going to be the glimpse. And he's trying to get the jump away to the hammer. Mixer just barely gets away to safety. Pedanchik's going to get low from this one as well. Daze Sunstrike. Pedanchik's not going to walk himself in, so Daze is going to go down. Another kill on the board here for the side of 4 Pirates. And yeah, for all the aggression they felt in that last game, it looks like Pedanchik, he's trying to get into some good positions, trying to make things happen, and it's working here. 2 kills in 5 minutes. That's an okay start, really good start as a response to the last game for the side of 4 Pirates.
And you take a look at the last hits, the 3 cores from 4 Pirates are leading a last hit chart, so they are doing a good job at zoning out that Dawnbreaker too. And Natty's even going to find himself a regeneration rune on that mid lane because OG weren't able to bring their 2 supports to contest that power rune, but you only have the one Lelis, and now you have that hook.
Yeah, can they get the kill into Stormstorm? Stormstorm is going to try and walk himself away. Daze is going to be here, though. The Cold Snap coming out to Natty now. Well, Natty can get himself away. The Sunstrike, it might just connect. It will. Stormstormer gets the first kill on the board between the 2 mid laners. That's going to be a really nice play. He did cost rotation, so like you say, Shad, going to be put under pressure now. Gets himself back underneath the tier 1 tower. Ariel, the TP away from the Sven. Is in time. It's just not enough. He burns down in the fountain. Ariel taking tower shots, but Mr. Morale and that Fairy Fire will keep the Batrider safe. That is just so unlucky here. The Sunstrike Stormstormer, he hits that from a distance, the no scope across the map.
And this might actually open up the Shrine of Wisdom, but it's another hook.
Yeah. I think that was a glimpse back there as well from the Disruptor to set up the point-blank hook. You see, Oteka rotates over to the Shrine of Wisdom, just making sure that they can secure it for their team. But it is going to put him out of the lane for a few minutes here, just a minute or so. So it opens up for Mixer to get some farm back, maybe hit a quicker 6. While the safety of the farm is here for him in the lane.
There's a lot of heroes over on this top side. And there's a Shadow Demon behind this duo of 4 Pirates.
Yeah, and look at this one, the Infest coming through, so it's going to be Ancient Granite Golem now as well. There's going to be another death, a tiny will be glimpsed back to his doom. And this is 4 Pirates again. Great response coming through here. I think OG, they kind of recognized it in the draft. They needed to go for a little bit of a later game. Less aggressive in the early stages, and 4 Pirates really making it count with the early rotations, the early ganks.
So far though, Natty hasn't actually been the one to rotate away. I wonder how well this will work out, because with the Pudge, you can get an easy kill on the melee cores of OG, right? It's so hard actually hooking Stormstormer, but now it seems like they're bringing in the rotations on this mid lane.
And Stormstormer immediately just backs himself away. He's got Lelis here with the Invis rune, so he's going to be providing that safety buffer. They know there's a sentry down here, though. Lelis could be spotted out. The Disruption comes through now as well. Do they want to go Stormstormer with the Sunstrike as well? Ariel, just a little bit too quick off the mark here. Lelis, can he move himself forward? He's going to be in danger now. It looks like Ariel might be able to get that kill. Glimpse comes through right into the Firefly. Lelis will go down. Ariel, there's going to be the Ice Wall being dropped, so Stormstormer gets the immediate response, but that was just a little bit of missed timing there on the Sunstrike to try and get the kill on the Batrider from that Disruption.
I think they would have been able to get the kill if they were able to match that Sunstrike with the Disruption, but it was just a 1-for-1. I don't think this hurts OG all that much, but what will hurt 4 Pirates is if they don't start to make moves with the Pudge. There are 2 ways you can play the core Pudge. You either farm up for the Scepter or you go for the pickoffs, but I think this is the game where you really do need to be safe making those pickoffs.
Yeah, we see there's another Sunstrike coming out. There's going to be the borrowed time here for Mr. Morale. Just don't, he looks like he's okay. There's going to be the borrowed time coming out for Mr. Morale. It just does proc. He's going to walk underneath the tower to try and get as much health back as possible. Lelis going to be taking a lot of punishment here, though. But Anchik falls down to Stormstormer. Lelis takes down Mr. Morale. It's only going to cost them Lelis here as Oteka makes another rotation, which frees up the Dawnbreaker to hit that level 6. It is available now if a fight breaks out like this one. Dawnbreaker, or going to throw the Solar Gun, and there's going to be the Cold Snap coming out. Natty Noel can't get out of danger here in time. Ice Wall gets gets dropped. Daze gets low, but it looks like he's not going to go down just yet. One more right click from Aerial. It's going to be... no, Mixer just needs to find the vision. Will finally get it off. Daze will fall, but it puts Pedantic in danger because Stormstormer wants to go for the chase down here. Pedantic, Cold Snap out on the Disruptor. He might just be far enough away. The the Forge Spirits chasing him down, but it won't be enough to get the kill out onto the Disruptor.
That's the problem with the Solar Guardian, Rob. Once it comes out, you have no option but to run. And 4 Pirates in that narrow corridor couldn't run very far. I mean, even the Firefly ticking out at that last second, he couldn't get to the high ground that enabled OG to get all of these kills and has enabled their Swen to farm up, as well as that Dawnbreaker. 4 Pirates are actually easing up on the pressure, and this is really going to hurt them. They had a 3,000 net worth advantage a few minutes ago, but now it's in favor of OG.
Yeah, and you can see the Sven, he's going to have that Mask of Madness coming out now, so that's going to really amp up his farm speed. Stormstormer trying to get away from this one. Natty, does he have a point-blank hook coming out? Yeah, Stormstormer going to be hit. It's going to be the Dismember with 3 heroes around. This is going to be Stormstormer. No way out of this one. He just couldn't. I mean, he walked the line, got dragged back in for it. So that's a really nice rotation here. And again, 4 Pirates looking a lot more responsive in the second game. They're going to try and match OG kill for kill. And at the minute, they are coming out ahead. So, yep, net worth lead going the way of OG. You're going to have the Sven farming up. You have the Hand of Midas out for the Invoker. But as long as 4 Pirates can keep up this pace, they're going to keep themselves in the series.
That was a great kill. I mean, it was perhaps the most valuable kill you can get. It was on Stormstormer, and if you are able to disable the Invoker, you're going to be disabling a lot of the control that OG are going to be bringing in. So far, though, 4 Pirates haven't been able to mount up a lot of pressure. They will open up things quite a bit at the back of Mr. Morales being able to take down a tier 1 tower. So now they have access to the jungle. If they are able to take the mid lane tier 1 tower away from OG, then they can look towards securing the enemy jungle and perhaps making moves there.
Yeah, and look at this one as well. The Purge with the farm. Going to be able to take down a couple of the ancient stacks here, so getting his net worth up on the board. You were talking about it. He is going to go towards that Scepter. Going to be gold-wise about... After this stack, about halfway there, but he's got to be careful about playing around with this such low health. You know, if they do get vision, one good Sunstrike could finish him off. Speaking of, Day's going to be dragged back, though, in the mid lane. Do they want to try and fight this one out? It looks like it was just to try and pull them away from the rune in the river. Set this one up so the Pudge can bottle it. Yeah, even throws the hook out to make it extra safe for Natty Narwhal. Shad finding the farm in the top lane. Going to be third in the net worth. A little bit behind this Lifestealer now, who isn't too far away from that Radiance, though.
It's a pretty good timing for the Radiance. I mean, he'll have it by that 14 to 15 minute mark. It is an average timing, but all things considered, when you consider the fact that the Swen isn't doing as well as OG would have thought, if they're hitting the timings, the big question will be what Abaddon is actually making. He has the Holy Locket and has queued himself up a Drum of Endurance, so they're actually not going for the protective auras. They're actually going for the aggressive auras.
Yeah, and we'll see how much that's going to pay off here. So yeah, you see the Mr. Morale on that Abaddon playing the field medic here with the Holy Locket. Like you say, the drums is going to be able to step up even more damage. You know, just even more speed for the side of 4 Pirates, which they aren't really lacking. Lifestealer is underneath a ward though, just being spotted out Burley on O-Taker. The rotation though not coming through from Stormstormer, so just keeping an eye on their enemy but not actually trying to take a fight. OG just making sure that they know, have as much information as possible. Daze could be in a little bit of trouble. Smoke rotation coming through for the side of 4 Pirates. And is it going to be the Sven? Because again, the Sven going to be seen underneath that ward here. So Shad, got to be careful about hooks. TP coming in from Stormstormer now as well. He might try and fight that one. That hook just barely doesn't clip Shad. Needs a bigger hitbox. You know, if he was buffed up with that God Strength, then maybe, you know, the muscles were there. Maybe he drags him in. But at the minute, Shad just barely escapes the hook in.
But it's Lilith, Rob, who's going to get caught out.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the Solar Guardian off now as well, though. There's going to be the Disruption Field coming through here with the Kinetic Field out from Pedantic. Can they get the fight out? Double Storm Hammer comes through, and the drive back on the Dawnbreaker there as well. You were talking about that glimpse. It is going to be effective there. So they get the kill on Telelis. Some big spells being spelled from the side of OG and 4 Pirates, and now they're going to be able to get the Dismember onto Tiny. Tiny with the tossback, though. It's not going to be able to do anything, and O-Taker gets another kill on the board. So OG just slowed down a little bit in this game, and 4 Pirates find their opportunity to pounce, making it count.
If they want to use the Solar Guardian to counter-initiate, they need to bring in more numbers because just the 2 are not enough. And you didn't have the God Strength available for Shad. He didn't pop it in for that fight, so they couldn't actually go in. But the biggest but the biggest reason why OG couldn't fight is because Stormstormer wasn't ready on that Invoker. They need control in those team fights because 4 Pirates in the early to mid game have all the control. Perdanic just sends the Dawnbreaker back, and the kinetic field able to hold everyone in from OG. You have a Dismember, you have the Batrider, who doesn't have a Blink Dagger up yet. He will have it now, and this is when things are going to turn pretty hot for OG.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're going to be able to keep up the pace on the side of 4 Pirates, because I think with the way it's going, they're going to have a good rush time, and they're going to have a great Tormentor in the next few minutes if OG don't contest. So, they have an okay time pushing towers. They've already taken 2 out of the 3 tier 1s. But at the minute, the space they are being given, like you say, Lifestealer, he starts to hit like a truck, especially when he has those drums for the extra speed up. When he has he's going to be going for the Sanjin Yasha here too. He's going to be able to chase heroes down. And it's not even going to, it's going to be like a slasher film, right? You see the Lifestealer over the shoulder, and the gap gets smaller and smaller and smaller until he's going to be right on top of them. So how are OG going to try and deal with this one? Lelis gets that disruption out onto O-Taker. The Purge coming through now as well. Do they want to try and fight? There's no more heroes around here. Maybe that's just Lelis throwing a bit of posturing out onto the Lifestealer, but the Lifestealer not really in any danger though whatsoever.
I think they just want to slow down this Lifestealer's farm because I think OG recognized that if Swen farms up, he's going to be stronger.
Well, they get the kill into Aerial, so maybe a bit of misdirection coming through from the side of OG. They get the kill into Aerial. Natty Novel gets himself the AD rune here as well. I think he's close. Is that the Ag Scepter being flown into him? I think it is complete, yeah, on the courier now. So this might be another good time in days. Going to be limped back. The hook's going to be off the mark, though. Avalanche, it stops the Pudge from walking up. Not going to be able to get the Dismember off. Already throwing the hook out.
They do have the Static Storm. Everyone on this side has all of their ultimates up, but on the other side, you do have that Solar Guardian. And I think for OG, they need to be waiting out the Static Storm and the Glimpse before they bring in this Dawnbreaker. It really doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get it unless he picks up a Shard. So I think it's either wait out the Glimpse or pick yourself up a Shard, because that upgraded Starbreaker is able to counter the Glimpse if you're able to use it correctly. But right now, it's 4 Pirates haven't made use of their Blink Dagger. They tried, but it ended up turning it ended up with Aerial dying, actually.
Yeah, that wasn't the reveal that they were hoping for. I do like the Pudge Ags, like you were talking about, the straight pickup on that, because it does mean that the Rot is going to have the health restoration reduction, 20% on that, which means that the Solar Guardian isn't going to be as effective. Excuse me, but it's going to be the Axe counter on the Axe counter here, because Dawnbreaker, queuing that one up as the first big item and not too far away, about 200 gold from picking up. So Mixer, in fact, might have it after these stacks come out. Stormstormer, where's he looking here? Gotta be careful, not the most health, and not the highest health hero in the world anyway on this Invoker. There's a few heroes around from 4 Pirates, so Stormstormer just having to play it a little bit safer.
You have the Pavis up now for the Abaddon, as well as the Drums of Endurance and the Holy Locket. So I think 4 Pirates should just look to group up. You have the Scepter, you have the Blink. It really does seem like 4 Pirates, they have hit their key item timings for at least this early mid game, and they should stack up, go for some of those tier 2s, or maybe even pressure some of these heroes here, because Shad has been free farming for the past several minutes now, and he is going to be a very big problem for 4 Pirates if they're not careful. I mean, he has the Echo Saber alongside the Mask of Madness.
Here we go, Cataclysm coming out. That's the reveal of the Cataclysm now as well. They get the kill out onto O-Taker. Really good reveal. Mix is the one that gets the credit for the kill. Shad with a shield rune now as well. This is a big opening with no lifestealer for the side of OG. What do they want to try and do with this?
They can't fight without their Lifestealer, surely not.
And they're going to be cut off at the pass here. Natty Noel going to try and run in. This Dismember comes out onto Daze. Shad doesn't have that BKB just yet, so he is going to be glimpsed back. The toss comes through the Natty Noel. Lelis, does he have the disruption? He's going to be up in 1 second. Is he going to be dead before that comes up? Self-disrupts now, so there's going to be the God Strength coming out from Shad. Tornado. Natty Noel gets a kill out onto Lelis. Pedantic caught out on the cliff, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill. Natty Noel, the last out here onto Shad, just trying to waste some of that God Strength time here, but Aerial, does he put himself in the firing line? Mixer going to be dragged back. Pedantic trying to do what he can with that wall coming out. Mr. Morale going to be getting low now as well. Has that borrowed time if he needs it. The borrowed time, oh, it was on cooldown. I didn't see it being procced already. Mixer chase down O-Taker is going to be in this fight. He gets the Dismember out. He gets, excuse me, not the Dismember, the Infest with the open wounds, and that is going to cost the Mixer go. Not the cleanest fight for OG. Ariel doesn't have that lasso onto Shad, but it is going to be a 2-for-2-ish in terms of... If we're going to go with the overall, it's going to be a 3-for-3. Might even be a 3-for-4 in terms of OG's favor. But yeah, OG starting to show a bit more fight in this game now once these items are on board. Daze could have been in a little bit of trouble. The open wounds comes out from O-Ticker. Nothing to save him here. Try and go for the toss. But the ridge here for O-Ticker means it's only a creep that gets tossed back. And O-Ticker gets another kill out onto Daze.
All things considered, that went a lot better for 4 Pirates than I was expecting, because Otaker wasn't there for the majority of that team fight. He did come in towards the later end, but OG, despite of having a lot more control, it's surprising that they weren't able to actually box 4 Pirates in. That God Strength was only revealed on Natty, and he was able to get a kill there, move up to the high ground, and able to get a kill on the Disruptor. But I think OG need to play a bit more consolidated, play with their Invoker, have their Shadow Demon at that backline. I'm not too sure what he was doing there playing so aggressive, because you already do have the Initiators, right? You have the Tiny that can go in with the Blink, your Swen can be positioned towards the front line, and Mixa has a Scepter. So you will have the initiation you want. I think your supports need to be more patient.
Yeah, I think it's going to hinge on the BKBs coming up for OG, because the displacement, the replacement, let's call it here, is you get another kill onto Ariel. We're just so on point. The positioning for the side of 4 Pirates, the kinetic fields, the drag back with the glimpse, the lasso, the pudge hook there as well. It was just so well played to make this fight drawn out as long as possible for O-Taker to get back alive and get back into it. And that's what, like you say, that's exactly what he did. He was in, he got kills, he had some pressure. And OG, without those BKBs, were just too crowd controlled in that fight. So I think Shad's already mostly towards, in fact, he's just picked his BKB up. Like I say, that shard for Mixer will be a nice pickup. In fact, just going to go straight BKB for the Dawnbreaker here there as well. And that's going to be when you see the OG fights be a little bit more effective, because they are being crowd controlled here the past couple of engagements.
I think they're going to have a much better time now that they have the BKB on the Swen, and you also have an Aegis. So 4 Pirates, I think they're not going to have much of a choice. They will have to wait this out. They will have to avoid fights, perhaps even give up some of their tier 2 towers, because the power spike from the Lightstealer isn't that strong, and not to mention Natty with the Scepter isn't going to be doing anything to that Swen when you have that BKB online. And not to mention, like you said, Mixer with the BKB as well, right? Those are huge power spikes coming up from OG. And 4 Pirates, I'm afraid they don't have a lot of room here. I mean, against an Aegis, if you wait these next 5 minutes, which you should, OG are going to be a lot stronger, because they'll have all the farm in the world. They also can move in towards the opposing side's jungle. It really feels like their lineup is coming together nicely.
Yeah, and just to rub it in a little bit, they did go for the Tormentor on the side of 4 Pirates, and it was the Batrider that got the shard. I think one of the worst, if not probably the worst shard in the game you can get from the Tormentor.
Oh, man. I mean, the Disruptor getting it would have been so much better, right? Because you can throw the Thunderstrike down onto a ground. It's a ground-targeted ability once you have that shard up. So then you get that information, maybe even an additional way to find the glimpse. But OG are on the prowl, and they are hunting. And at least they'll be able to pick up a tier 1 tower for their trouble, if nothing else. Yeah,
O-Taker's got to be careful here. He's inside that golem, and are they going to try and make a... No, they're not even going to... Okay, so this is a bit of push-pull coming out from the side of OG. Smoke coming out from the side of 4 Pirates, but you can see that OG, they've got to smoke themselves, and they've already backed themselves away. Chad, smoke breaks here. Did you want to try and go? There could be the Stormhammer coming out with the God's Strength. Look at this one, just to release Mr. Morale's health pool now as well. Not use that BKB because he's had the Aegis. Lelis on the low ground though. Did he want to try and get in? Help the teammate out. O-Taker, he's just waiting menacingly that Lelis to come out of that disruption. The blink comes in. Stormhammer once again. There's going to be the Solar Guardian coming through. There is going to be that ultimate coming out from the Disruptor. It doesn't really matter though. Dismember trying to do what he can. Chad again. He has the Aegis, so he doesn't even need to pop the BKB. Stormhammer comes out onto O-Taker. O-Taker going to be chased down. Can they get the kill onto the Pudge? The Pudge going to be stopped on the TP with the Avalanche out really nicely to try and change objectives here. And that's going to be... Was that the BKB used? It was here. Mr. Morale going to be chased down. He's already used that borrowed time. O-Taker stops the farm. They have got to be careful they don't get caught out. Ariel on the high ground here with a Firefly, but Daze is hunting, has that Blink Dagger back up. He's got the Avatar's combo there as well. He's just going to be the bodyguard to make sure they can get a tier 1 tower from this one. They don't spend an Aegis, they spend the level 9, excuse me, the 9-second BKB, never mind level 9, 9-second BKB for the Sven. But they get a good couple of kills and an objective from this on the side of OG.
And we really saw the weakness of the Pudge Scepter against the BKB, right? Just unable to actually do much, or if anything at all. And OG just simply capitalized. Once again, they're going to go in, Rob.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get another kill to the Disruptor. The Glimpse comes out, but he goes down first here. Daze might go down in return, but that's going to be more fun. In fact, they're going to be able to get the kill into Aerial with this meatball flying across him here. The Bite Rider needs the shield, needs that protection coming out from the Abaddon. I think that was the Holy Locket they used as well to keep Aerial somewhat healthy. But you can see OG starting to spring these traps now, starting to come into their own, and starting to have the momentum on the backs. 5k net worth lead, only 1 kill behind, 25 minutes into this game.
4 Pirates are once again staring at the wall, and I hope they don't start trying to ram their way in, because these forced engagements from their side really don't work out. You need your lasso online if you want to be fighting. You need your static storm as well, and just running at the other side isn't going to be good enough, because OG have those global spells. You have the Sunstrike and the Cataclysm. You have the BKB. You have the Aegis. You have so much to fight with.
You have well, it's not a dead Natty now. Well, yeah, he's going to be forced to pop his own BKB. The Sven comes in, though. Doesn't have the God Strength used just yet. And the hook, it connects to a creep, and now the God Strength comes out. And again, still got the Aegis for another 40 seconds on Shad. So Shad looking to spend this one. O-Taker, the Rage is going to be here. It's going to be wearing off in a second or so. Do you want to carry on fighting this one out? And it looks like the BKB came out from that Sven Aegis, so it's going to give him some regen back. Cataclysm thrown out. Not even really needed. Those heroes were dead first. And Shad picking them up. Disruption through the borrowed time. So Mr. Morale's going to be coming back with no safety net. He is dead and buried, and they look like they want to take another tier 2. In fact, look at this one. The cold snap into the tornado. Disrupt is going to be the next one on the chopping block. Infest going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but that's going to be the avalanche coming through, and it keeps O-Taker in the place. So with a kinetic field static storm, that Aegis will pop. Buyback comes through from Mr. Morale as well. Daze, he's not going to go down just yet. It's going to be the disruption that keeps him alive, and now the force staff away. Stormhammer out on the lifesteal. Lifesteal has that rage up in 3 seconds. Oh, Shad, does he want to try and stand his ground with this one? Mr. Morale, you've got to realize this is a dieback if he goes down. Shad trying to run himself away. Jump forward. It's going to be the offensive, Infest coming through here. Mixer might go down to the neutrals, that open wounds. Okay, no. It's going to be protected up by Lelis.
He might actually get chased down here if he's not careful. No, he'll be able to walk away, but that was an expensive engagement for 4 Pirates. I mean, they had to go for the buyback.
Yeah.
But they still ended up losing 4 heroes for it, because the Pudge chose to go in an overzealous way and was forced to activate his BKB much earlier on. And when you saw Aerial go in for the lasso, coincidentally, that's the exact same time that the Swen went in. And all that happened was Aerial got cleaved down in half.
It was pretty darn rough, and this is going to get so much better for Shad. He is about 600 gold, 650 gold away from the Daedalus. You thought God Strength was bad? You thought the damage of Sven was output? Wait until these 1,000 damage crits start to come out in these fights as well. Heroes, they're just going to disappear. Speaking of disappearing, though, Aerial has the lifesteal infesting him. He's going to be able to get a lasso out onto the Dawnbreaker. The Tornado comes through, though. The Rage is here for the lifestealer. It's going to be the Solar Guardian being cast out by Mixer. They turn this one around. They lose Aerial. They lose Pedantic. They might even lose Mr. Morale again. He has that borrowed time coming through, but there's so much control and no magic protection, no magic immunity here for the Abaddon. The Abaddon's got that TP. Is it going to be in time? He couldn't even get it off. He's straight up dead. No-Taker has to run himself away from this one. The Pudge is already away too. This is another big opening for the side of OG.
4 Pirates, they chose the worst possible target to go on, because Mix's BKB has been here for quite a while. It's now down to about a 7-second BKB, and what is your contingency? What stops Mixer from just popping that BKB and using the Solar Guardian on their ally? He could have exited the fight, but OG, they saw the perfect opportunity to actually turn it around, and they just dropped down the Cataclysm. The 4 Pirates lost 3 heroes without the Swen even having to come in that fight.
Yeah, and now the Sven, he does have that Daedalus up. He's going to go towards the Harpoon. You know, his BKB's down to 7 seconds himself, but it is here if you want to throw it out. Natty, the smoke's going to break. It's just going to be immediate. Stormhammer comes through here. He does have the TP. Do they have the damage? Nope. Okay, so the Sven did get glimpsed back. He wasn't able to get the right clicks off. Daze, though, they're going to make a big move. There's going to be the Solar Guardian coming through. They lose Pedantic once again. Aerial can get back to the high ground with the Firefly. But this is still going to be, again, 2 heroes dead on the side of 4 Pirates. So OG, again, they had a bit of a slower start, but they drafted for that slower start, and they weathered that 4 Pirate storm, and they are making it count now. A 10k net worth lead, 24 kills in 29 minutes. This is looking really good. And OG, again, not trying to throw a cast of curse on them, but they are looking in control in the second game and the series as a whole.
And as 4 Pirates to go for a smoke, the Lifestealer is there. They may be able to find a wraparound here, Rob.
Let's see where they want to go. It's going to be the TP away here. Stormstormer didn't TP too far. Avatar comes out, but Otake are going to be able to get the kill onto Daze. Do they want to go for a little bit more here? The lasso is up if they can find a target. We can see the OG. They break the glass in case of emergency. Yo, they are out of there. And it's only going to be a support Tiny that they get the pickoffs from for that smoke gank.
You know, the problem is... Oh, wait. I'll have to hold that thought because they might actually find Stormstormer.
Yeah,
This is a big kill.
He does have a BKB, going to be able to get it off. The Dismember is here, though. Is there going to be a response here in time? Stormstormer throws that tornado. The Ice Wall comes out here, too. Has the Blink Dagger in 2 seconds, and the hook, it will not connect. Stormstormer with the Ghost Walk will be able to get out. Going to cost him a BKB charge. It's his biggest BKB charge, too, but he gets himself out alive.
That would have been such a good kill for 4 Pirates if they were able to find it. But again, no response for the BKB, right? It just comes out, and you don't have the follow-up damage to actually take the magic immune target down inside of that dismembered duration. So there's not a whole lot of room to play with for 4 Pirates, and their high ground defense at the back of that punch isn't looking too strong because you have that Solar Guardian. Even if he gets a deep hook in, OG are going to be on top of him before 4 Pirates can actually do much.
And if they win another fight here, they are smoked up on the side of OG. They might be looking for Otake, who's going to be revealed. They don't know what's behind him, though. They have the chance because Roshan is back up, so there's multiple objectives on the map here that OG can go for. If they win another fight, it's going to be the Ghost Strength coming in. Yeah, to get right on top of Narwhal. The Cataclysm comes out now as well. They just delete that Narwhal, and now they're going to be able to make a move. That's going to be an early borrow time coming out of the Abaddon. By the time the disruption was up, look at this one, the backlines. Supports go down, and now Mr. Morale, he's going to be cleaved down by Shad. Shad hitting the big crits, the big number crits here, and they just might be able to go. That's again, it's not the dieback death for Mr. Morale, but he isn't going to have a buyback for this fight. It might cost 4 Pirates a tier 3 tower.
I think it's going to be a full lane of barracks. I mean, the Budge used the BKB right before he went down, so he's not exactly going to have that. And Shad, like you mentioned, Daedalus, sure you need 1,000 damage critical strike inside of your God Strength, but even outside of the God Strength, you're still able to deal massive crits, right?
Do you want to know what the crit was on that Abaddon to get the kill?
How much?
1,677 damage.
Oh, that is rough. That is rough. And that's partly why this Abaddon, we saw him pop out the borrowed time from the get-go, right? Because even he realizes that if he doesn't use the borrowed time, I don't even think it procs on him before he goes down.
Yeah, he just dies if he gets crit like that. That is just like the balloon just gets popped here. Roshan is going to roar. This is going to give it away to the side of 4 Pirates. They are going to smoke up, try and make a response happen. But this might be a bait-in from OG because they back themselves away from the Roche Pit as soon as that roar comes out.
There's a 5-man smoke as well. They want to actually wrap around 4 Pirates from the high ground.
Oh, look at this one. Do they have vision? That smoke's going to break here. Ariel on the low ground. It looks like the Watcher might see them. Do they make a move? Because there is a lifestealer inside that Bat Rider. Stormstormer's got to be careful, but Ariel doesn't make the jump. Sunstrike comes out. Not going to connect here. Daisy walks himself up. Smoke's going to break here for him, too. He might just see Pedantic. He gets that avalanche off. The ward goes down now, too. I'm hearing the God Strength. Who do they want to try and go on here now? Stormstormer hits the tornado onto the supports now. It looks like it's going to be Natty Noah once again being dismembered himself by the Sven. Disruption comes out now. I think I was on the Sven just to try and keep him in this fight. The BKB is going to be here. Otaker being deleted by these right clicks. Can they get the damage off to get the kill? He's going to try and lifesteal his way through this one. It's not going to be enough. They take down another 4 heroes. They are on the chase to make it a full 5-man wipe. Pedantic, the toss comes out. He is dead and buried too. There's a 1600 damage crit. They don't even need the Roshan. No buybacks on the side of 4 Pirates. This might be, what am I hearing? Is that the Fat Lady? She might be singing this game. It might be over.
I don't think there's much that 4 Pirates can do to come back from this. I mean, I don't even think there's anything they can do to stop OG from hitting the tier 4s. They're just going to go for it without the Roshan even by their side. They will go for the tier 3s first for good measure, but it's half of their heroes on those tier 4s, and OG recognize just how weak of a hero the core Pudge is, particularly if he doesn't have that snowball start. So you have Shad, who just jumps on the Pudge each and every single time they have, and once you have a Swen on top of you, there isn't a single hero in the game that can actually withstand the amount of damage that he puts out. Even Stormstormer, this chooses not to control 4 Pirates, but to actually enable his Swen with that alacrity in those team fights, and it's looking kind of over, Rob. I'm not too sure if 4 Pirates can actually contest against this OG, this version of an OG that I think everyone in the Dota universe has been waiting for so long, and we finally have it.
Yeah, this is going to be another Aegis going the way of Shad here. Lelis gets himself that Roshan banner left, with there only being a tier 2 and a tier 3 tower left before those tier 4s in the top lane for the side of 4 pirates. I think I know where OG might be heading next, and this is going to be such a... because what's your high ground defense here? You've got the Firefly for the Batrider, can cut waves like this one. Maybe the kinetic field, you've got the rot from the Pudge, but you know, the Firefly and the rot means you have to be point blank in the wave. You have to reveal yourself, and yo, this high ground defense, it's not the strongest for the side of 4 pirates, so we'll see how this is going to go on as they... looks like they get the scouts out on the Batrider now too. Batrider got to get himself through the gate. It looks like he might be able to. Daze isn't going to be chasing the Batrider out here because they've got bigger fish to fry. They've got towers to take down on the side of OG. They take down the tier 2. Do they want to go for mega creeps here? Do they want to try and end this one with this Aegis in their grasp? It looks like OG, that's exactly what they're grouping up for.
And it's going to be so difficult, right, to fight against this. I mean, it's just one lane of barracks. Right now, all Shad really needs to do is pop that Godfriend and hit the tier 3s. You don't even have the... oh, rather, you don't even have the glyph. It's on a 3-minute cooldown, so that means that all you need to do, pop that Godfriend, take mega creeps, secure yourself this series.
And look at this one, Sven's going to throw that Stormhammer. Actually gets a stun out onto the Pudge there as well. Natty now, well, there's going to be no follow-up. Harpoon drive back onto that infested creep now. It looks like they want to try and make a move. Shad just backs himself up. They still got this Roshan banner, so the creeps, you know, as long as you don't get pulled back behind the racks, will still be alive. And there goes Shad. He's going to jump himself in the cataclysm, comes out now as well. Natty now, well, he just barely survives. Borrowed time pops immediately here by that Abaddon, and do they want to try and fight this one at Oteka? He's just going to lose his life without being able to do anything in this fight, and again, he's got no buyback into this one. Shad, he just wants to carry on going in. They're going to be able to lose Mr. Morale now. Natty Noah going to be next on the chopping block. The Harpoon drags him back in. 4 heroes dead. Do they want to make it a full 5-man? They're going to dive the fountain for this one. OG, they are feeling themselves. It's going to TP away from the Disruptor, trying to deny them that full 5-man wipe, and it looks like they have the damage to get this one before the Ancient breaks. No, just barely not able to claim that full 5-man, but they do get the series. Stick it on a mixtape because it is a wrap here for the side of OG.
Two very clean games coming out from OG. I mean, they played it cool, calm, and collected, recognizing the strength of their lineup, the strength of the heroes that they were playing with, enabling each other, waiting patiently. Despite of the lack of patience from some of the earlier team fights, they actually improved upon that. Lelis was waiting on the back lines in that last team fight as well, and this is looking like the OG that I am hopeful to see, because Stormer, Daze, Lelis, you have such talented players, Mixa and Shad too, and I do think that if OG continue to play like this, they're actually going to have a phenomenal lower bracket run. We may even see them making it all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, I am, you know, I'll be waiting there on Sunday for that Grand Finals cast. I think it's going to be me and Snare on that, so, you know, maybe I am going to be seeing OG once more. On the other side, to give props to 4 Pirates here in the second game, I think they recognized weaknesses in the draft. You know, they tried to play it a little bit quicker. They tried to play the heroes a little bit more to their style, and it was working in the early game. They couldn't keep that momentum up, but, you know, props to them to adapt him from that first to second game, and it is their elimination here, but, again, that's lessons to be learned. You know, they're going to be able to take excuse me, that knowledge forwards and improve next time here in CCT. And okay, they couldn't close it out this time, but you know, looking forward to seeing these players grow even more and seeing what they can do next time around.
Hopefully they have a better time next time. I mean, they've been having a lot of success in some of the other tournaments out there. Over at CCT, things changed quite a bit, right? Because you even see it, all of the 4 invited teams, they dropped down to the lower bracket within that first round, right? And 4 Pirates are going to be joining Passion UA as the second invited team to be eliminated from this series number 4.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for the series, but it's not going to be it for the day. Tultrus, I do believe you're locked in for all 3 series, but first, we are going to take a break, so we'll let you have a little bit of a rest before the next series starts, and we're going to be back here with the second series right after this break.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's go for a spin! Come on!
Prepare for battle.
Yeah. What? Quit your mumbling. Roger. Ah, right. Affirmative. What's that?
30 seconds
Speak
to
up.
battle.
Deploying. Yes, sir. Bingo.
The battle begins.
Trajectory confirmed. So much for being retired. What's that? Yes, sir. Rotating. Wilco. All systems nominal. Diverting. What's that? Affirmative. What's that? Engaging. Engaging. I wonder if this thing can do a barrel roll. Maneuvering. Sir. Heads up! What's that? Roger. Denied. Speed up. To hell and back. Deploying. First blood. Open fire. Maneuver. I think I can raise my altitude now. Wilco. Got my bearings. Sir! Affirmative. Bingo! Yes, sir! What's that? Repositioning. Come here, you! Youngin'. Clear hot! All systems nominal. Ah. Sir! What's that? Quit your mumbling!
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah. I'm under attack! Rotating! Yeah, denied. What? Yes, sir! What's that? Trajectory! Where's my pension? Come on! Diverted! Yeah. What's that? Affirmative. Sir! Ga. Mine! Incoming! Bingo! What's that? Hostile identified. Quit your mumbling. And they call me old-timer. What? Expect some challenge. Attack! Yes, sir. Maneuvering. Deploying. Repositioning. Turn and burn. Rotating. Ah, damn it. Yes, sir. What's that? I am the friendly sky. All systems nominal. Trajectory confirmed. Come on. Speed up.
Dire structures are fortified.
Wilco. Got my bearings. What's that? Yeah. Repositioning. Deploying. Come on. Quit your mumbling. Fangs out. Trajectory confirmed. What's that? Got my bearings. What's that? Bingo!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Ah, damn it! I ain't old yet! Yes, sir! Not yet! All patched up. Come on, you whippersnapper! Speak up! Where's my pension? Sir!
The enemy's middle tower has been destroyed. Your top tower tower is under attack.
Yes, sir. What? Dodge this. I have killing spree. Force maneuvering.
Plagued me long enough.
Rotating. Sir. All systems nominal. I dare you to run. Reposition. I must attack.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Fire! Quit your mumbling. Bang, bang, bang! What's that? Engaging.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Wilco. Yeah. Bingo. What's that?
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
Speak up! Ah. Affirmative! Oh, hell
Is under attack.
my bearings. What's that? Yes, sir! Rotating. Yes, sir. Diverting. Maneuvering. What's that? Style identified. Trajectory confirmed. Quit your mumbling. This boat still has a few surprises in her. Affirmative. What's that? Ah! Killing spree! Oh, hell yes. Engaging! Rotating. Ah,
Your top tower is under attack.
gonna break your feet. Diverting. What's that?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Repositioning. Yes, sir. Ah. Maneuvering. Yes. Come on. All systems nominal.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes, sir. Incoming! Got my bearings. There I get from up here. Fangs out! Come here, you!
Your top tower is under attack.
What's that?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
What's that?
Dire structures are fortified.
Stay out of my... Oh, nothing. Wilco.
Your top tower is under attack.
Artillery confirmed. Rotating. Think I caught an updraft. What's that? Ah, nothing.
A soldier's fortune.
Come on. Got my bearings. Ah,
Your middle tower is under attack.
locked and loaded.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quit your mumbling. Maneuvering.
Regeneration.
What's that? All systems nominal. Repositioning. What's that? What's that? Up and away! Yes, sir! Affirmative. Come here, you! Dive first! Speak up! Black King Bar!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Roger! Yes, sir! Here goes nothing! What? Hey!
Adapt. Discover what lies beyond. Killing spree. Burst.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
That wasn't even good ammo! Rotating! Come on! What's that? Maneuvering. Deploying.
Your middle
What's that?
tower is under attack.
Diverting. Sir. The sky's the limit, I think. Wilco. Speak up. Kill confirmed.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes, sir. Trajectory confirmed. What? Yes, sir. What's that?
Killing spree.
I'm under attack.
Your bottom tower. tower has fallen.
Repositioning. 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 Reposition Quit your mumbling.
Your bottom
Affirmative.
tower is under attack.
What's that? All systems nominal. Yeah. What's that? They're like ants from up here. Yes, sir! Trajectory confirmed. Quit your mumbling. Yes, sir! And they call me old-timer! Got my bearings.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
What? Bingo!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ah! Right. Double damage! What's that? Sir! Fox! Mortality! Ah, ferret! Ah, just been a red wallet. Diverted! Think I caught an updraft! Whistle! Rotating! Sir! My attention! Come on! I'm under attack! Right! All systems
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
repositioning. Gonna break your weak! Firing What's that? Wilco! Yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes, sir! through the... Roger! Incoming! Got my bearings. Bang, bang, bang! Come on! I'm under attack! Satanic! I
In the flame. Monster kill.
Quit your mumbling! Diverting! And loaded! This monster boat still has a few surprises in her! Speak up! Attack! What's that? Yes, sir! What's that? That's the biggest!
Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
All systems nominal.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
There goes nothing. What's that? Affirmative. Reaper's dodge this. What's that? Ah! confirmed. Sir,
Your middle tower is under attack.
come on.
Your
All
middle
systems
tower is
nominal.
under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Diverting. Wilco. Yes, sir. Sir. Yeah. Deploying. Quit your mumbling. Yes, sir.
Many grave is hidden in these woods.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
Immortality.
I was on the ground for a second there. Ah, that... Repositioning.
如何呢？又能怎？如何呢？又能怎？
Affirmative. What's that? What's that? Roger. Firing and forgetting. What's that? Rotating.
Your top tower is under attack.
What?
Your top tower has fallen.
Maneuvering.
Radiant structures are
What's that?
fortified. Top tower has fallen.
Forgetting. Watch this. Got him. What's that? Quit your mumbling. Come on, and bear. Speak up. Yes, sir. Turn it back. Deploying.
Dire structures are fortified.
Necrophos, when you already have a DK and whatnot, and the Dawnbreaker, is you're not having anyone to focus on, right? Like, there are no easy kills outside of the support over here for Yellow Submarine, and especially versus the Timber. So I feel like Necrophos is one of the few heroes that can actually reliably finish him off. So I don't hate this. The Storm, probably my personal preference, but Necro is also just really good versus the Timber.
I am wondering what MOUZ have as far as the carry goes. You want a Nullifier builder, you can't go for the Snork because there are just so many counters. Necrophos does well, Disruptor does well, Dragon Knight and Dawnbreaker are too difficult to take down if you're the Snork. So who do you actually pick if you go for the Terror Blade? I mean, it's the potency
I don't think you can go for the
of the Static Storm plus the Reaper's Scythe that is going to be an issue for MOUZ irrespective of what they pick, because Yellow Submarine, this is a very calculated Necrophos pick because they have actually banned out the Lifestealer, so you're not going to have that natural BKB going into some of those team fights.
Honest,
it will have to.
Even the Abaddon ban as well just removes so much in terms of just having, maybe even if you don't have someone who can focus down the Necrophos, having someone who's reliant on sustained damage over time is the other way to work around it, right? You're substituting damage over time with damage over time, and you're relying on the idea that Buck and Timbersaw, by the nature of their spammable abilities, can continue to come back in. But MOUZ doubled down on the spam, right? MOUZ come through with the Gyrocopter. There's a lot of magic damage, so not quite the builder of a Nullifier, but it's really good magic damage versus the Necrophos in the early phase of the game. I have to say though, Doltrus, I don't think this is going to be a late game victory for MOUZ the way this is going. Necrophos is also playing on that position 1, so you've got a DK in the mid lane, Necro actually going up against the Timber.
It's very difficult for MOUZ to actually stack up, particularly towards late game. I mean, you consider the Gyrocopter as a late game carry. The Dragon Knight actually holds his own because you have such a high attack range as a Dragon Knight. You have a high armor. You have a disable. You also have a Breath of Fire. We can't underestimate the value of the damage reduction that the Breath of Fire actually does in that late game. More than a 30% damage reduction
on the
is
flat
pretty
cannon, no
significant.
less.
Exactly, and that also reduces the amount of heal the Gyrocopter is going to be bringing in when he has that Satanic. So it's a lot of things going in their favor, right? You have the Reaper side too, and there isn't a natural Nullifier builder on the side of MOUZ. The Buck is the only one that can actually go for it, and it's going to have to come at the back of him, shifting away from the magical build and going for a version of the physical build, which isn't something that the Puck ideally wants to be doing because it comes with a lot of risk. So I do think Yellow Submarine have gotten the better of this draft. It does come with a bit of cheese because you have a Necrophos, and a lot of it will depend on
nothing like a good slice of cheese, Telchis. Let's be frank. If you think that you have like a nice last pick turnaround, that's all a part of Dota. I appreciate this so much, especially because the other thing is, what are the supports gonna do to this Necro? Dark Willow, really good versus Necro. You know what? Fair enough. Actually, in the early game can be a serious problem. Solo kill potential as well. Or if not solo, at least, kill with a +1 potential. But outside of that, Chen's not touching this Necro.
To be fair, Chen doesn't want to be touching anyone, right?
Fair enough.
I think that what the Chen can do though is bring in the neutral creep, bring in the Centaur, provide the disable for the Timbersaw to come in and deal the pure damage, because pure damage also does very well against the Necrophos, right? Won't be able to heal against that, and the Necrophos has a natural weakness when he activates that Ghost Shroud because he gets hit by the movement speed, the self slow. So when he's slowed down by that 25%, it will give MOUZ a kind of opening for the 4.5 second duration of it to be able to take the Necrophos down. My big concern, though, is you have so much counter initiation. You have the Disruptor. You have the Dawnbreaker that can come in with a Solar Guardian. And I'm not sure if they will be able to overpower the heal of this Necrophos.
And don't forget the Dusk, man. Like, the Snowball as well, just buying you an extra few seconds. It's...
Who's going to make the urn or the vessel? Because it is a key item for MOUZ. There's no vessel builder on their side.
Maybe a Dark Willow. Maybe. And look at how aggressive Yellow Submarine is getting. They really want to fight over here. It might be Janter to be caught off. You do have the kinetic field, potentially even the glimpse used now. The body blocks necessary, they will be found, but a 4-man blood grenade will be negated by a good ice shard. Janter's a goner, but look at the damage. This is absurd. Tomato could turn around with a double. Keep an eye out for Copy as well up above, but the sticks are what helped them and saved them for now. Bottega in... He's in a bit of a need for speed, Deltrus. I don't think he's going to live over here. And maybe this has gone worse for the Yellow Submarine camp.
It's not that bad. I mean, it would have been bad if the Necrophos actually survived. Him actually dying over there, splitting the goal between 4 heroes isn't all that bad because they're not really going to gain much from that. It's the experience that does go in favor of MOUZ slightly, but I think it's going to be overall a very evened out exchange, all things considered. I'm not too sure about
3 bounties as well. Just checked that. For the dire side.
That certainly does favor Yellow Submarine then in the end. But again, not by much. The biggest thing that will favor them is this laning phase, right? When you take a look at some of the heroes here, the Tusk plus the Dawnbreaker versus a Chen and a Gyrocopter. And this Chen, as much as you would like to hype up Celery on the Chen, doesn't exactly feel like a strong hero. I mean, if he gets blocked in by the shards, he's going to die.
It's also one of those things where it feels like just by having such an incredibly aggressive lane, Chen feels more uncomfortable to send his creeps to contest the runes. To be fair, not as needed when there's a Dragon Knight in front of you. Difference, I mean, could even opt to not even go for a bottle if he wants to, but yeah.
Right, Inferno's going to take quite a bit of damage to the Satyr as well as the Flak Cannons, but I don't think it's going to be all that much. I mean, the thing about the Tusk is you need a few levels before you can actually get that aggressive potential, right? You need either the Shards or the Snowball, or maybe even the Shards and the Tech Team. So there is a bit of window for MOUZ to play over on their safe lane with. Meanwhile, mid lane, oh man, every time I have a Dragon Knight, I feel like the analysis becomes just a bit stale and boring because there's not much to talk
like the
about.
hero.
Yeah, exactly, right? There's not much to talk about the Dragon Knight. I mean, difference,
Gopi
high
just-
armor, high HP.
Gopi just stopped him from getting a single last hit underneath that tower from 7 creeps.
Oh man, that's
That's a difference maker right there. Hey!
he does have a few denies on.
You need to
difference, though, so
acknowledge my bad
in
jokes,
the-
Douglas.
No, it's been overused. Difference a difference maker, difference to playmaker, but it's
Janta has to be
Janta who
careful
might
of it here because Bottega, who's trying to pursue up, is going to have himself 1 more death pulse, and with the right click, it's enough. Janta's gone. Boom's not feeling too happy over here either. He's still going to be a-okay.
No glimpse available. But again, Yellow Submarine, laning phase, they are super strong because there is no way to actually take down this Necrophos, so which means Zakoda is the only target, but he's such a risky target to go in on.
Well, he's just been glimpsed back right now. Boom, good damage being dealt, and Jantar's hoping for a response onto Zakoda. Boom will be able to stay alive with a quick salve. Zakoda can't say the same for him. Boom will be forced to go back though, all the way to base and the Walk of Shame. Slightly easier with the Timber Chain, but not too much so.
Has the boots of speed as well, so he shouldn't lose out on too much. But overall, a good and nice exchange being found by MOUZ, despite of that being Yellow Submarine's move. The Timber is quite tanky, so perhaps Yellow Submarine should focus their efforts on the Willow instead of the Timber.
What do you think the DK build should be in this game?
I think if you want initiation, you go for the Blink Dagger, but initiation isn't something that's really lacking from their side because you have the Glimpse and the Tusk, natural heroes to initiate with. So perhaps Difference could actually go for a Mage Slayer, or the third option is always going to be that Orchid against the Puck.
Bottom lane, at the very least, Tomato's having a good time.
Does need to keep the lane equilibrium too in his favor though.
It's kind of hard with the Flat Cannon being spammed.
Yeah, and I suppose that you do have to give a bit of credit to Yellow Submarine who are forcing out that Flat Cannon constantly. But right now, Infernal and Immorales are actually on a lot of HP, and they might just go in if they find someone.
Well, the shards being missed makes it a lot harder, but that's always a tough choke point to be fighting back from as a Chen. Infernal as well, with 20 magic wand charges, is much tankier than you might believe.
This Satyr does a whole lot in the laning phase. I mean, the 2.5 times multiplier of the mana burn, or actually make it 3 times of a mana burn coming out as the Chen. I believe he went for the Satyr facet. Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah. Difference is doing surprisingly well in lane now, actually. 11 denies on him is very good, and obviously you're going to have some advantages as a melee hero, but this is still some impressive stuff.
Is still missing a few of the lost hits, but actually found to track it down. Kopiwara needs to be... I think needs to be careful. I think no matter what you do against a Dragon Knight, you can't actually
Dakota could find
bring his
Janter there with a
HP
good
down.
glimpse. There is a chance, and that glimpse will be right back into the arms of Bottega. Bottega will pursue forward. Their only real response is a salve, and Boom trying to answer back on his own. And Bottega, well, he dodges, but the splinters from the Timber Chain will keep him slowed down. Janter's going to have that Bramble Maze coming off cooldown in a couple of seconds, but they don't feel comfortable fighting back into the Thunder Strike. Dakota, well, the Bramble Maze here, a long-range Shadow Realm right-click could keep him honest. It doesn't come through.
You do have, I mean, you do have Yellow Submarine trying to change up targets, but it's so hard against the Willow as well, now that I think about it. I mean, this lane for Yellow Submarine isn't going to be going as well as I initially expected, and Timado is doing such a great job, like you mentioned earlier, at actually just zoning out this aggressive off lane from the side of Yellow Submarine. He is also at the top of that lost hit chart, so this is right now an even game. The only problem is Yellow Submarine losing out on aggression doesn't actually hurt them as badly as you would think, because their transition to the mid game is also going to be quite smooth.
Soldier, so I'm going to ask you a stupid question in a bit, depending on whether we have a fight over here or not. Tusk hasn't skilled his third skill point. He's got the Ice Shard and the tag team right now. Why is he saving it? Well, maybe we can get that answer later on. Celery's rotation up towards the top lane will be giving them a chance, and that chance is very well used. One of the most difficult creeps to deal with, the Harpy Stormcrafter. Crazy spammable chain lightning damage. You get yourself off 2 of those, and you're already looking at 280 damage early on is really oh so much. If we're trying to put that early level 6 to use in the mid lane in the meanwhile.
Nice rotation by Celery. I mean, like you pointed out, he can't actually do much with the rotation on the mid lane, so instead he's going to go towards the top lane where the Necrophos is vulnerable, but well, Yellow Submarine, they want a response.
Merle's rotation is going to be important. They do have the glimpse over here, but will they be able to get the snowball in time? The shards come through, snowball unnecessary, so it's a nice trade-off, but it doesn't feel like Yellow Submarine will be entirely happy with this 1-for-1. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Celery could be making them a lot happier. Difference is coming through. A couple more right clicks and the Breathe Fire is enough. Not just that, but Tomado's greed for that Wisdom Rune is going to be punished. Infernal pursues, and even with the rotation coming up from the Disruptor, the Tomato will not be able to do anything in this situation. And that's a big window now for Yellow Submarine.
That's the big difference, right? Not the Dragon Knight tea time. It is the Chen when he faces up against an early game rotation. When 3 heroes come out, it really seems like Chen doesn't add that much to a team fight, particularly when you're going to go for an objective contest like the Shrine of Wisdom.
Top lane. In the meanwhile, though, it's Copy who's trying to add a lot to this team fight, or maybe this beatdown. 3 heroes rotated, Tusk eliminated, and look, that's not terrible. Frankly speaking, I know that normally the knee-jerk reaction is say, hey, it's been a mid-rotation, but Copy needs the XP. Copy needs that, participation in that regards. He's not been having the best time in lane, and Difference has been good with his rotations as well.
It's going to be faced with increased pressure on the mid lane, right? Because you had your Gyrocopter fall, it was your carry. And he might actually die a second time around. Timado is actually going to be the crosshairs for Yellow Submarine, and they are going to bring in 4 heroes for this.
He does have a healing Lotus, but the lack of stick makes it so that it's kind of mitigated. If these players collapse on him, there won't be a Dreamcoil to respond over here either. The glimpse backwards, it's only the Dark Willow's TP, and it'll be too late. She's looking for vengeance, not for safety, and Xanta, well, he's not going to find safety nor vengeance. Snowball that comes through, a Shadow Realm attack that doesn't do very much. And you have yourself 2 kills for the price of 1. Now, the good thing is Copy might be able to get the tier 1 in the mid lane, but the bad thing is on the top lane, Celery is going to be the next one to fall. So, it feels like Yellow Submarine are wreaking havoc and reveling in it across the map.
Nice
fallen.
rune being found by the Dragon Knight,
Radiant's
and you're
bottom
gonna take
tower
that
is
rune,
under
right? Because the
attack.
Dragon Knight is one of the best heroes to have the haste rune on. It makes his dragon form all the more dangerous. But again, Timado over on this bot lane, the Dawnbreaker is back here, and Difference will have his dragon form up in the next 10 seconds.
Timado's not going to be able to farm here at all, with the way things are going. Necrophos can be left largely alone, but Tego's comfortable being able to go back into the neutrals. The cooldown will help at the very least, but Celery is dead, and he knows it as well. Timado now calling in a little bit more backup. The glimpse onto Boom will mean that he just gets a free trip back to where he came from. He's not too unhappy with that, especially if Timado can get a couple more flak cannon hits. But the long-range homing missile is in fact what gives Copy a chance to finish off Zakoda. Inferno's quite low over here as well. The Dream Call doesn't catch out too, and with his snowball, he will be kept alive for a while longer. A while's not very much, but maybe there was enough for a turnaround. Missing the Starbreaker will not matter. This is suddenly becoming a little bit more expensive. And Infernal, he keeps on right-clicking. He knows he won't have the luminosity in time, though. Tries to bring Timado into the range of the tower, but without the slow,
Is under attack.
it's just not enough.
If he was able to unleash that hammer there, he would have been able to get that kill on Timado. But overall, I think that entire exchange favors MOUZ, because Timado was the one to gain all of those kills and the experience. So Yellow Submarine slightly overstaying their welcome. Or rather, I don't think they were all that welcome.
Unwelcome?
Yeah, they were overstaying.
Oh, top lane, another kill onto this Timbersaw. Boom is just not having a good time, Dodgers. This is the problem. Is that you now have a Necrophos who is going to have a relic by 12 minutes.
It's rough. It really is, because Necrophos is one of those heroes that can create these damage-based items, but can also transition very well if he wants to have a mix of damage with a mix of sustain.
Difference is also going for a Blink Dagger on this Dragon Knight, so we know what his intentions are. It is to fight, and fight some more. And that's what I like to see, baby.
And you'll get that. I mean, Timado, he is looking to play very aggressive over on the bot lane. The Dauber, I said aggressive. Aggressive.
Oh. What's the difference between aggressive and aggressive?
The A sounds cooler.
All right, fair enough. He's trying to be aggressive, Happy, but he's losing his tower while he's sitting in his own jungle. I don't know how aggressive this is for Timado. The Dragonlance still not built over here, while Bottega picked up the Sacred Relic and is only 600 gold away from the rest of the Radiance.
You have a Dragon Knight with a Blink Dagger as well, so it will mean that Yellow Submarine, like you mentioned, fight, and it is going to be just that. You're going to smoke up with this Blink Dagger, and I hope to reveal it, ideally on the kill on the puck.
That would be ideal. That's the initiation coming in. It won't be an immediate kill found, though. He's able to move out of the Static Storm, and with this, there was some turnaround potential. 4 players grouped together. That could have been a good-looking Dream Coil. The problem is, what happens after you look good? You still need money to pay for dinner, and unfortunately, no backup coming through for him or his wallet.
The Static Storm really not catching out Kopiwara. He was just able to walk that one away, and I think the Solar Guardian was a bit too preemptive as well coming out from Yellow Submarine. But they will recognize the opening here because the Static Storm was used. The Solar Guardian is now down, so Copy is going to move with the rest of his team and hopes to get a kill now on this Necrophos.
Dakota's going to be giving his life for Necrophos, and he's happy to do that. It is a reasonably important kill, if we're being frank. Dakota is level 6. But at the same time, that's not the target you were looking for, especially when in middle lane, Tomato's still out for the hunt. Merles is not going to have the snowball, but he won't need it either. Difference is making sure he can get a little bit more damage in. Call down is dodged by the Dragon Knight, not by the toss, so 2 kills on the supports across the map. Why not?
Interesting to see the Gyrocopter play this aggressive. He is forsaking his farm because
He doesn't have a choice, though, does he?
I mean, the puck is Copy is doing a great time or good enough job at actually forcing out these rotations. The problem is you use the Dream Coil on the Disruptor. Sure, Zakoda was having a good enough time, but you need more from 3-man rotations.
13-minute Radiance.
Yeah, you know, and that was the big one they needed to delay.
And with the smoke up, Difference is hoping that he can lead the charge. Once again, the Blink Dagger unable to kill before. Now it is a chance. Blink Dagger reveals once again, but that is a very quick Shadow Realm. Bottega Well, this could still be problematic for Janta. Janta's going to be trying to pull off the Terrorize, interrupted by the Reaper's Scythe, but thank you very much, Hand of God, Celery, coming in clutch. Now there is a chance to reinitiate. The Dream Coil is off of cooldown. So this spot could be a threat, and you have a Gyrocopter nearby as well.
And you don't have the Dragon form on the other side or a Reaper's Scythe to play with, so things could work out pretty bad for Yellow Submarine. They do have some maneuverability. The Solar Guardian, the Static Storm is up for them.
If you're fighting around a tower, that feels like it would probably be enough. And that's what MOUZ thinks as well. They start to move away and go back to their farming. They've done a great job of mitigating kills from this Dragon Knight ever since his Blink Dagger. And unfortunately for the Dragon Knight, going for a Blink Dagger and not getting any kills in the first 3 minutes after using it does sort of feel like you've just wasted 2,000 gold.
Gives a lot of space to the opposing mid laner, right? Because Copy hasn't been going for those initiation items. He's been going for a Witchblade. So he will hit his timings, and at the back of all of the saves coming in from Celery's Hand of God alongside the mechanism, when you have that Witchblade, that leaves Timado free to farm and your Puck and Timber free to open up the map. Do you know where the Tusk,
Yes.
A. Morales, gets his nickname from?
Yes.
Did you just check?
No.
Where does he get
I
the
just
nickname
lied.
from? Oh, it's his mother's favorite flower.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, how do you spell that?
Uh,
Oh,
okay,
we're gonna wait for that one before,
Yeah.
because it feels like we might need some flowers for Janta's grave. Fortunately, it is only just the one, so I guess we don't have to spend too much time with the florist.
how do you spell that? It is AMARYLLIS. So is it Amaryllis or Amorales?
It's Amaryllis. That was a very pretty, actually. Wow.
And it's
And they're
one of
from
the most
South
wholesome
Africa.
things I find. Like naming yourself after your mother's favorite flower. That warms my heart.
Wow. Shout out to Amorales. Maybe he can do more than just warm your heart, though. Maybe he can win some games. And it does feel like Yellow Submarine are in the process of setting up a winning strategy. It's not gone quite as swimmingly as they would have liked to. These last few gank attempts by the Dragon Knight have been thwarted, but the problem is still Bottega on this necrophos, and he is a big problem.
Time bot lane. They want to go in on the Timber Saw, and there are 3 heroes on top of him. Boom.
They've done
is
a
going-
really good job of just destroying Boom's farm.
He has a Blink Dagger, but not much else. I mean, he has a way in, but no way to actually get out, or no way to survive once he goes in. And even the Tusk is going to have a Blink. Pretty soon, T-Time, you're going to have multiple heroes from Yellow Submarine able to jump together.
And I don't know how much mitigation you can do when there's multiple blinks, but right now, nice blink in, but the Static Storm to respawn. That's called a bait. Thank you very much. Copy's gone. And I don't think Janta's going to be long for this world away either. Tier 1 tower likely to be joining him soon.
MOUZ really do have to get back, and they have to actually respect the counter initiation that can come out. When you're playing against a disruptor you don't see, you have to assume that he's nearby.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Especially when you have that strong of a counter against you.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Yellow Submarine have all of their power spikes time. The Dawnbreaker has the Aghanim Scepter, the amount of heal that he can bring in for his Necrophos.
Forget the heal, just so much faster channeling time, right? It makes a world of difference when you're trying to line things up with that Static Storm, especially if the kinetic field is even slightly off. It does just guarantee that stun. Eventually it'll be going through BKBs whenever those are built as well, so it's already feeling like a bit of a waste to go for a BKB, but does Timado have a choice? At some point he'll need one.
Is it going to be enough though without damage? I think Timado needs a Daedalus as well to be able to do anything outside of surviving.
Morales is about to be caught out by Copyvara, rather by Copy. Actually, oh my goodness, he has managed to break the smokes, but it will not matter because difference is the one they're going in for regardless. They've got themselves the Bedlam, they've got the Bramble Maze, and difference will not survive. Bottega now in the middle of it all will at least get a response. It isn't very meaningful though. That's a great kill from Yellow Submarine.
It's a good kill from MOUZ.
From MOUZ, sorry, yes.
And coincidentally, that kill would have gone horribly because the Solar Guardian was down to about a 3-second cooldown. So if the Dragon Knight was able to stay alive for a second or two, MOUZ would have actually been the ones to get wiped there.
Note your cooldown, guys. Note your cooldowns. Nicely done for MOUZ.
At the back of this kill, though, it's all about creating space for your gyrocopter. It's not about who you kill, and sure, getting a kill on a Dragon Knight, it's a big one, right? But even if you take out the supports, create some space, make sure that Yellow Submarine have to rotate. That's what the big wins are for MOUZ, because that means Demado can farm, because we spoke about the catch-22s of Dota yesterday. You need sustain plus damage on your carry, and you need to be able to get them in the timing that you want. And this game around, it will be a game where Demado can possibly get to that timing. I mean, 20 minutes in, he does have a lot of farm, sitting at about a second in terms of net worth. He will have his Sanjin Yasha, apparently, as he's queued himself up. I'm not too sure about this.
This is, I don't hate this. I actually quite like the Sanjin Yasha on Gyrocopter. It does feel like it's one of those items where if you're behind and you know you're going to need to fight before the ideal timing, it does give you that nice little middle ground between damage, sustain, and mobility. So it's actually quite good for that, but it isn't a, hey, okay, I expect to get to 35 minutes and be in a winning position. This is I need to make sure we're still in a winnable position.
I wonder if they'll still be, because Celery, he's gonna go down.
Well, Celery's taken down very quickly. There isn't a tower you can comfortably transition to, though.
He's gonna go up, because you have the Walrus Punch. You get it? Get it?
Yeah, touches.
But tea time, it gets better because you know
I'm gonna
what
write
goes
that one
up
down.
Might no, I botched it.
I don't think Yellow Submarine are going to be watching this Roshan attempt over here, though. It is going to be a quick one, and without the Hand of God and the mech, although it felt like a bit of a meaningless skill initially onto Celery, it does help guarantee that there's no chance for a team fight to be taken. I'm still curious about Boom's progress, by the way. Boom is now on his way to the Shiva's Guard, not that far off, so he's quite slowly climbing back into relevance. It's not just about the Gyrocopter, it's also about this Timber Saw.
He has a Gaia though. I think the big relevant factor will be when he has that Shiva's Guard, because the impact of that Shiva's Guard is huge. You can negate a lot of the Dragon Knight's Dragon. Copy has not moved tea time for the past.
He's a man on a mission.
Oh wow, he's going
Mission
for
of
a teleport.
immobility. And now mass mobility.
Solar Guardian being used to try and protect the Disruptor was the best thing that happened for MOUZ, because if that Solar Guardian dropped down on top of MOUZ, at the back of that Dragon Knight going in, that would have been so much more
powerful Tomato was. In that situation, it does feel like Necrophos needs to be maybe a couple of thousand gold ahead consistently, and I don't know if you're going to be able to continue to guarantee that. Knows he's dead. It's only a matter of how many steps he can get in before the day is over.
I wasn't sure about the sound in Yasha for the gyrocopter before, but that fight convinced me. Because Tomato stayed alive long enough to start that BKB, and again, it was due to a lack of damage coming out from Yellow Submarine, not enough to overpower the Santon Yasha build. And if the gyrocopter is able to turn things around, the counter initiation coming out from the Dream Coil, the Puck, the Timber Saw is going to overwhelm you, and Yellow Submarine have that instant burst of damage, but they run out of juice instantly.
And with the mechanism and the Shen Hand of God, it feels like you need a lot more juice than normal.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
I think MOUZ are going to
Permanently in the lead.
Yeah, I think they're permanently going to be in the lead now.
Yeah,
I
feel
fail
that
to
way.
see how Yellow Submarine actually mount up any kind of a push towards these tier 2 towers.
I mean, you have to commend MOUZ. These last 3 smokes that they've gone for have just been incredibly good. Right now, baiting at the gyrocopter, obviously, last team fight we already saw the pursuit of Disruptor, how it went, and before that, finding the Dragon Knight in the bottom right corner of the map. It's just been impeccable.
It's another one of those smokes from MOUZ G-Time, and they will be able to make their way on top of Bottega.
Bottega's not expecting this, not at all. He'll have to use the BKB early. He knows it as well, and maybe hoping that he can stay alive with the Ghost Shroud, but this is still troublesome. Bottega's speed is really what's keeping him alive over here, but not for much longer. It is the Solar Guardian needed. In the back lines, Tomato's tearing up. Different is tearing up. Hey, Morales as well. And even if Bottega stays alive, this does feel like it's a lost cause. BKB teleports used, left, right, and center. But Yellow Submarine have no way to be able to fight back, and they know it as well.
Shivas just counters the Dragon Knight too hard. And even though you have the BKB, you can't actually close out these kills because you don't have the necessary damage. Even the Chen of all the heroes is able to stay alive despite of having a static storm drop on top of him. And really, it's the beginning of the end here.
It feels weird for me to say it, but the way MOUZ has played this, Infernal's been largely made useless. I won't say he's useless, but he has been made useless. MOUZ has been negating every single Solar Guardian so well by forcing it to be defensive or having a counter initiation to every time. We've never seen the Solar Guardian used to effectively initiate because MOUZ is always in position to fight back. We've never seen the Solar Guardian used to effectively counter initiate because generally the player it's going on has been really isolated. You look back to the Disruptor, sure he's saved, but he's not able to do anything when he is saved. Dawnbreaker now coming down onto the Necrophos, but the Solar Guardian being used means that the Gyrocopter and the BKB can rip apart everyone on the left side of the Roshan pit instead. Alright, so MOUZ has been doing a really good job versus what is supposed to be one of the heroes of the patch.
And you really do take a look of how deep of a pit Yellow Submarine have found themselves to be in, but then your Reaper's Scythe can't actually be committed on anyone. They simply don't have the space to use it because no one drops down that low. The Chen did last fight, but a Scythe on the Chen isn't going to be worth it.
Copy's not too far off an Octarine as well, by the way, and he's already got the Parasma, so trouble.
And a Daedalus on Tomato. This is the big one that Yellow Submarine, this is perhaps the 3 items in this game that Yellow Submarine can't fight against. The Daedalus from Tomato, the Shivas on the Timbersaw, and the Parasma from the Puck. A great mix of physical damage, magical damage, and debuffs.
Now the good thing is I do believe that the Assault Cuirass is ready for Infernal. The bad news is I don't know how much it does.
Not much is the answer. If I were to say prognostically, it's gonna be a bad outcome.
Prognostically, fancy big word man for the doctor, eh?
It's an Aegis for Tomato, and that will mean that they are going to come knocking on that high ground.
I like this move from Yellow Submarine. The smoke in response to the Aegis is something that very often catches teams off guard. You're expecting the enemy team to be respecting you. Nice stun initially. You need a follow-up. You really need that follow-up. Glimpse back to keep Buck in the Static Storm, and the Reaper's Sight gives them a chance. That
was big, but that looked super close. I wasn't sure if Yellow Submarine were going to be able to bring the Buck back there.
They've been able to keep the Solar Guardian off of cooldown, right? So there's also the threat of continuing this fight onwards.
The Buck does have the buyback though, so Yellow Submarine, if they go for a further initiation, you can have the Buck actually teleport into the outpost. So I hope that Yellow Submarine clear up the outpost to disable the Buck's TP, because otherwise...
It's time for MOUZ to fight though, even if Buck ends up coming back in. MOUZ is going in on the back lines. A difference. Dragon Form used. Needs to blink forward, but it's a blink backwards from Boom. That's reinitiating. Tomato doesn't care if there's no pot. He just wants to make sure there's no Bottega. He's fighting all on his own. No life steal just quite yet, but the Reaver is enough to keep him alive. He's been stunned up. The BKB will not be used until after the Aegis, and he's still staying alive. He is so tanky. Look at what Celery is doing for this man. All the auras in the world of Vladimir's is what keeps him alive over there. The Aegis not even used. Tomato getting another one. He's godlike, but Chen is quite literally the hand of God right now.
They didn't use the Solar Guardian in that entire fight. And I really don't know why.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
It's a fair question.
Dire's
And
Another stun would have made a big difference. I mean, Tomato get it down to 30% HP or so. Right? Sure, he's got the Aegis, but even the 5 seconds of Tomato not being there, you can maybe try and target down the Spores, you can maybe try and get away. Just make sure that your high ground isn't put underneath siege. Now,
because
he's
you
got a
didn't use-
Satanic as well.
yeah, because you didn't use Solar Guardian, the Dragon Form is going to be down. That's going to give MOUZ the opportunity to just walk on this high ground, take it, and perhaps even go for more because your Puck is back online.
Does feel a little bit like the goodness of games, and the Solar Guardian now used for a dead man.
I don't see how you fight back. They didn't use the Solar Guardian when they had the chance, and surely having used it now.
I mean, trying to go in onto this shed is important. The Hand of God has been used, but Tomato's still with 2.5 minutes left on his Aegis. He's still fighting back so very hard. The back lines is where Infernal is guaranteed to fall. And look, in terms of guarantees, I feel like Bottega might be next on that list if they just want to pursue. They decide against it, but they're still fighting. Never make that mistake. Hey, Morales, he might have a pretty name, but he's not got a pretty death over there. Taken down so quickly by the big bad Timmy boy. Boom's still alive, and he does manage to stay just on the precipice of death, finally being taken down. But Bottega's BKB will not be making much of a difference. It runs out. He's no longer golden. And Yellow Submarine are no longer alive. They know it as well. They GG out a few bad team fights, and a great performance from Tomato. Even the Rapier in the end being debuted. This was spectacular for MOUZ.
Really seemed like Tomato was the true difference maker of this first game from MOUZ. I mean, just being able to consistently farm up. Sure, it did come at the back of MOUZ being very persistent in giving the gyrocopter the amount of space, right? Even when you consider Boom was having a tough game and the puck was being picked off as well at the back of those few initiations, it did mean that MOUZ were collected in their minds, recognizing that as long as their gyrocopter farms, they will have the late game in the bag.
I mean, credit out to Copy as well. Did a great job mitigating a lot of the ganks that were trying to come through on him early on. And it did feel like it was a combination of a few things, right? The Dragon Knight, Blink Dagger not paying off in the slightest. You follow that up with the fact that, you know, even when they're getting some good initiations, Celery was always there with the mechanism and the Hand of God to make it so that the ultimate from the Reaper side just wasn't as effective from Bottega. We saw so many places where Yellow Submarine had the lead, but they were just continually outmaneuvered. Honestly, fantastic game of Dota coming out from MOUZ. This is probably the best I've ever seen them, and it's a scary side going into game number 2, but maybe it's a side the Yellow Submarine will be able to dodge out on. Can they make it to game 3? Can they fight back? Let's find out after a break.
30 seconds Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scattered. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back. We're going to be going into game number 2 after MOUZ show us a masterclass in number 1 off of a fantastic performance from Tomato's Gyrocopter and just generally all around great synergy coming through. Some good calling as well. I'm T-Time joined by Tultras as we continue on in the playoffs of CCT Season 2 Series number 4 for the Dota 2 division. Yellow Submarine, Tultras immediately off the back of the last game. Anything they need to do differently? Anything they need to think about differently going into this one?
Damage. I think damage was the one big aspect missing from them, and I have to say, for a team that prioritized healing and sustain so much, it was interesting to see them being out-sustained by Celery on the Chen, right? The Hand of God, as you pointed out. I actually went back and took a look at the post-game stats. That Chen did a total about more than 10,000 healing in the entire game. And when you couple...
Does the Vladimir's lifesteal add to Chen's healing stats?
I think so.
I don't think it does. I think it adds to Gyro's healing stats. So you should also just take a look at whatever Gyrocopter's healing stats were, and then maybe, you know, just add 60% of those to the Chen, and then you have that as well. Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. The out-sustain was just a massive issue, though, Tultras. And unfortunately, the other massive issue is they just missed timings, right? They get a really early Radiance on the Necrophos, you don't have anything happen from it. You get a really early Blink Dagger from the Dragon Knight, you don't have anything happen from it. You get a decent timing on the Aghanim Scepter from the Dawnbreaker, you barely have anything happen from it. They got their timings, but they didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, and that's an incredibly important point, right? When you have a Blink Dagger, you need to make it work, particularly when you are playing against the clock there. I mean, Gyrocopter as a carry is just going to out-hit you in that late game, particularly as you don't have a strong enough carry on your side. MOUZ, though, they look towards the Nature's Prophet. I saw it in the series between series with OG as they picked up the Gyro.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it doesn't feel it's a bit of damage control rather than actually being able to dish out damage, which is what Yellow Submarine were lacking the first time around. But if you want to play against the Nature's Prophet, Storm Spirit, heroes with instant maneuverability, maybe even an Underlord, right? Because in game number 1, when OG were playing in the previous series, they brought out the Nature's Prophet. The other side brought in the Underlord. It was a carry Underlord, so I think
didn't they also just get destroyed though?
They did, and I was getting that. It was because they played a carry Underlord. And if you remember, OG also brought in the carry Underlord the last time we casted OG together, and both of those games didn't have that success. So I suppose if you do pick the Underlord for Yellow Submarine, it should be on the off-lane role.
Or the mid-lane role.
I don't want you to give any ideas as we're heading into the final days of CCT Series 4, Season 2 Series 4, but
I think the other way that you can try and fight back versus the Nature's Prophet is generally just by having a very hard-hitting right-click hero of your own. The Templar Assassin comes to mind. Shadowfiend's obviously already been banned up by Yellow Submarine. It's not a counter, but it is just making sure that you're not going to be destroyed by the good base attack time and everything that does come through. I find it very surprising to see the Medusa being banned out, despite the Prophet already being on the cards for MOUZ, though.
It's a flex potential, right?
It is. They can play 1, 2, or 4, so...
For Yellow Submarine, the Undying looks like such a strong pick right now. Very rarely do you already have a Naga Siren out and the Undying available for you. Because the Tombstone...
the Snapfire as well, so you remove that easy Tombstone killer.
Yeah, but the biggest thing about the Undying plus Naga is that in the Song of the Siren, if a Tombstone is out, the zombies continue to spawn, right? And when that song, when the Naga Siren stops singing, you'll have 4 to 5 zombies on top of you, and you will be unable to actually fight your way out of that one. And like you mentioned, Snapfire already out for Yellow Submarine, so for MOUZ, they should pick the Undying, or they will be faced up against it potentially. I hope
it's also just a great hero to have, right? Even if you are a Nature's Prophet where you are now going to be forced to commit to showing all of your cores early on, Undying's just a good hero in this situation. The only problem is you don't want to pick it into the Snapfire, so you maybe can't at the same time. It's an offlane Primal Beast with a mid lane Leshrac and a carry Nature's Prophet. There is some flex between the Nature's Prophet and the Leshrac, but showing off all of their cards early on, I think they might want to go for a Chen pick, Touchless.
I think the MOUZ
Something
should
tells
play
me.
a support Nature's Prophet with these two cores. Because the Leshrac, right, likes to run in with his Edict. If you have a support Nature's Prophet, you can go for the teleportation, sprout out the other side's mid laner or wherever you want to go, wherever the Leshrac is, and that will create a mechanism by which the Leshrac can come in. But Yellow Submarine respond by a very strong counter to that Leshrac. It is the Blade Mill wielding axe. So not only will you have the counter Helix, but that Blade Mill, when it comes out, will mean the Leshrac, he can't turn off his Edict. He can turn it on, but there's no button which enables him to turn it off. So if that Blade Mill comes about, he'll only have the choice to actually run back. At the same time, when you start running back T-time, you'll see Mortimers flying all over you. Ooh. Oh man,
I really
like
fully
this draft.
agree with the Nature's Prophet support, to be honest, for MOUZ, because, as much as you are saying that you can get those rotations out and whatnot as well, I just think that even now, it's a great draft from Yellow Submarine in terms of putting up a very strong offlane duo as well. But if you pair this Nature's Prophet with, something like a Shadow Shaman or so, which can actually have some serious defensive and kill potential, I just think you have a largely uncontested game. Yes, the Axe Skull will catch you out. Axe Skull catches anyone out, right? It's just one of those heroes that's very good at initiating on any carry. I don't think it's a specific counter to the Nature's Prophet. With the Templar Assassin coming in, though, you do pack quite a punch at the very least. So Yellow Submarine will not be lacking for damage.
Or initiation. I think I really like this draft from Yellow Submarine. Naga Siren is one of those heroes that actually does really well against a Leshrac, because then you have a twofold way to play about it, right? Initiation and counter initiation. You can pop the song and wait for the edict to run out, and then you initiate, and then suddenly you're not going to have a lot of pure magical damage coming out from MOUZ that you would have wanted to close out a lot of these kills. So it really feels like just for game number 2, MOUZ are in a bit of a pickle, because despite of having such strong heroes by their side,
you know what?
I
wouldn't hate. Yeah, I was about to say I wouldn't hate the idea of not going for a fully DPS Leshrac. I didn't consider the support, to be honest. I was actually thinking maybe you don't go for the edict facet. Maybe you can go for the mana restoration facet, because just having that extra push potential with the amount of global presence that you are going to have with like a blink dagger on the primal beast as well, you get a kill, you force the TA's map presence to shrink. TA doesn't have the same ability to be able to go into the enemy jungle and farm as maybe some other carries do. You don't really have a mid laner like a Storm Spirit so far either, which can try and take over the map in ways which you are forced to defend your own jungle as well. A Leshrac which is focused on edict damage onto towers, I wouldn't hate that personally. It's unlikely because that double edict is just so powerful, but I wouldn't hate it in my opinion.
The only problem is a support Leshrac doesn't actually survive very well against Yellow Submarine, right? Dude, look at the damage coming out from the other side.
That's true. You
the
could have a carry
Mortimers-
Leshrac as well, actually.
Yeah, we may see a carry Ember. I have seen it before. It worked out horribly, but I did
don't
see
like
it.
an Ember. I think Leshrac carry can make some sense, but again, of course, less support isn't terrible either, and you have to keep in mind that less support, just a split earth is such a pain to deal with if you pick up the shard at 15 minutes, right? If you make that a big priority, then these low range heroes like the Templar Assassin, like the Snapfire, she's not just going for the Mortimer's Kisses, the Naga as well, they have a really hard time maneuvering in a team fight. I mean, there's an Ember Spirit who wants to have sustained team fights over time. The chaos that you can put in is really quite high.
I do wonder, though, what is going to be the mid laner for Yellow Submarine, right? MOUZ have actually banned out the Dragon Knight. I would have expected a ban on the Storm Spirit, because the Storm right now, I mean, you take a look at the lineup from MOUZ, they don't exactly have a lot of disable. They have the Ember Searing Chains, but then they have a bit of unreliable stunts coming about, the Split Earth as well as the Primal Beast. And there we go. The MOUZ
Nothing too surprising.
seem to have picked up on that potential weakness on their lineup. And the big question here now will be Yellow Submarine. They are expecting a carry, and it's going to be a Marcy to come out. Probably not going to be the carry.
No, they're not expecting a carry.
They banned out the Lifestealer.
Oh, sorry. Yes, in that way. Wait. Oh, sorry. My fault. Yes. In my head, I'm thinking I'm not expecting carry. Why would they be? And then Yeah, sorry. This happens sometimes, guys. Slardar is the pickup, though. Okay, so it's obviously very good versus the Ember Spirit and the Primal Beast, especially. The issue is that versus the Ember Spirit, you're probably not going to be able to close the distance. That's more of the problem than the actual ability to finish him off. And there are some decent saves available over here for Celery's Marcy. It's also very good versus the Primal Beast, it does feel like as well, though. So I'm confused about this, though, which is that, is this going to be a mid lane Slardar? Like, how does that sort of work out for you?
So the starter has a really good laning phase against the Ember Spirit, and the reason why that is because both of his abilities, the stun as well as the Bash of the Deep, his passive, are both sources of physical damage. So that means the Ember Spirit, the skilling up his Flame Guard doesn't actually do anything for him. He'll then have to go for the Sleight of Fist and Searing Chains combination, which is an aggressive build. But how do you play aggressive against a Slardar? You just don't, because you can't trade any hits out, right? So you force the Ember Spirit on the back foot, and then of course, in the mid game, you will have that Blink Dagger coming in. At the same time, though, I have seen a lot of mid Slardars. I haven't seen a lot of wins coming out from them. So because that's one of the reasons, or rather, not the reason, but I think both a hero like the Abaddon and a hero like the Slardar really scale too poorly. They fall off a cliff after the mid game, and they don't have any kind of a late game potential. I think that is going to be the one weakness that MOUZ can potentially exploit. However,
the good thing is you have a lot of late game potential with the Axe and the Templar Assassin, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you get off to a snowballing start and disable the Nature's Prophet from being able to recover, if Slardar is able to get an early blink, that this could be a very quick game, and maybe it doesn't even go to the mid game in that scenario.
Do you go for an early blink on the Slardar, or do you try and build into a Harpoon? Because, you know, obviously, I'm taking a look at it, and he is going for the leg day facet as well. It's going to be a very fast Slardar at the very least, in terms of just being able to scale across the map. I do wonder, even if you want to make the Nature's Prophet your primary priority, even if you can just, you know, focus down on getting kills across the rest of the map, and maybe just trying to have the Templar Assassin be stacking up well against him in the late game, instead of just being like, hey, we have to shut him down.
I think you need a blink. And the reason you need a blink is because the Axe in this scenario ideally wants to be going for a Blade Mill, and a Templar Assassin, of course, wants to be farming. So that leaves the Slardar to be the one to create space around the map, at least until the Axe is able to come in with his very own Blink Dagger. And then, of course, as a famous pro player once put it, multiple sources of initiation are the best. You need to make sure that your team at least has 2 sources of initiation. And for Yellow Submarine, in order to have that second source of initiation,
point of contention of, hey, you should expect to see MOUZ try and make sure the Difference can't get those, because otherwise it will be a real problem. If Difference gets a 6 and 8 minute runes, I'm going to see a lot of kills coming out here.
And you even have the catch, right? The increased movement speed from the Slardar, and then you have a hero like the Naga Siren who can actually ensnare people and stop them from running away. It really seems like they're predators who can not only outrun their opponents, but also outmaneuver them. Although T-Time Difference is got out right now, stuck between 3 heroes. He does have the stun, so will be able to disengage from that position, but he's going to be down to about half of his HP. But he'll be able to regenerate back up. Let's see how well this Ember Spirit does over on the mid lane.
Does Copy have a better time in the earlier levels?
No.
No? Okay, so it's just bad all across.
Yeah. Until you're able to rotate away. But even then, it's not... I mean, you take a look at the HP of the Slardar, right? 700 to start off with. He doesn't have bad armor either. He has the same armor as the Ember Spirit does, so these bashes, once they start coming out, the stun as well, it just does overall a bit too much to this Ember Spirit. All things considered, though,
Top lane Celery could be going down, but it is a pick-me-up. He'll be able to keep himself alive and as healthy as you can ask to be, I suppose.
This is a lane that should go in favor of Yellow Submarine. I mean, it's so aggressive, and the Marcy in this kind of a scenario, despite having that dual aggressive defensive nature, is going to be stuck in a bit of a defensive pickle. because he's going to need to be quick on his feet if he needs to be saving Tomato up, who is going to constantly take this harass.
Tomato's dead. Oh no, never mind. Infernal already having used that Coin Blade to go back instead of trying to move forward into it. Tomato is going to be in a very difficult place in this lane. I'm still not sure about whether I agree with you on the Ember versus Starlight matchup being that one-sided, because Starlight also doesn't have any magical damage, so isn't the Flame Guard always going to do all the damage possible? Celery top lane, by the way, could be going down before we continue this conversation. He will be going down. Infernal be able to pick up that kill and his first set of blood for his coach.
They need to be careful not to give up too much over on their safe lane. MOUZ can quickly find themselves really overwhelmed over on their top lane, and that will mean that consequently their mid lane and their safe lane is also going to suffer, because then the Ember Spirit is going to be forced to make those rotations. Leshrac is going to be forced to move up there as well. But in regard, I mean, the physical damage is just too much from difference, G-Time. It's so much that comes out.
Tomato is not having a good time over here at all. He's got 3 last hits so far. Every time he goes forward, he feels like he's going to die. At the very least, he's able to find one response on the Celery. He'll TP back into the lane as well, but consistently you're just seeing how difficult this is going to be.
They were able to get the kill on the Axe, though. The thing about the Nature's Prophet is, if you are unable to take him down, he has 2 ways to teleport, right? He can teleport back to the fountain and actually teleport back into the lane as well. So that means it's a high-risk maneuver, but if the Nature's Prophet, for whatever reason, ends up surviving, then he's going to be significantly ahead. Because sure, a lot of aggression from Yellow Submarine, but the Axe, for all the time he spends charging at you, is just going to be time that he can't actually secure his last hits with.
At the same time, Bottega is having a very good time in this bottom lane, and maybe not quite as good as the Slardar, so you do have something right about that. One difference, will be losing much of his life in terms of HP, but he's not giving up on any last hits at all. It feels like he's gotten basically all of them so far.
Should hit his Blink Dagger timing nicely, assuming he's going for it. We still don't know, because the Echo Saber, like you mentioned, is a vital item for the Slardar as well, so he may prioritize that. I do think it will depend on how the safe lane, or rather how the off lane
able to
goes.
find Celery as well. Once again, a dive underneath the tower. That is deadly. Tomato continues to be struggling. Only 11 last hits, and they're still in pursuit of this Nature's Prophet on the top lane. That's where most of the action will be coming in.
The Nature's Prophet has a Gloves of Haste. That is what carries go for nowadays, but I would... I do find myself thinking, if the Boots of Speed to be able to outrun the Axe would have been better.
What do you mean? The plus 20 attack speed to get all of those right clicks off that he's not getting. That sounds like it.
You do have Celery coming in with the Marcy, and this Slardar is pretty low.
Well, I don't know how much we can do, though. Pretty low, still 500 HP, and Ember Spirit has damage over time, not necessarily damage immediately. The dispose will have to be very good. The good thing is that Celery does have a, reasonably high level, so he's got himself maybe a bit more damage in that regards. But the call's been made, and now with the chain, Copy going in, Difference dodges it out. He's a bit too well aware, and in the meanwhile, backlines off that tier 1 tower, Tomato's been taken down. Trouble.
I mean, Yellow Submarine, they are more than happy to make an engagement on Tomato, but they know that position 5 isn't there, right? So it's an interesting decision to make Celery.
Oh, Celery's gone.
Mid lane.
No, Jantis started to rotate back over, but remember, this is going to be a little bit hard to pursue up onto Infernal. Infernal stays alive for a while longer with the Lotuses, and that might be enough. He's going to be able to run away with the extra movement speed off the phase boots.
Is it extra movement speed? Because Tomato doesn't have a boost to speed, or is it just regular movement speed because he doesn't have the boost to speed?
Well, I mean, phase boots also just give you extra movement speed in general, the active. So it's extra.
Double extra. That spells it out. But the power rune, T-Time, you mentioned Slardar, 6-minute timing. You will be having a rune, but it's not going to be a good one.
Useless one.
Yeah, I'd say the second most useless. The invisibility would be the most useless one.
One lane, Bottega is trying to be a little bit of a survivor over here, but he's found out he can fight back, and Difference leaping in will be a big factor in that.
It's it's not really working out, right? Because you can see the desperation from MOUZ to try and make something happen at just about any lane they can find. So Celery's really all over the place, but unable to really do anything. And now it's going to be a Shrine of Wisdom contest. Yellow Submarine, they have a lot of damage here to contest this shrine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dante is in some trouble over here. He is going to be taken down. You can see Difference trying to make his way over. The Ember Spirit has rotated a quick double man stun with a rebound and with the teleportation in from the Nature's Prophet as well. The Shrine of Wisdom is not the only thing they're getting. It's also a quick kill onto the Templar Assassin. Difference backlines is trying to find a courier. He knows it's all about just getting what he can. He doesn't have a TP, so he's always going to be in a bad place. This is a huge win for MOUZ.
This should have ensnared and brought the Leshrac in, but Yellow Submarine weren't able to close the gap, and nice recognition by MOUZ. I mean, the distance the Leshrac was able to create allowed the Ember Spirit to come in, and they brought in the sufficient amount of numbers. If there wasn't an Ember Spirit there, that would have gone as far as to hold on to this game and not give too much away.
Dire structures are fortified.
8-minute power room now, though. Copy now has a good enough rune. I mean, the Arcane rune, he should be able to rotate at least towards the bot lane. Ideally, they punish this Templar because sure, Yellow Submarine lost out on the Shrine of Wisdom exchange, but the 3 cores over on their lineup are actually ahead of the 3 on MOUZ.
And ahead by a lot. Axe is going to have his full blade mail in about 10 seconds or so. An 8-minute blade mail is almost as troubling as a potential kill on the Copy in this situation. Difference is certainly making that threat known.
And I didn't actually expect this. This is something that we didn't talk about. The Corrosive Haze coupled up with the Shredder from Immorales just does so much.
And well, Bottega right now, he really wishes that he had someone to do so much around him. Tomato's doing a good job of getting himself involved in these critical kills, and this is always the thing about MOUZ with Celery at the helm. They're very coherent in this sort of 9 to 25 minute mark, even when they're behind.
And their ability to recover, right? That far behind is quickly going to turn into an equalizer, and then Tomato may just be able to get out on top. Unless Yellow Submarine turn things around and are able to better protect their Templar. They are certainly choosing to pull in more resources that are available on the map, the safe resources, towards the Axe and towards the Slardar. But they can't continue at this pace. The Axe should be the one to replace Bottega for those safe farming spots.
Well, now it's going to be Celery who's initiated on initially. He's trying to move back, Boom, but Boom doesn't want to go back. He wants to go in, and for good reason. The damage is fantastic, but Jantis unable to close the distance, and Copy has to be the one to finish things off. Is there a split earth over here to follow up? He waits for 2 to be on him. Great stun onto both of them, but with the Axe and the Templar Assassin still bashing away, MOUZ will still end up losing out on 3. Nature's Prophet, though, does manage to get to safety.
That Sprout actually divided the river there, so the Yellow Submarine couldn't go in specific. Difference couldn't go in for the Corrosive Haze stun. But again, MOUZ being a bit too overzealous with trying to shut down Bottega. They didn't see Yellow Submarine coming in, and that was a very clean effort by Yellow Submarine. They didn't actually have to outplay MOUZ in that scenario. As long as you have the Axe and Slardar together, it's very difficult to get these kills.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Well, it's a lot easier when they're not together.
Yeah. And when Difference is very low on HP.
Yeah. MOUZ are staying in contention, but even despite that, this Axe is the real problem. He's going to have a Blink Dagger at 12 minutes with a Blade Mill.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
What about the Starter? I am wondering. Okay, no. Starter's Blink Dagger is actually going to be pretty far away. I wonder why, though.
He's gone 4,500 net worth and he's died twice? What do you mean? He's rotated for a Wisdom Rune and didn't get much done? He,
I think the rotations have really hurt him.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle tower.
Fortunately, though, he's okay with being a position 3 hero.
when you have an axe that's doing this well. But again, we spoke about this. Safe farming spots need to be given to the Templar Assassin now. And this axe can't play over on the top lane. He needs to be rotating and moving space, creating space rather, for the TA to farm. Because the Nature's Prophet, Timado, is going to start stacking up on his net worth. He will have a Maelstrom in about 100 gold. And his farming speed is going to accelerate.
Blink Dagger now up for Boom as well, by the way. It's only a matter of time before it's delivered to him. So you might see MOUZ look to take a fight very soon. It's also one of the reasons why the Nature's Wrath is being saved. It is not going to be used by Timado. Bottom lane, Boom, please be careful. I know you think you're alive over here, but always have to be slightly wary. They've got decent ward vision, though, on the dire sign, but it's largely defensive is the issue.
The Primal Beast Boom now has a Blink Dagger of his own. So MOUZ can start making moves.
Oh my goodness,
if
not before
Submarine-
Inferno's already in and they found the kill onto the Ember Spirit. Probably the second most important target on the map. MOUZ will lose copy.
And may have to give up this tier 1 tower. It was a full HP tower that Yellow Submarine will be able to acquire.
With the amplified damage rune on the star there, you really don't want to fight into this one, but maybe they do. Boom goes in, he's got himself the pulverized. Difference will be able to get away though with the help of the song. Dakota backs out of there.
That was an initiation. That was a Blink Dagger debut. And we saw just how badly it can turn out if you don't make the few minutes of the Blink Dagger work out when it comes out, right?
The problem is, it's a 40-second cooldown on Pulverize. I don't think they're ready for this one. The Dakota is going to be the one to be caught out next. The Pulverize won't even be needed, so at least they get a kill, and they will force the Templar Assassin back. So, although I agree with you, the Blink Dagger debut not quite very good, but at least they get a lot of map control out of the Radiant side jungle with it.
It's not a big kill though. It's a Naga. He's already at the bottom of the network chart. He can't go any worse.
Well, difference can make him have some company potentially. Celery pushed down a little bit further as well over here, and the double root is going to be responded on with Pulverize. This is a problem. This is just not worth it. Celery might not be on the bottom of the network chart, but he's not too far off of it. That is a mid for position 5.
And it's going to push out the Slaughter even. It's going to hurt him even more. I mean, he does have the Blink Dagger now, though, T-Time, and Yellow Submarine, they have those dual initiations. The problem is, it's been MOUZ who have been keeping Yellow Submarine so busy that they haven't even had the chance to think about how they want to go in. So far, Bottega is able to farm up. I mean, he'll have a Desolator soon, and that is truly when Yellow Submarine are going to come online.
They don't want to wait for that, though. They've already smoked up again. It's going to be A. Morales and Infernal who are on the hunt. Reclaiming this jungle is going to be critical for them. Infernal spots out Boom. It's a hard kill, probably the hardest one you can go for. 1700 HP. This is the tanky boy. Goes in, misses the call. Boom is lucky to be alive.
I would say that that was a difficult call to make, but it really wasn't. It's a Primal Beast. He's huge.
Okay. Inferno reinitiates top lane. It's on the Ember Spirit. He goes. The shield rune will be helping out Copy, though, and with that, it feels like there might even be a chance to get a response if there's any TPs coming in, but with the Slardar nearby, he's a little bit more concerned about receding rather than proceeding.
I mean, Yellow Submarine, their Blink Daggers aren't exactly really all that effective, right? It's I don't know if it's hesitance to fully commit or if it's just not being synergized
I think it's a little
together.
bit disjointed as well, because even even in the previous camp, you saw difference was slightly further back. Slardar wasn't quite there just yet. Same over here as well, right? I think there's a little bit of question to be asked. Bottom lane though, this Pulverize is going to be able to catch out difference once again, and with a trample forward, it is the Song of the Siren that's necessary. Mortimer's Kiss's damage is negated because of it, but Bottega should be able to make his way over, get a quick support kill or two. The Ember Spirit has to be careful as well. Copy, Blade Mill's only going to last so long, and Celery is not going to last long at all. The Unleashed has been used, but not a single right click deployed. Boom on the other side of it, stunned up as well, and MOUZ are going to get a very successful
Radiant's
turnaround.
middle tower has fallen.
But just the
Yellow
fact that that
Submarine are winning.
song of the siren came out at that very last moment in which Difference was able to get away, use a magic wand, replenish his HP, and turn things around. And the Templar Assassin, that was the debut of the Desolator. So even though the debut of the Blink Daggers haven't been looking all that good for either side, he now has 3 Desolator stacks. And this is when you need to be careful, because those stacks can quickly amp up, and Bottega is gonna hit like a truck. And not the
He's
small
also
trucky
up
time,
to-
it's one of
yeah,
those,
like one of those really big 16-wheelers,
it's
right?
like a cyber truck.
Okay, that actually doesn't hit that hard. I'm talking about 16-wheelers. You're talking about a gimmick. Come on, Touches. You can have more faith in Bottega than that.
But the
Infernal is right next to the Emperor Spirit here. They don't see each other yet, but now suddenly Infernal's realized, okay, like, maybe I had a chance of a hit. Not to get the kill. Much harder to do that though.
What item is he getting though?
The BKB and Infernal. And the Emperor Spirit's going for the Sanj and Kaya.
So you'll have your frontliners with the BKB, and you'll have the Templar Assassin with the damage. I can get behind that. Question is, what will Timado have, right? Because so far the Nature's Prophet, he has all the map control in the world to farm in.
Boom, unfortunately, you can't say the same for him, although he still stays on top of the network shot from MOUZ. You might see that changing pretty soon with the way things are going. Boom's being targeted pretty heavily. He's the only player who can comfortably show himself on the map and force out these movements, though, so he'll have to continue fulfilling that role.
The problem is one of the win conditions for Yellow Submarine was being able to snowball. And I'm sorry to say it, they haven't actually hit that win condition. So I don't exactly know how their transition is going to be in the mid game. By all the predictive metrics in my mind, this Nature's Prophet is going to be farmed up too, right? It's not just going to be a Templar Assassin that's able to free hit. It will be a Nature's Prophet who's going to be allowed to do that too,
But-
because you have the frontliners on MOUZ, you have
But
the
Touches,
Primal Beast.
this is what you sort of said in the draft as well, right? He's going to get his farm no matter what, how much you can put him down. He'll get his farm. So it's really just a matter of everyone around the Templar Assassin and the Nature's Prophet. It's not about them in a 1 versus 1 in the head-to-head. It's about, hey, what is the difference going to be between the 3 cores of Yellow Submarine versus the 3 of MOUZ?
It will have to come at the back of those frontliners, right? For MOUZ, the Primal Beast on the front line, maybe even the Leshrac and the Marcy. And for Yellow Submarine, it will be the Axe and the Slordar. I'm just not sure who comes out on top in that scenario, because the Axe Berserker's call, it becomes less and less reliable as time goes on, because you have those additional utility items being built on the supports, on the cores to actually counter that initiation. And the Slordar just naturally falls off.
Don't we all?
No, I fall up.
There you go. Put that on an Instagram post, guys. It'll do numbers. MOUZ are looking to put their numbers together and find a response to the Torment to kill. They now know exactly where Yellow Submarine are, but they're about to find a little fishy fish girl, fish man, fish net. Not the good fish. Especially when there's plenty more in the sea.
It's plenty more than MOUZ want to take.
MOUZ are not going to have quite the reel to be able to pull them back in, though. Tormentor for a Naga. Yellow Submarine will take that.
The Axe wants to go in though, he will spot out the Leshrac. Jenter is in trouble, he has been abandoned by the rest of his team. And Infernal will grab that kill, very happy to take it.
Radiant are scanning.
I want to see how much damage this Meld Strike does to the Ember Spirit. Wow, Meld Strike, by the way, takes off like just a straight 300-400 health from the Ember Spirit right now. I think that was without the refraction.
Dire's top
At the
tower
same time
is
though,
under
it's without the Solar Crest as well coming in, right? So
Or
it's not
the
a whole lot.
Slardar Corrosive Haze.
That is true. I think
There's a
if
lot
you
to
have the-
amplify damage.
Yeah.
Which, funnily enough, used to be the name of Slardar's ultimate before.
Actually?
His other had really dumb names for his ultimate back like a long time ago.
The worst
They've
name
actually
is...
changed them a lot.
We'll have to hold that thought as Celery is spotted out, and he's
Well,
not
maybe
going anywhere.
he's managed to save the rest of his teammates, though. Infernal in the back lines were trying to go in onto Boom. Boom doesn't have his ultimate. He already used it without getting a kill successfully, but unfortunately, Tomato, who tried to be cheeky with his teleport, doesn't really have a way to navigate towards them. So MOUZ do waste some time, but more than that, it is Bottega who's making very good use of his own time out on this top lane. He's now up to 14,000 net worth. And he's got an item coming in. That's the full Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, he'll be able to create some amount of separation from himself as well, and from Leshrac and the Primal Beast, right? And the Hurricane Pike for Bottega does a lot more than the potential Hurricane Pike from the Nature's Prophet. Because a Templar Assassin, if he avoids the Pulverize and keeps his distance from the Leshrac, will be creating that divide from that insane amount of magical damage coming out.
Infernal's got the blink targets, but can he get the blink call? That's where he struggled before.
Single target blink call isn't good.
Right now, it's going to be the star that to initiate. There should be a triple call if you can only just get close to them, but unfortunately, that won't be happening. Boom and the BKB will be able to negate the Song of the Siren. Infernal just could not go in over there. I'm not sure if his blink dagger was interrupted or anything like it, but right now Bottega's on the complete wrong side of the map to be able to help out his team. Bottega was hoping that it'd be a procession back over towards the left side of the Dire Jungle. Instead, it goes back to middle lane.
This is not good T-time, because even though the Templar Assassin is doing very well, every single team fight that you can't come out on top of will be Tomato increasing his net worth by a multiplier that Yellow Submarine can't actually compete with.
I mean, he also doesn't have to interrupt his farming, right? He just TP's in, TP's out, there you go. You're not losing very much at all. That's always been the kind of critically annoying thing about the Nature's Prophet.
I wonder if the Templar Assassin, if Bottega will just go for a straight up Daedalus over the BKB.
There isn't that much to stun him, actually.
Yeah.
And there are, you know, there are some saves in terms of counter initiations, even if they're not like saving abilities the way the Marcy's Pick Me Up would be and whatnot. So you should be able to stay alive. Plus, not to mention, by the way, the Naga Siren with the shard actually gives you a pretty insane regen. 6% per second across 7 seconds potentially. That's a lot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not actually sure how Yellow Submarine transition. I've been scratching my head for the past 10 minutes, just trying to figure that out.
You've got an itchy head for a ball, man.
They can win team fights, but they don't transition as well as MOUZ do.
Oh, blink in from the Slardar, and that's an easy kill, but unfortunately the easy kill also doesn't come with a lot of calories to add. It has to be a tier 2 transition, otherwise this just doesn't seem worth it.
Bottega does seem like he wants to be taking down that tower, and right now MOUZ seem like they aren't interested in defending it. However, as I say that, the glyph does come out, and instantly Yellow Submarine go back.
They're being a little bit too respectful in many ways. The problem is that with the team fights that they've lost recently, they've also very often just not had the TA in position to be able to fight with them. I think they're better in a 5v5. For now, at least.
I mean, with the Slardar, you don't really have much choice. You have to consider yourselves better for the 5v5, because by that, after that 30-minute mark, MOUZ will be ahead.
There still are going to be a lot of chances to take those 5v5s, and with an Aegis to boot. Slardar, Templar Assassin on the other side. Yeah, you know they're going to be able to pick up a few P12 chance.
And now with the Aegis, perhaps they can transition. At least take down some towers, maybe take a team fight. MOUZ can avoid though. Have Tomato who can split push.
I think Janta might be dead over here. Blink Dagger backwards is going to give him some space, but the slow, long-range silence as well from the Templar Assassin is enough. Infernal comes over too. It's going to be a quick kill for Infernal. Copy in the meanwhile continues to split push out in the bottom lane. Do you
want
go
to
for
fight?
Aghanims on this TA? But before that question, Infernal, will you stay alive? That's a much more important question, and I think the answer to that is absolutely not. Unstoppable streak goes the way of copy, and suddenly, Yellow Submarine no longer feeling very comfortable about a fight. But if they catch out the Ember, that's going to be a big difference. The problem is the damage there just isn't enough. The net, the reel back in. The blade mill will not matter. A blink forward from Bottega as he's trying to pursue past into Celery. Celery might survive, but with a quick slowdown as well from the TA traps, his death is guaranteed. It's a necessary trade. But can they transition into tower when their creeps are so far behind?
They can't, and that's the big problem. Sure, you get a kill on the Ember Spirit. That is really good. But you need some of these towers.
Oh my god, they're going back in. It's onto the Aegis of the Templar Assassin. They just want to make sure that she's uncomfortable going in for these pushes. They know they can't kill her.
The difference, though, he's looking to wrap around, and the Templar Trap is going to reveal MOUZ's position.
Can difference make it there? The blink daggers on both heroes would have made it difficult to even get the stun off, even if he had closed the gap.
That'll be the first tier 2 tower of the game being taken by Yellow Submarine, but it did come at the cost of 2 minutes of an Aegis time. The cost of the axe,
Dire's top
but
tower has fallen.
Those
on the
are all
road to that
pretty
tower, they were
reasonable
able.
costs.
Yeah, if they are. The big question, the big decisive factor will be how many of these tier 2 towers are you able to take. If you get the mid-side tower as well, totally worth it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's an AD rune to
There's
help
also a
Bottega achieve
Daedalus
that.
with it, so
A tithe to the impurities.
I just want to see Daedalus crit with the AD on it.
You
Oh,
might just get to because they are heading towards the top lane.
they need the net to be able to kill Copy regardless. He's got 2200 HP. He's very tanky with the Kaya and songs, but with the silence, how could I forget the silence? He's a goner. He's a dead man. He is in the ground. I'd say he's swimming with the fishes, but Naga seems to be looking pretty okay.
Yeah, doesn't want to swim with the Ember. But at 1200 crit without the meld, right? It was at the back of the AD rune, but I mean, you're going to take those coincidental chances, right? You are going to go towards this tier 2 tower, and MOUZ, I don't think you defend this, not without your Ember.
Can you go for more?
Radiant's bottom
Can you at least fork out the glyph with the tier 3? It feels like that should be a guaranteed.
It's hard to actually go for the tier 3, but Bottega, I mean, he's just the way that he's posturing certainly seems like he wants to force out that glyph like you mentioned.
They've got so many counter initiations, Ultras, as well as the fact that you don't have an immediate nuke down on the refraction, right? So you can actually back off with the blink dagger as the TA.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And MOUZ aren't actually posturing to bring any of their heroes here. Bottega will be able to take down the tower,
Dire's middle
and
tower
perhaps you even go in, but no. Turns out it is a bit of a risk. The age is now down to about a minute, and the high ground will be safe from Yellow Submarine, right? They'll be able to take a tier 1 tower, but I don't think they mount up the pressure on a tier 2 unless they go for this Smoke of Deceit play. Maybe it's a fake back. Maybe they want the high ground.
It'll be very hard to go for this fight over here. You have to remember there's a blink BKB refresher available for Boom, and he might be using it over here. Axe is going to be going down. BKB refresher back up. Get the Naga, get it away. Dakota lives through with the song as the second BKB hadn't been used, but it does enable Boom to blink backwards. Celery might be a dead man. He's been a dead man since the game started. He's okay with that. Somehow lives. Boom might not be able to say the same. Long range right click from Bottega as the Hurricane Pike gives him the extra range. Difference will fall though, and he won't get anything in response. MOUZ doing a good job of staying alive across a messy team fight. But now they pursue back.
Captured in the flame.
Blink from Kabira. Good finish off December Spirit. 18 seconds on that Aegis. That's what they're waiting for. Pulverize comes through, but it's immediately interrupted. And look at the damage from this Templar Assassin. He now has to stay alive up against 3. He's got no teammates. He's got no health. The Snapfire will not make it over in time. And with TA going down, that is a little bit of a disaster for Yellow Submarine.
Expensive initiation. They might even lose more. They might even lose their Snapfire as the 3 of them descend upon him, and that's a dieback. And I said it, T-Time, it's an expensive and it's such a difficult way to initiate on the high ground, and that was a surprise attack that was countered
they
out by
also
MOUZ.
just weren't ready for Boom's refresher. And to be honest, it didn't even do much.
Yeah, it's
Just that second BKB actually helps force out the overextension for a while longer, but the second pulverize doesn't even last for half a second.
I think the real overextension came with Yellow Submarines. They decided to go head on over towards the bot lane from the mid lane position.
We could actually see a difference going out of it here. If there's a Nature's Prophet teleport, this should be a dead star there. You only need another Searing Chains. Will he come through? Of course he will. Axe coming in from behind though. There's going to be a quick two-man call if Infernal wants to go in, but he doesn't have faith in his teammate. And with the BKB on the courier not been delivered yet, he will not initiate.
The blink was on cooldown, but I mean, MOUZ just recognize their advantage right now. They will be able to perhaps even take down a tier 2 tower because all of their heroes are in position. And Infernal, or rather Janter, has an Invis rune as well now. He'll just plant an Observer Ward, setting up for what will be an eventual move by MOUZ.
Top tower is under attack.
And Bottega, he's not going for a butterfly or anything like that. He's actually going to go for a swift blink. It's
Maybe he's prioritizing his boots a little bit too much. I actually would really like to see him go for an Aghanim's.
I mean, he's maxed out, essentially.
The thing is, in this late game, you need someone to be able to fight back versus a split push of the Nature's Prophet, right? It's just not an option.
Speaking of the Nature's Prophet, Timado will have a butterfly soon, so a lot of the damage output from the Slaughter and the Templar Assassin isn't going to be there.
Timado's also going to be level 25 soon.
Impossible to actually split push against the Nature's Prophet once you have that removed teleportation cooldown.
Yeah.
And Copy has a Shivas. Didn't have that for the last team fight. So Yellow Submarine, you talked about how fast the Slaughter is. He's not going to be as quick anymore.
He's been pretty quick to die, though.
Bottom tower is under attack. Scanning.
Speed comes in many ways, Tultrus. And
Though they
MOUZ might
have,
be coming in from the Radiant Jungle. Immorales isn't the target they want, but Boom will settle for him. Hey, why not? Lay down the Snapfire again, transition to the tier 2 push, no kisses. Well, no
Bottega?
problems.
He's in a bit of an awkward spot here. He will go in the middle, revealing his position.
Well, he can back off. He's pretty comfortable.
Can he?
I think he can with Celery being pursued. It shouldn't really matter when you've got the Naga Siren on the other side. Copy doesn't have a BKB, and he's the only one who can actually chase past into him, so yeah.
Okay. He's playing with fire, though.
Everyone is when they're up against an Ember Spirit. Celery right now, though, is the one who might get burned. The Ghost Scepter buys some more time and space, but it's Infernal's call that catches Copy. Bottega finds Janter, and that second support will really be hard-pressed for any sort of a retreat. Boom goes back in. The Pulverize is ready. Nature's Prophet with that 3-second wait of the teleportation. It's going to be the second BKB and second Pulverize, and they're hoping for a little bit more impact. But now Timado's coming to an impossible team fight. There's nothing to do. He's been bashed up. Infernal. I mean, all across this game, he's been the difference maker. But now this counter initiation, this is what's going to give maybe even a chance for 2 lanes of racks. There's no Nature's Prophet buyback for 90 seconds.
That was such a lackluster and a horrible decision to go in for MOUZ there. When they lost the Marcy, they should have backed away, but they made a decision to go back in on Bottega. The refresher Pulverize coming out on that Templar Assassin did nothing.
They're going for the throne over here. Yellow Submarine smell blood in the water.
They want to force the buybacks. That's what they're really looking for.
Even if they do, there's no Nature's Prophet. And these are very low cooldowns on the Radiant side. There's a very big cooldown on that refresher. This is going to be the end of times. With the way things are going. Mortimer's kisses forward. Celery is down and out. Tier 4s have been lost. There's no reason to stop. None whatsoever.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
They're still 5 versus 3. but they're so scared of the possibility of Nature's Prophet buying back. I don't agree with this at all.
I mean, they've gotten 2 buybacks, right? So this is a win despite of not actually committing towards those objectives. They were even able to take the mid lane of Barracks, and they're going to set up for Roshan because they have the TA on their side, so they know exactly when Roshan comes up, and it is right now. And MOUZ aren't in the position to actually contest Roshan because 1, it goes down too quickly, and 2, their mid lane's pushed in. So make no mistake about it, Yellow Submarines are the ones in control. They go for a 5-man smoke. Copy. He may find himself to be a bit too vulnerable. This Primal Beast isn't in position, isn't inside of the base. So this can go from a 0 to 100 very quickly if Copy isn't careful.
I mean, the problem is Boom also isn't going to be nearby for about 10 seconds or so. If you can get an initiation, there will be no counter, there will be no pulverize, there will be no big bad Primal Beast. But this isn't going to be a classic initiation, it is just straightforward. Go in, get some damage out on the buildings, wait for a chance to fight.
They haven't set down the banner though, so they haven't made their intentions clear, and they're still choosing what the right strategy is going to be. Perhaps to try and find a pick-off outside of the base before you go in, or maybe even take a tier 2 tower down towards the bot lane.
I think they just want to guarantee the possibility of mega creeps, really, which seems strange when you've got the throne exposed, but they will be in a position to punish anyone moving out of the base at all.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And Butterfly, by the way, that you talked about for Nature's Prophet, still not here yet. Not even
won't be able to
nearby.
get it.
Yeah, not a chance. He has to save a buyback, which means that, what, about 4,000 more gold that he needs? That's not coming in the duration of this Aegis.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
The big question is, for Yellow Submarine, they can't overextend.
Oh no, Celery's gone. Is there a stun over here available? No, there's not. So the Ghost Scepter is going to be enough to keep him alive, otherwise that would have been problematic. Celery did have buyback, but even just the idea of being 4 versus 5, despite however weak Celery might be, it is a critical difference.
That teleport animation from the Marcy reminds me of a Dragon Ball Evolution.
Maybe
Doesn't
that's
take as
going to be
many
the
episodes.
Arcana. That's the Celery Arcana, yeah.
I would like to see some different Arcanas coming about.
Well, Inferno's going to be able to catch up to Mod over here, and guess what he doesn't have, Ultras? He doesn't have buyback. That green sword in his inventory, well, it's not looking very pretty right now.
And I think that Yellow Submarine saw the inventory pick up there, right? Because he went to the secret shop, so they know that he recently bought that item. So there's a possibility he doesn't have buyback, and it's gonna get worse! They're going to lose their Ember copy bought back earlier, and they won't have 2 of their cores to defend their throne!
It's game over. It is absolutely game over. Even if they think Nature's Prophet might have the buyback, they know Ember Spirit doesn't. There is no reason to stop. It is going to have to be a bulldozer down middle. And Bottega is the one in the driver's seat. Roshan's banner deployed. You asked about their intentions and clarity of it. It is now abundantly clear. The Nature's Prophet pick given up in game number 2. The Dawnbreaker pick given up in game number 1. This has been a series of expectations being subverted. And right now the expectations are clear. It is a throne on the ground. It is game 3 guaranteed. Yellow Submarine, fight back.
These lower brackets have really been, the theme for them has really been one mistake to lose it all, right? Yesterday, we saw Passion UA's Queen of Pain make one tiny error with a blink in, costing them the series. This time around, we saw how MOUZ gave up this series, or rather gave up this game number 2. They haven't given up the series at the back of that Nature's Prophet pickup.
To be fair, this was a very good game from Yellow Submarine. They were consistently in the lead, and sure, difference might not have been feeling like the most impactful on the Slardar over there. But towards the later game where he transitions into a position 3, Axe was doing so well consistently. Bottega's been given so much space to farm. There were some places where maybe it could have gone better, sure, but Yellow Submarine were always in the lead. This was not MOUZ's game to lose at all. It was their game to come back into maybe, but not to lose. So yeah, game number 3 coming in. Yellow Submarine looking incredibly good as we move forward. The question is, which version of them are we going to see, and which version of MOUZ Sports is going to show up in the decider? Let's find out the answer after a break.
The blade of a soldier's death.
Dire's courier has been killed.
But what a performance coming through from Bottega and the gang over in Yellow Submarine as we continue on in the lower bracket of the playoffs of the CCT Season 2 Series number 4. I'm T-Time Metelchus, and we're going to be looking to see who is going to be eliminated.
Honestly, before we headed into the series, I thought that MOUZ would be the stronger team, but turns out Yellow Submarine are able to fight back. That game number 2 at the back of that Templar Assassin, that was quite the performance that we had. Just able to farm up, consistently able to acquire space, and just winning the offlane, keeping the Nature's Prophet down, just hitting their mark. Even though they didn't have their early game win condition, they were still able to transition really well.
Yeah, I have to say, just overall, a pretty coherent game plan as well coming out from Yellow Submarine, really taking a note out of what went wrong in the previous one and giving themselves a lot more fallback in the late game based on the early lead that they got. Game number 1 as well, let's not forget, they did actually get a very big early advantage in the first 12 to 15 minutes, but they never had the heroes to be able to make use of it, and they missed the timings that they had to snowball. So, now let's see what game number 3 looks like over here. It is going to be the Dawnbreaker and Undying band now from Yellow Submarine, and for MOUZ, they start things off with something straightforward. It's a Shadow Fiend and a Beastmaster.
Ideally, you have a puck ban, because MOUZ will be very happy to pick that one up.
Yeah, Copy would love to play it over here. Especially if you can just ban something out like a Silencer or Disruptor. So, yeah, okay. So, we have the Nature's Prophet in the pool and the puck. So, you have to choose between one or the other. Yellow Submarine are likely going to be able to counter this out with a puck of their own.
Hopefully. Right? Hopefully they see that, because MOUZ, if you don't pick the puck, then MOUZ can pick the puck as well as a Nature's Prophet.
MOUZ can't pick the puck, to be fair, right? Like the first pick coming out into the second phase is always the Yellow Submarine. So if they let the puck go, it's just going to be banned, realistically.
Maybe we even see Difference play the Primal Beast. But no, Yellow Submarine will pick up the Monkey King, another good hero in the current meta. Not sure.
I'm underwhelmed.
Yeah, it does feel underwhelming. Not because the Monkey King isn't strong, but because MOUZ came out with such a strong pick to start off with the Nature's Prophet. 100% win rate in the lower brackets. It's
I mean, we just saw it lose, to be fair. Like 5 minutes ago, Tolchus.
Oh right. Oh, I've actually forgotten. Yeah.
MOUZ were likely going to have to waste a ban on the puck at the very least. I don't know how much of a waste that is if you can't take it out. If you leave the puck in, however, the good thing is you force this Monkey King into being a position 1 or position 4. So if you want to try and pigeonhole this Monkey King into being one of those heroes that doesn't do that well late game versus the Nature's Prophet, you do have that option available to you. Or alternatively, Yellow Submarine just give you a puck for free and a Nature's Prophet, which would be kind of insane.
And MOUZ right now have the option to pick up a lot of heroes that give you information over the Monkey King, right? The Night Stalker, if you want to play it on the offlane, if you want a support that does that, you can pick yourself up Clockwork. So a plethora of heroes at your fingertips.
Why ban Warlock? What does Warlock specifically counter out?
I think it's just the Wukong's command into the Golem. Right, which could be a very strong initiation tool.
With the Fatal Bond as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair enough. Just the Wombo combo potential, I suppose. That's
exactly
fair. I'm very curious about what Yellow Submarine try and go for over here, right? It does feel like they have a litany of options, but also maybe a few too many of them.
It does seem like the few too many options is there for both of these sides, and you really have to wonder what the strategy is going to be. I would like to see a Storm pick up for Yellow Submarine if they're not going to go for a puck, and if they're going to let MOUZ have that hero. Storm plus the Monkey King, a lot of initiation potential. Once again, they ban out the Medusa, and let's see if this is going to be a puck coming out, or if whether both of these teams will skip out of the puck. Who knows?
Nature's Prophet and puck together are also incredibly strong as well, so MOUZ would be very happy if they are allowed to have that one. At this point, Storm or Puck, I mean, honestly, we might just see Storm and Puck from either side, the way this is going. Both of these teams would benefit a lot from that instant initiation. Storm very good versus the Monkey King as well in a lot of ways, but you go for the Bogna instead.
I'm not
Can I just say underwhelmed again?
Yeah, I'm not liking this drop from Yellow Submarine this time around. MOUZ right now, Night Stalker, even can go for the Silencer as well to counter out that Pugna kinetic fuel will hold the axe from coming in, and at the very least, Timado will be playing a lot safer compared to last game around because he doesn't want to get off to that bad start again. Okay, this is because of the primal beast. It's to see one of the reasons why Morta is so good against the Phoenix, right? Is because you can drop down the silence where the Phoenix is diving in. Same scenario applies here, right? Just drop down the silence where the onslaught is going to be coming into, so that you can't have a follow-up pulverize.
See, my only question is, Morta's not going to be banned.
It's not bad.
Like, it wouldn't be banned, right?
Yeah.
I have a bone to pick with teams that generally don't pick heroes that will not be banned later on, and also, you know, when you have heroes that probably aren't going to be countered. I really want an interesting mid hero now in the end, because at this point, I mean, MOUZ can just go for a spirit pick into a buck +1 ban, and then you've already eliminated most of the mids in the game, and unless they're expecting this to be a middle monkey king. Of course, that's always a possibility, but that also depends on whatever MOUZ goes for themselves for the mid lane.
Could just be the Storm, could be the Puck. Storm is a bit worse than the Puck in this scenario because you do have an axe on the other side, not to mention
you also have
Bugna on the other side.
Also the whatever the ultimate from Muerta is called, where she goes ethereal.
I remembered it as soon as you said whatever it was called, right? I'm trying to remember.
I'm gonna cheat and just check.
I am forgetting what it was
It's
called.
Pierce the Veil.
I swear Pierce the Will was on my mind, but I really thought Pierce the Will was the name of another ability.
I just want to know the name of whatever MOUZ sports is going to be going for, because they are running out of time, and I think they might be struggling a bit with what they want. Now, let's maybe have a conversation about position 4. Okay, so they do go for their Templar Assassins, and they'll have the TA plus the Nature's Prophet. This is a very greedy lineup. This is like a insanely greedy lineup, actually.
Get it. The itemization doesn't really change on a Templar Assassin, irrespective of whether you are a carry or a mid lane. The priority for the itemization
This is a position
though.
for Nature's Prophet, though. I think they have to move to this Nature's Prophet to position 4. I don't think you have a choice to play both NP and TA in 1 and 2. It just, you're asking for too much. You don't have a stunning support in the Disruptor. You don't have, you know, your Primal Beast sure is going to be fairly active around the map earlier on as well, but that's not enough space. You can't have a non-stun support plus a Primal Beast being your primary kill threats. This has to be another mid lane. I'm sure of it. And so is Yellow Submarine. The Puck ban coming out from them now as well. Maybe that's just a just-in-case situation, but yeah.
I mean, if you do want to go for a mid laner, the Storm would be really good here. I mean, the problem is Yellow Submarine, their second pick, now that I'm thinking about it, isn't as underwhelming because that Nether Ward actually counters out a lot of mid lane heroes out there, right? The Storm, the Ember, the Void, the Puck.
But does it counter the Slaughter mid?
The Axe counters the Slaughter mid.
Some people say the Slaughter mid counters the Slaughter mid.
Yeah, I'm one of those people.
Jantor is so okay. So it's a position 4 disruptor. That's guaranteed. I really think this is going to be just a Nature's Prophet mid.
It's a copy mid. It's a Phoenix on the mid lane.
Celery on the Nature's Prophet it is, I suppose.
I mean, the Phoenix sure does do well against the Monkey King, but the problem is Bottega has actually picked up the Mortar, right? So this is going to be a carry Mortar, and when you actually take a look at what the Mortar is to face up against, it's a Templar Assassin, and the Templar Assassin can't do anything against Pierce the Whale, right? So this Mortar can just activate the ultimate and just take out the Phoenix Egg without actually receiving any kind of damage to herself. So it's going to come at the back of those disables, which, as you pointed out, there aren't too many of them to actually hold this Mortar down. So I worry for MOUZ right now. If they're able to disable the Mortar and take her down before she's able to activate the ultimate, that's going to be well and good. If they're unable to do that, though, we have seen just how strong of a glass cannon the carry Mortar can be.
I have no idea who's actually favored in this as far as the draft is concerned. I think the only reason why I'm slightly leaning more on this side of Yellow Submarine is I think Axe is going to be such a difference maker just in terms of being he's the only AoE disable in this entire game. There aren't that many like heroes that'll be clumping together though.
Yeah. It will have to be solo calls on this Templar Assassin, right? The highest value target in the game. At the same time, though, you have a pretty good counter. You have the Glimpse back. So, Axe, even if he gets the call off, there's no guarantee that he'll be able to maintain that disable against the Glimpse there. So it does seem like MOUZ are onto something. But again, all roads lead back to that Mortar. Whether or not they'll be able to disable Bottega. Because there's a lot of save here. You have a double Netherize ability, if that's even a word, right? The Pugna Decrepify coupled up with Pierce the Will, they both do the same thing, which means that this Templar Assassin isn't going to be able to actually dish out the hits.
What is the Phoenix build going to be?
A mid Phoenix, I mean, just the Shivas. The wrestle into the Shivas, probably.
Okay. Does the mid Phoenix without the egg just provide enough magic damage potentially to keep Mortar on her toes? It is a lot of magic damage.
You do, but if you don't pop the egg, if you delay popping the egg, you're just going to get hit by the Berserker's Call. And Phoenix, I can tell you, does not have the sustain to actually survive.
30 seconds to battle.
So it's a lot of difficult decisions. It's a lot of difficult questions that MOUZ will be forced to answer.
Maybe a Heart of Tarask on the Phoenix?
It does come out, but until after you have the Shivas. The Shivas is the absolute core requirement of a Phoenix.
Of course.
Not too sure if... Oh, man. Perhaps the Celery takes an increased resource capacity in this team, right? Perhaps he plays more of a position 3.5.
I think we might just see Celery playing a position 6 role, to be frank. With the amount of farm that needs to be taken up across the map right now.
I will
No,
say
it would
that
be
the...
wild to see, which probably won't happen, but it would be wild to see.
I will say that the Axe this time around isn't going to be having the same kind of game he had last time around, because you have a Pugna. There's no real setup. There's no real aggressive potential coming out from the Pugna there. So the Axe will probably just farm away safely.
Could we see a Radiance from Copy?
Oh yeah, that is actually a good item you can make, and we have seen
Because the Radiance plus the
Phoenix
Dying
go
Light
for it.
together is just so strong.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dyer's
As far as skill potential is concerned, it does feel like this bottom lane is the one where you are most likely to get early activity.
I mean, Bottega is on a very weak hero. So if the Primal Beast is able to get the onslaught in, perhaps they even are able to take down the Mortar. At the same time, though, you'll have Zakoda dish out the level 2 ignite once, or the level 2 ignite as soon as he hits the level 2 mark. So Jantor is going to be in trouble too, because the dead shot has a very high range, because you can bounce it off towards the trees.
Even without it, it's got 1,000 range anyway. Pretty good for a targeted nuke potentially. But yeah. Copy, no surprises. He's doing pretty well for himself, but he can't really stop Difference from getting farm up. His last hits are fine. Top lane, Tomato has to be a little bit careful, but not too much so. Celery's been kept honest, and those right clicks from the Pugna, they hurt, man.
They hurt on the Nature's Prophet, not so much on a Templar.
True.
But Celery is actually going to face the brunt of those Berserker, of those Battle Hungers. And it's just going to be forced back, but he has the teleportation, so he can just go back to the fountain and come back into the lane.
It's a lot more expensive for a support than it is for a core.
Yeah, he doesn't actually have the gold, so he's actually going to backstab a Morales here.
Radiant's courier
Well,
has been killed.
just a little bit extra damage coming through. Good to see, but at the end of the day, the Pugna's always going to be coming out on top of that trade.
And keeping the lane divided is very important for MOUZ, because as soon as you let up, those nether blasts are then going to be hitting your tower. So you may have a scenario where Yellow Submarine are able to get a lot of early game objectives, and you can't have that because you are playing a Phoenix on the mid lane. You need a lot of space to make that work.
Axe is also one of the best heroes in the game for being able to take down a tier 1 safe lane tower because you get so much more farming space. But bottom lane, Boom is in some trouble. The Lotuses will go the way of Zakoda. The glimpse back onto Bottega will at the very least guarantee that he can stay relatively comfortable. Remember, he hasn't picked up the onslaught just yet, so there was legitimate kill potential, if not for that. And that legitimate kill potential might be showcased over here. Zakoda is going to fall. Bottega with first blood. Second might be around the corner. Boom. Still not without that level 3. He's trying to get the damage back with the trample, but it will not be sufficient. Celery makes his way over. He's going to be able to pick up some kills. It's the blood grenade to guarantee it. So at the very least, Bottega will not be going unpunished, but he does get a lot done. And Tomato, in the meanwhile, on that top lane, is going to have some space taken away.
That was a good win coming out for Yellow Submarine, creating that early game start. I mean, the Mortar picking up the kill is just super good for him. MOUZ, though, did not really understand the intent of Yellow Submarine, as they were very casually walking into the tier 1. So I don't think they actually expected them to go for the initiation at the back of that Ogre Magi. But in the game of intentions, the one who is able to hide it comes out ahead.
Oh, there you go. That Sanzu?
No, that's just my life, D-Time.
There you go.
That's just painful lessons.
Well, one of the painful lessons for Tomato over here is also going to be the fact that it is much harder to lane without Celery. Mid lane, Copy, getting in nice and close, and with that stun on the Difference, this could be a real kill. The damage will continue forward. He misses the bird, and now Copy is the one in trouble. Blood grenade backwards, but don't ever forget the Dying Light gives a crazy amount of DPS, and with a heal from Celery coming through Copy lane, there's more action happening. Janta to take a knee.
Nice cut of the tree there by the Phoenix, but unable to secure the kill. In the end, though, it was the death of the Pugna, who did come in to try and protect the Monkey King. I don't know actually who that favors. The Phoenix, sure, but it's not by much, as the real prize was the Monkey King.
I think the problem is that Tomato's just not getting the chance to have help over here, and with the bottom lane where Boom is just going to have a tough time. Yeah.
And towards mid lane, you were able to take Difference down anyway.
I mean, Celery will stay alive, barely just.
Seeds of fortune.
MOUZ will have to go back, but it's this Primal Beast who's continually suffering. And if you have an early Maelstrom on Bottega, his farming speed will accelerate, so does his damage output. The Maelstrom is perhaps the best item on the Mortar, and perhaps one of the best combinations for a hero like the Mortar, because you have that chance for that extra hit to come out.
Bottega, this time will not be able to find another follow-up kill. Top lane Tomato still struggling. He is on 20 last hits in comparison to Bottega's 37. Bottega also having a lot of kill participation. 5 now in total with the added kill on Janta.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a very early Maelstrom, and even towards the top side, the Monkey King goes in.
And with that, Tomato should be saying goodbye. Celery can't really do anything to help him out over here at all. Celery's been not the most help in general because of the amount of times he's had to rotate away. This entire game for MOUZ is going to be hinging around the neck of the Phoenix.
Which
Copy is the only person who's actually getting anything done over here.
not that great of an insurance policy, if you ask me. I mean, Yellow Submarine, their carry is doing so well. The Axe Infernal was able to get a kill on towards Timado, so your Templar Assassin isn't going to be having the great game that Yellow Submarine's Templar Assassin had in game number 2.
Is under attack.
At the same time, the Monkey King has had to rotate because the mid lane, he was constantly being pressured. But still, he's been doing fine, right? It's all of the pressure that they were trying to apply now on the Monkey King, but it didn't really come out to anything. He's still doing fine for himself.
Good work.
I thought that was you.
你是认真的吗？
I will always be caught off guard by some of the more
Radiant are scanning.
child-sounding voice lines. But now in the mid lane, Difference is trying to fight back. The Wukong Drink comes through. He knows his priority is taking down the support. He doesn't want to let this Phoenix be all too low. The Dying Light damage would be too much to deal with. But Monkey, for now, will just back off.
Radiant's middle
Is the
tower
egg
is
forced out and only a kill on the Zakoda? And that too might not be guaranteed to be bloodless. Celery healing himself up with the help of the Sprout will stay alive, and yeah, Pugna will barely live.
And overall, just a kill on the Ogre Magi, and I believe a kill on the Disruptor, a 1-for-1. Not all that
the
bad
egg
for
being
Yellow
used-
Submarine. Yeah. The egg was committed, so was the Wukong's command in all fairness, but the egg is the more important aspect because
Yeah.
that's one big ultimate that MOUZ really need.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Can't fight without it.
Radiant's
And I
structures are
appreciate the
fortified.
Ogre Magi trying to land a hit on the egg. He cancelled it halfway. He was like, nah, nah,
Dire's
there's no
top
way.
tower is under attack.
This mid-lane tier 1 is going to start to fall very soon, and Copy's at least done a good job of making sure that he's going to have some map control freed up for the rest of his teammates. Good difference. Has to be careful, those trees are always going to be threatened. Copy is just going to be content with finishing off this tower. Backline, so that's where Celery's gone in. They've got the birds as well. This is a lot of damage, and Difference should not be surviving. And I have to say, this Dying Light is doing much more damage than I really gave it credit for.
And when he has that vessel tea time, he is going to be doing a whole lot more. And Yellow Submarine, their Monkey King is burning. Hasn't actually had any kind of an impact this game. 2,600 in terms of net worth. He's even behind the Primal Beast, who
Dire's top tower.
for the most part
Basically-
just kept dying.
Especially half the net worth of the Phoenix. Phoenix right now, they're going up towards the top lane. Copy is going to have to play with fire consistently. He wants to be low on HP so he can continue dealing that damage. And while Pugna is ethereal, he is getting destroyed. Tomato getting the right click. A sorely needed kill for this Templar Assassin.
And now the egg is back up. You can continue dishing out the aggression like they are on Zakoda. There are 3 heroes on top of him, and Yellow Submarine, for the first time, their off lane is going to get punished hard.
Illusion.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The good thing for Yellow Submarine though, they're able to apply a lot of damage towards this tier 1 tower every single time the Phoenix isn't present in the lane, and it's almost fallen here. The rest of Yellow Submarine's towers are all pretty healthy apart from the mid lane. The
Infernal in
lane,
the top lane is just going to be forced back by the egg and taken down by a TP from Celery. Celery is going to be picking up the killing spree, and dude, the damage is unbelievable. Now, my only question is, the damage from the Dying Light, does that match? Like, does that stay consistent while the Supernova
Radiant's
goes
top
on?
tower is under attack.
I think so.
Okay.
Depends on the amount of HP missing when you
Yeah.
activate the egg, I believe.
Radiant's
All right.
top tower is under attack.
But still, the
And Morales,
Ooh.
I mean, he's
TP?
just dead. The TP shouldn't matter. There's Janto, the Glimpse. I'm surprised that they don't commit slightly harder, but maybe worried about the lack of the Monkey King on the map, and they'd be right. He is trying to be a tree. He is treeing to get involved.
His treeing is making him suffer, though. I mean, he is so underfarmed.
3600, man. Not a good sign.
He's above the Primal Beast, though, but that is a hero that, you know, has died twice, hasn't been able to come into the lane because he just gets zoned out every single time he tries.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You do have a smoke play, but you have a celery play too.
Yeah, while they try and come in from the back lines, from the outposts, or rather from the twin gate, there's certainly that possibility of getting a kill on the Kapira. The stun will come out. Can they keep him alive? Celery's got himself another sprout, so Kapira's going to be able to continue to heal himself up, and as he backs off using the Sun Ray, he'll even be getting a kill on his way out. The Dying Light guaranteeing it. Infernal's been slowed up, and the Blade Mill is only going to do so much. Janka just deploys the Static Storm. He knows he's got more HP, so Blade Mill or not, he's going to be coming out on top.
The Monkey King, though.
He'll try, but at the same time, the vessel's been used to heal up the Phoenix to whatever extent possible. The eggs come out once again. Difference is not going to be able to take this egg down in time, and as he tries to back out of there, he will be on the edge of the Wukong's ring. Now, Difference is trying to juke, but trying being the critical word. He's fighting back. Another kill on the Celery would be nice, but he's too slow. The birds, a little bit too much.
MOUZ constantly playing on the edge there, but coming out ahead. Initially, the Phoenix copy recognized the limits of the axe because the kinetic field kept the axe from using the culling blade on copy. And then later on, it was the dive that actually saved his life there. But still, able to play around the edge of the Monkey King too. It's all very impressive coming out from MOUZ, but they will need to continue with their momentum because Bottega on that safe lane is having the time of his life. Already a Maelstrom available, and T-time he will be able to create that Hyperstone and consequently complete that Mjolnir by that 16-minute mark.
50.
And for comparison, a 15 to 16-minute Maelstrom is considered a good timing for a mid lane Maelstrom.
Copy. He knows that he has to keep the pressure up across the map. He might be highest in net worth, but right now he has to make sure that the Templar Assassin has a chance to catch up with this pesky Muerta. And, well, this is a lot of pressure being created. Difference can't back off either. The glimpse is going to be there if he tries to do anything. And honestly, man, Copy is just doing a crazy amount of damage. Boots to travel now up as well. He's going to be flying across the map, not just with his wings, but with his booties as well.
Surprised he actually went with Boots of Travel. I think it's because he's having such a great time.
I really thought he'd go for the Radiance because of that fact, actually. This extra 2,000 gold, might as well build into it. The evasion's also quite nice.
But right now, he can actually go for an early Shivas as well. Both of them are actually pretty good here.
Well, Copy just spamming out the egg, that's what it feels like. 7 kills, 6 assists. He has been involved in every kill bar 1. The MOUZ.
I wonder what the one kill he wasn't in, where that happened.
Death of one of the heroes died on bot. I think it was Ogre.
But Yellow Submarine haven't actually brought in the full 5, right? It's so far it's just been pickoffs across a scattered force. Now they're going to go as a 3-man though.
Teller is going to be caught. It's a big kill. Even in just a position 5, he is level 9. He's very strong. I like the fact that they don't use the Culling Blade. They let Difference pick up the kill. Difference really needs that comeback goal that he does get from taking some of those streaks out.
It's a dominating streak, so it's not only the level 9, it's also a big amount of gold going the way of the Monkey King, who was struggling, like you mentioned. Unfortunately, though, he needs to continue the momentum.
Oh, the tier 1 tower was always going to fall when there's Bugna nearby, but yeah, taking advantage of the time when the egg is going to be critical. The initiate. Culling Blade is used this time, but not to the greatest of effect. Difference still gets the kill, and he's happy with that.
And Bottega, I believe he has his Mjolnir, right? He even has a component of the BKB, and this is going to come back
had
to
his Mjolnir at 14.
This is going to come back to haunt MOUZ. You have a Desolator and a Dragonlance up, so perhaps MOUZ fight back.
We're going to take that conversation elsewhere. We're looking for this fight. The X down for 15 more seconds, but Yellow Submarine don't have the numbers to be able to do anything about it. No way to stop this teleport either, and the last Meld Strike hit is insufficient. In the meanwhile, Zakoda brought back into the confines of Copy. Copy will not get the kill, but again, Tomato wasn't doing too hot either. Both Tomato and the Monkey King are on their redemption arcs.
Again, you need to be careful, right? Not to give too many kills away to Templar Assassin. Bottega is doing well, and you need to make sure that he continues to do well at the back of not feeding away too many of these kills. Yellow Submarine, they're actually quite strong when they group up together, and they need to continue with that pace if they want to fight against MOUZ. And they don't want to fight, fair enough, but then play safe.
Boom barely gets away there. If that blink got cancelled, Boom was dead.
I wonder what they will do with the Blink Dagger though. But Copy, turns out he's not going to be going for the Radiance or the Shivas. He is going to be going for a Scythe of Whites, the good old Gwinsu, to support him.
We don't talk about the G-Man anymore. He betrayed us.
Why?
Do you not know?
No.
Ginsu went to work on League of Legends. That's why his name was removed.
That is heartbreaking.
Yeah. He never came to the Dota team. I don't know if the invitation was extended, but yeah. Ginsu was the original Ice Frog. In case people don't know, Ginsu's Scythe of Vice was the original name of that. I think Ginsu used to develop Dota back up to like 5.85 or so, before Ice Frog subsequently inherited it from him. Smoke up for MOUZ Sports. They really want that Blink Dagger to be put to use.
There's no one nearby though, outside of the Bugna.
It's just a poor read. Unfortunately, Infernal would have been prime candidate for that gank, but he's navigated away.
It's not the worst thing because you can transition this into a tier 1 tower if you really want to. But you will have to support your Templar. You can't walk away from this smoke when your Templar is there in that position. And I think Yellow Submarine, they are also going to bring their heroes in because they want a fight. And I wonder if they're going to bring Bottega in, or if Bottega might just end up being the target of this smoke play.
Bottega has the BKB. You can't kill him. Will there be a chance to turn it around is the question. Pulverize comes out, the silence on the Tomato as well, and the Ethereal will end very soon. Bottega might have the BKB, but more importantly, he's got a whole lot of damage and a whole lot of healing as well. Pugna will keep him nice and healthy. Tomato is going to be the one taken down over here as well, but he does at least try to fight back. Where is the egg? That is the only question. It's too far off. He's worried. Copy doesn't want to be giving up his spree. Instead, he'll be giving up his steam.
Here's the Whale, can't fight against it, not without your Phoenix. We saw the perfect use of it there. You had the perfect initiation, a full duration Pulverize, but he was able to activate his ultimate before you grabbed the Mortar up. And he didn't even feel the need to use his BKB time.
Yeah, 9 seconds even now.
I hope they realize the missing gap there. That was the Phoenix. And Copy, as good of a game he is having.
Even if Phoenix is there, Phoenix just dies. There's the BKB used by Morta, and then, you know, Bottega's fine.
That is true, yeah. So maybe it's a good thing that Phoenix wasn't there.
The gap right now is damage, unfortunately, and
I think that's why Copy is going for a Hex. To disable the Mortar from being able to activate the BKB and take down the egg. I think they want to take down the Mortar before she is able to do anything. But that's a very small window, right? You have the Decrepify and the Life Drain still, as well as a counter initiation. And Yellow Submarine, this time around, they want to be the ones to initiate on an unsuspecting MOUZ.
Who's going to be leading the charge for that initiation? They don't have anyone natural to start things off outside of the axe. He's not in the smoke. Now he is, so you will be able to accompany what is likely to be a blink call forward.
Radiant's bottom tower.
MOUZ are very grouped up. This should be a big fight. Infernal wants to go in on the Tomato, but this is a bait from MOUZ. They've been good about this in the last game as well, but this time it's too much. Tomato's gone before the fight can even start. It's a 1-for-1. Not over, not quite yet. If Bottega can get a few more right clicks onto Boom, that'd be big. The dead shot misses, unfortunately, and that means Boom can stay alive. You can't say the same about the rest of the team. The egg has now been used. Is it going to be focused? Bottega's not looking at it. The attack speed on this man is insanity. Triple kill, make it an ultra, and it could have been the full rampage if we're being realistic.
He just set up so nicely for Bottega there. And I'm talking about MOUZ, by the way. They went in on the Morta without any kind of a game plan as to what they're going to do when he activates the BKB as well as appears the whale. It really turned out that it didn't matter. I mean, they chose to go in despite not having Timado. Your only source of physical damage. An unacceptable set of errors there from MOUZ, as that is really going to hurt them. I mean, Bottega, if you thought he was doing well before, take a look at his net worth. 6,000 ahead of the Templar Assassin, and now will also be in possession of the Aegis.
I don't know, man. I don't know how you stop this.
They should have just waited for the Hex. He had 2 components of it, but even then it may not have been enough because you lost Timado from the get-go.
Was it the... Okay, so I think what you basically need is to go back to patch 7.37 and buy the Revenant's Brooch from back then, when you could still go through the veil just by using it. That's the move.
Nature's Prophet does have the Orchid though. If you are able to couple up the Hex with the Orchid at the same exact time, then maybe the burst damage from the Orchid is going to take the Morta out. But I mean, it really seems very difficult.
What you need realistically is the Hex and the Static Storm before the Murta's used her ultimate, and then to be able to focus her down. It's a very, very hard ask though.
Might be an impossible ask if you ask me.
Phoenix's next pickup is going to be the Agnum Shard copy, who was really leading the charge. Feels like he's suddenly a little bit underwhelming. He is 7-1-7, and he's had his impact, a lot of it, but how do you save your team in a situation like this? Nice stun coming out from Difference, making sure that Boom can't back off. Inferno should be able to pick up the skill, but with the slow from the TA traps, he won't be able to close the distance and get a call out.
I mean, they're fine with that. They forced the BKB out, right? And at the back of it, with the Aegis in hand as well, when you know there's no BKB on the other side, you can just make your move on some of these tier 2 towers. It's going to be the second one of the game for the Submarine. They are on a 5,000 net worth advantage, and they are slowly boxing MOUZ into a very dangerous corner.
Yeah. And I don't know if you can get yourself out of this corner. Last few minutes, it feels like MOUZ has been getting basically no kills. All of this big lead that they got early on has been lost. 6,000 net worth ahead, and all of that is in Muerta's pockets. Muerta, who is, by the way, about 1,000 gold off of her Daedalus as well. 20,000.
MOUZ are about to get pincered here.
I mean, Emeraldus should end up going down first at the very least. I don't know how much of a pincer this is going to be. Emeraldus is surprisingly tanky, where the S-String stays alive long enough that Infernal can get the response. It's not really... And it's not really something that either team cares about. 1-for-1, MOUZ probably happy with the fact they don't lose more.
I wonder if this will be a transition to a tier 2 tower. I mean, Yellow Submarine have been pretty slow about that. Ooh, no, they find Boom. The Monkey King is here too.
Monkey King's gonna be slow about this one. Boom. He's gonna be able to blink backwards as well. Remember, he needs to use the onslaught to make sure he can stay away from this Axe. Axe is the only one who can interrupt his BKB TP, and the BKB isn't even used. So Boom going down. And this should be where the transition happens, but they're trying to make a go onto Bottega. They really
He has a
want him.
Daedalus.
I mean, you can't fight him. You literally can't fight him even 3 versus 1. Let alone with 2. Aegis still has a minute left on it. You really want to see a tier 2 taken down while they have it.
He hasn't even gotten the shard to amplify, or not to amplify his damage, but to actually gain a lot of lifesteal. It is
Also
deceptively
gives you
strong.
permanent spell amplification, so. With every kill.
I wonder. Okay, it is retroactive. So he has 11 kills. So he'll gain about 22% spell amplification.
He has 11 kills and 4 assists. Not for every time she gets a kill, it's also for vicinity. This is 30% spell amp that Bottega is going to get. Templar Assassin's not even close to a BKB Touches. She does not live after her refraction finishes off.
I'm not even sure if he lives outside with that BKB, because there's no way to actually break through the whale. There's no way for them to, so to say, pierce the whale of pierce the whale.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
An interesting day at CCT today, tea time, because 2 teams have already been eliminated, and MOUZ are on the cusp of being a 3rd team to exit out.
In goes Boom. At least A Morales has been taken away. They are buying time, they are buying space in whatever currency they can. Right now it is the death of supports.
At least the initial physical burst damage is there from MOUZ, so they can take this Mortar down. They can take Bottega down if they are able to initiate on top of him. But it has to come at the back of perfect synchrony from this entire team, and so far, it's been patchy at best.
I mean, you need a Hex and the Pulverize coming through in quick succession, basically. With ideally a Silence on top. Ideally.
Do you think it's weird that Primal Beast has to grab up a creep by both of his hands to pulverize him?
It's called having respect, and right now he doesn't want to have any respect off of this axe. Infernal BKB turns around, copy is suddenly made useless.
They are going to disengage. Perhaps Infernal shouldn't use his BKB. Let MOUZ invest further into getting him down, allowing Bottega to come in. They'll have a Lincoln Sphere up soon, and once you have that Lincoln's, you won't have that instant pop of the Hex. He will be able to get his BKB off. I wonder though if the Scepter from Janter is going to make the difference though, because if you're able to mute the items too, if you're able to stop Bottega from using his BKB, perhaps that is the key to unlocking this game for MOUZ.
Look, I'm with you, but Janter also has basically no chance of farming up the Scepter with the way things are going. Axe is forced back with a glimpse, but guess what? Monkey King is nearby, and Bottega is even going to go ahead and pick up another kill. And he does have the shard now. 20% spell amp on Bottega currently.
And the spell lifesteal. Right, the Pierce of Will turns her attacks into magical damage as well, so you gain spell lifesteal at the back of it. It's like a built-in without mirrors.
Now, right now, it's a built-in death for Boom. Boom is going to be taken apart, and it feels like it is a foregone conclusion as to the fate of whatever MOUZ player dares try and fight in the vicinity of this green ghost.
It really feels like Bottega, this Mortha, has the plot armor of Captain Jack Sparrow, right? It just seems unkillable.
And a lot more powerful. I genuinely don't think there's a way for MOUZ to win this without the without the Aghanims on the Disruptor. Like right now, Disruptor needs to basically be a position 1 in terms of farm priority.
Maybe Celery can make another Hex. Maybe you can bring in the chain Hexes, but, you know, Tomato is making a nullifier, so you will have a response to that whale. Soon-ish, I suppose.
Nullifier remove the Pierce with the Veil?
It does, but then you can always activate the BKB,
No, it
right? So it's
doesn't.
it's
No,
not
Pierce
actually...
the Veil can't be removed. The only thing the Nullifier does is to... I'm like 99% sure. The only thing the Nullifier does is to decrepify. You can't remove Pierce the Veil.
I'm not actually sure. Well, I mean, it
I'm,
wouldn't be the
like-
first time that I'm wrong, so...
It does say it's not dispellable in the rule tape. Yeah. Well, either way, Bottega is just going around and picking up whatever map control he can, or realistically whatever map control he can reach, because there's no one who really does dare to contest him. Up next should be the Swift Lane to come through for this Muerta. And after that, your high ground is just gone.
It's a Roshan, though. Meanwhile, it turns out even the internet is a bit divided about whether the nullifier actually counters it out, because half the sources say it does, and half of them say it doesn't. So let's see if whether or not this game will actually answer that question for us. But one thing
Next
is for
5
sure...
minutes are going to be absolute hell for MOUZ.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Being able to counter the ultimate from the Morta is, at the very least, going to happen at the back of a perfect initiation from MOUZ, right? It has to be everyone coming together, and I'm not sure if they'll be given that space, because you have to get through the Axe, you have to get through the Pugna, the Monkey King.
There is a rock throw available now as well, with a shard going the way of Boom. It's now their only stun, funnily enough.
Ooh, Demado needs to be careful. He doesn't have a BKB.
It feels like he has to go for the nullifier over here. I really would probably prefer the BKB right now. If you can get like a 9 seconds or something like it, Bottega's almost entire Pierce, so BL duration is going to be negated. And maybe you have a chance to find back. The problem is the rest of your teammates are still going to be falling. Banner's been placed, the Hex is there, you're going to be fighting back, so, and now the BKB used. Bottega knows he's got no one who can challenge him, he's got no one who can contest him. Boom is a dead man, it's only a right click that stops it, and that right click comes through. Bottega just continues to tear them up. Difference now chasing down the Disruptor. Disruptor is gone. MOUZ have no buybacks. You just need to call it at this point. Bottega's not going to stop. He's 15-1-6. This game is over.
There's only one buyback for MOUZ, and turns out, tea time, we're not going to get the answer to whether Bottega can be countered out. They're just going to simply finish the game, and that Berserker's call really seemed like MOUZ thought that they could initiate upon Bottega and Yellow Submarine would not have any kind of a response? How can you be this arrogant? And MOUZ are going to get punished for it.
MOUZ have been punished for a whole lot more than that. I mean, you look out towards how well Yellow Submarine drafted this entire thing. We were thinking it's going to be Moreta support. They were thinking it's going to be Moreta support. The second it was showcased as well. Phoenix is MOUZ's bucket pick to come back with. Phoenix is supposed to be your big trump card of being a position 2 Phoenix and getting all of those kills. And Copy does a good job of it. He really does. But at the end of the day, it is Bottega from game number 2 and game number 3 who was just uncontestable. They give the Nature's Prophet over twice. And it just deal with it.
Nature's Prophet, I mean, they tried it as a core, they tried it as a support. Turns out both of those times it wasn't really successful. And the Phoenix pick, I mean, it did do really well, but then you had that one big question. How do you deal against Pierce the Whale? And it turns out they didn't have any answers. And it turned out that Yellow Submarine, they're going to be happy with this. They will be the 3rd team to actually eliminate an invited team from this tournament, and MOUZ will be taking the exit.
Well, that leaves us with one more series for the day. It'll be Liga team going up against TNL after a quick break. We'll be back with that one very soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Moving forward, I am not tea time and Tultras. I'm tea time. He's Tultras. Just to clarify that one, just in case there were any confusions about that one. But there's no confusions about where we stand. It is very deep into the tournament that we have gotten to, and we're going to take a look at the playoff brackets to prove that to you as well. If you have been missing out on the lower bracket, we've had one okay series and one really good series. Yellow Submarine, a great comeback versus MOUZ to be able to take that one away 2-1. They'll be getting their rematch versus OG. And if it goes anything the way it did in the upper bracket, we might see them going further ahead. But before that, we have to find out who our first grand finalist is going to be. It is between Liga and Team Next Level.
And I think that Liga, if they're expecting an easy win against Team Next Level, they are going to have a big surprise coming for them, because Team Next Level are no joke. I mean, you Y as the carry position, and then you obviously have the fan favorite for the CCT, Fernandes and Flacco, playing on a support duo. It's always a pleasure seeing them have a bit of fun with it. And this time around, they were able to actually beat out some of the other better teams out there, like Passion UA, for example. So let's see what Team Next Level are going to be able to do. They even beat out Yellow Submarine 2-0.
I am actually quite curious about Liga. I know I've seen them around here or there, but I'm not that familiar with their team in particular. But from the demos that I was watching, I actually quite liked what I saw from Erase and Violent especially. But like you said, it's an interesting contrast, right? Where obviously TNL is a fantastic lineup, but Fernandes and Flacco have largely been the engine that's powered so many good CCT runs, so many good runs in Tier 2 tournaments in general, both for TNL over here and for Passion UA in the past when they were
they are going to come out swinging with that Naga Siren.
Phantom Lancer is also a hero that, Banana Sanjama just keeps on talking about on his YouTube channel, but like, oh my god, this is so good. This is the future of Dota. I'm telling you, it's gonna be EWC, it's gonna be TI, it's gonna be yeah. I believe him, but I am waiting for that to come through. Nagasar in the first pick coming out over here though for TL. It's a classic. Like I said, this is a support-centric team for me. I'm expecting to see a lot from them being put in terms of resources. And then, hey, we saw a great Morta performance. You know who's really good with Morta, Beltras? Fernandes.
It will be a position for Morta, so we did have a carry Morta. It doesn't translate into the same thing, but Liga, I think they're going to be more than happy at actually coming out with the Queen of Pain as the first pick. And TNL, ideally, should look towards countering this out. Unfortunately, the Disruptor isn't a strong enough counter against the Queen of Pain because sure you can glimpse her back, but then you also had the Blade Mill coming in with for the Queen of Pain. So she's more than happy to actually tank up damage and return it to the other side. Not to mention a very strong hero against the Naga side. Those illusions aren't really going to be doing much, right? But for all the flexibility the Naga offers, I do think it's going to be a support Naga.
Yeah, that's more likely than not. Queen of Pain, obviously one of the more higher priority mids as well. I'm still confused about why Quap is considered a higher priority than Puck in a lot of these games, to be honest. I think Puck, for me personally, just feels like it provides more. And although Queen still has that flex potential into position 1, I know that we always talk about this. It's kind of an underwhelming +1 for me. But you know, let's see what sort of comes through.
She has a 35-second pure damage ultimate that deals about 800 to 700 damage, right? It's absurd how
Isn't that the
strong.
level 20 talent?
Yeah, but if you're a core, you're probably going to get
You're
to
going
that
to
level
get to
20.
level 20, but by the time you get there, I don't know. Position 1 Quap probably not for me in that regards. It's more of a, hey, maybe we flex into this at the end. I still prefer the Puck. I just think the Dream Coil is just and the survivability that you get from it is just absolutely insane. But it is also a bit of a personal preference thing in terms of what I like to watch. Bugna being banned out, coming out from TNL over here, obviously could be saving Quap a lot more of a pain in the bum as far as just healing her up repeatedly again and again. We've seen how strong the Pugna can be paired together with strong position 1 heroes as well. And for me, I am very interested to see what Violence pick is going to be coming out from Liga.
I mean, mid lane, there aren't exactly a lot of heroes that actually are able to stack up against the Queen of Pain, but Liga, they have picked the Chen before in the upper bracket. They will be picking the Chen up again, and this time around, I do like the Chen. I like the Chen because you have a lot of setups available for the Queen of Pain, right? Any kind of a creep that you're able to bring in, the Queen of Pain just does so well with it. As long as you have a frontliner, right? If it's whether it's a hero or a creep, in this case, it's going to be a creep that Chen is going to bring in. The Queen of Pain can just do what the Queen of Pain wants, right? The Shadow Strike slow, it's going to mean you can't run away. You're going to be getting hit by debuffs and disables, and you're going to be in a very tricky spot. Not to mention the Hand of God, right? It's a nice insurance policy for a hero that likes to blink in very aggressively and actually exist in unsafe areas. Mentioned, they just have a lot of frontline, right? If the Terblade if TNL can't actually capitalize at the back of their disables, and all of those disables are going to be pretty useless, and that's what Liga team have going for them. They can play against all of the roots and against all of the disables that are coming out from the other side, but I mean, obviously, you need disables on your team, right? So one of these two slots that are open for Liga teams should be heroes that do disable the other side. I'm just not sure if the carry should be the one to do that. Oh, that's
I don't love it. It's
Yeah.
obviously pretty good versus the Dark Willow in particular in the lane. So if you do actually have the Zeus plus Primal Beast, you can continue to do damage to Dark Willow even in the Shadow Realm. So that's quite nice. But beyond that, you are now completely kill reliant. Like this offlane of yours is only going to succeed if it gets 3 kills by about 10 or 11 minute marks, or rather at least a 3 kill differential. You need to really be able to snowball off the back of that.
maybe they're not playing for the laning phase. Maybe they're actually trying to synergize the Queen of Pain's Sonic Wave with the Thunder God's Wrath, so then suddenly you have more than 1,000 damage on whoever the Sonic Wave lands on, right? And when you take a look at TNL's heroes, their heroes aren't exactly all that tanky. The Dark Willow, the Naga Siren, both heroes that do struggle in the sustain department. Even the Pangolier is somewhat of a pseudo frontliner, and I think TNL, they will recognize the weakness of the Zeus there. They will pick themselves up a Medusa, and now, I mean, pure damage, magical damage, physical damage, it doesn't matter what the source of the damage is. That mana shield is going to be sustaining that equally. But
The problem is you need a right clicker on the offlane as well as a big disable, right? I was initially thinking of maybe something like a Tidehunter, but I think Tidehunter just doesn't really give you the damage needed to be able to fight around the Pangolier ultimate until the Medusa comes online. Emberban. They think it might be a Pango offlane. That's fair enough.
But Liga can actually go for a Phantom Lancer here. I don't really see what's stopping them from picking up that PL. There's not really a whole lot that you can do to stop the PL, because as you mentioned, there are roots available which you can dispel at the back of that Manta that the PL naturally makes, and you also have the Doppelganger to actually dodge out that net coming in from the Naga Siren. So the Pango is, or rather the PL right now, is a very strong pick, and I think Liga are posturing towards that because they have banned out a hero that controls like the Invoker. TNL should just ban out the PL right now. I think.
The PL, for me, I think the other thing that you could maybe look to ban out, it's not the best, but it's the only sort of like stunning carry I can think of is the Sven, perhaps. You know, it outfarms Medusa pretty quickly. The damage is very good, so you can actually try and just, nuke down the mana to some extent as well if you're able to activate around that 20-25 minute mark. Again, not the best versus Stone Gaze or the Pangolier, though.
Yeah, and when you consider the fact that you don't have that many disables, that makes heroes that can be kited very weak, right? Heroes that can be kited rely on a team bringing in the disables so that the team is able to hold the opposing team in so that you can actually dish out damage. So right now in this situation, heroes like the Swen, heroes like the Ursa, I wouldn't recommend them for Liga. For TNL, though, we spoke about a lot about the about what potential carry Liga can go for, but as far as the mid laner goes here, I mean, TNL can just pick up the Storm. There's very limited kiting potential. The Storm can actually dodge out the Sonic Wave coming about, but no, they are in fact going to play a mid Pango, or this may even be a mid Beastmaster. We will have to see, but I think it should be the mid Pango. The Beastmaster can farm on that offlane.
I like the Beastmaster. I think it's very good over here. When I said that they need disables and damage, I was thinking more AoE disables, but this is very, very good. The Roar also is just a natural counter to whatever you want to go for over here for Liga's carry as well. On top of it also, yeah, Liga's been put in a difficult spot as far as whatever they pick is concerned. Phantom Lancer is still pretty good, and yeah, that is what will end up coming through over here. So they have a way to burn down the mana from the Medusa, and Dual Raise will be having a slightly hard. Dual Raise is playing. Okay, it is a mid Beastmaster then. They want the level 6 faster than Violence PL will be able to come alive. That's what the call is.
I mean, the mid Beastmaster likes to go for the mid Beastmaster doesn't like to go for that Helm of the Overlord build, the standard offlane build. The mid Beastmaster likes to go for that Aghanim Scepter as kind of fighting-oriented lineup, right? So perhaps they are looking to actually shut down this Phantom Lancer before he is able to come online. And I do think that Phantom Lancer is one of those heroes that takes a very long time to come about before he's able to actually counter out the Medusa. So
Yeah, you basically
maybe.
want to have the Aghanims and the Diffusal Blade before you actually come to a fight, right?
Yeah, maybe he even skips the Aghanims. The Aghanims, I don't actually think the Aghanims on the PL is all that strong of ability. I think you should just go for the Diffusal, the Manta into the Eye of Skadi, or maybe even into the Eye of Skadi. I think that should be the way they go about it. I think you need stats more than anything else, because if you get locked down, that is going to be the worst case scenario. However, at the same time, it's very difficult to get locked down in this game. Your team should be able to provide you with a sustain because you have the Sonic Wave coming in always, right? And
It just feels like the Aghanims for the Phantom Lancer, it still has to be such a priority. The amount of extra illusions you're able to get, the amount of extra space you're able to get on the phase rush, without that, you're never going to make it to the Medusa in the first place. But yeah, let's see how exactly it goes. But you know, on the topic of the Queen of Pain, she really needs to be able to get off to a good start.
ideally should be able to, because you are playing against the Beastmaster. What's going to be interesting to see is what skill builds the Queen of Pain goes for. Because typically against a melee hero, you go for the maxed out Shadow Strike. However, the maxing the Shadow Strike in this scenario may not be the way to go about it, because the Beastmaster, one, has a lot of HP, a lot of sustain, has a lot of recoverability. So even if you zone him out of the lane, there's no guarantee he won't be able to amp himself up in the mid game anyway. So perhaps you go for the Scream of Pain and play with the Zeus Thunder God's Wrath when that comes about. I do favor Liga's draft though. I think TNL, when they went for that last ban on the Ursa, they really missed the mark on actually banning out the PL, because there was no other carry for Liga to pick up. Beastmaster, oh man. I can't help but I don't actually know who would have been stronger on the mid lane, the Pango or the Beastmaster.
It's a losing battle either way. I think it's more about who's stronger against the Phantom Lancer, and it does feel like the Pango probably does a bit more in that regards.
I don't think either of them do too well though against the PL. I agree with does do a bit more, because you have that swashbuckle, that AoE damage coming in, and that's does a bit more damage to the PL compared to the Wild Axes. But one thing you need to consider is the swashbuckle isn't as spammable as the Wild Axes are either, right? And the PL in laning phase does do pretty bad against the boars when they're able to stack up. Right now, TNL don't actually have a way to stop PL from farming. And Liga don't have that same problem, right? You take a look at the pick-off potential for Liga team, the Zeus and the Queen of Pain, so much magical damage, and then you have the Primal Beast against UI. So as soon as this Queen of Pain hits that level 6, there are ways to actually take UI down. But for TNL, making a move on that Phantom Lancer comes with a risk of being punished very hard.
Look, what I'm hearing from you is the idea that TNL is entirely reliant on their Medusa coming online in time for it to not be a late game hero, but a mid game hero, so the Phantom Lancer doesn't get the crazy space it needs.
Yeah, that's
This is the strangest window to activate a win condition that you could have for Medusa.
It's one they've found themselves in, or rather, it's one they created for themselves, because you could have told what TNL wanted to do, right? Because they banned out the anti-mage. So they were clearly worried about the Medusa being countered. But they didn't think about the PL. They didn't think that Liga would be brave enough to go for this.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Clearly, they've not been watching the BSJ videos or the replays. No, of course, that's not true. Everyone's watching the BSJ videos.
Hellscream used the Thunderbolt to secure the Rain Scream. I'm not too sure about that one. The Zeus has just one purpose in the lane. Spam out those Thunderbolts, and then you just either replenish your mana or go back to the fountain.
My kind of game, eh? Single ability. Just keep on spamming it, go back to Fountain. What I am curious to see, though, is with Fernand's going down at the bottom lane versus Violet, can Fernand's and Norma find some kills onto BB3? This Shen is generally a good target of attack while he sends his creeps away. But it is particularly difficult to do too much. The regen as well from the Chen is incredibly annoying.
I mean, you can
consistently just be regening up.
You can get a kill on the Chen, but I think Liga are going to be more than happy sacrificing their supports here, right? As long as their Queen of Pain and their Phantom Lantern stays alive, no one else is important for them. You take a look at the power spikes that TNL are able to gain at the back of them getting some kills, right? Because capitalization is what makes you stronger against the other side. And the Pangolier, he gets off to a good start. What is he going to have? And a Diffusal Blade. Does it help him take the Queen of Pain down? No. Does it help him take the PL down? Not really. It helps him take the Zeus down and the Chen down, if that's any consolation.
Thank God for that, right? A lot of courier deaths actually coming through early on. This is much more than you normally get to see.
And it was actually both the couriers for UI, so he won't actually have that mana regen coming in.
Flacco, a little bit low, a little bit in trouble. UI, however, even if he doesn't have the mana regen, the Mystic Snakes are going to be able to continually refresh him back up.
He only has one mango to play with though, and with the creep being pushed this wave being pushed this far out, needs to be careful. We'll have a Lotus going his way. Okay, there we go. So he can play a bit more aggressive.
I'll scream. I mean, he's just going to finish off the mana right now for UI, the way things are going. Just with the right click purely, he hasn't even used the Lightning Bolt, so been very efficient as far as that's concerned.
Ooh, he's actually skilled up his Heavenly Jump instead of the 2 points in a Thunderbolt.
He really wants to go for a kill over here, or at least be able to keep poking away, and that Heavenly Jump is showcased there and then.
Medusa
does make him a lot more survivable over here.
Yeah. But I would still like to see the 2 points in the Heavenly Jump. Just burn away more mana, right? Burning away the mana of the Medusa is the only way to actually go in for a kill.
Lane, Flacco taken down. She's not the only one you can go on Daltrus. UI will be able to stay alive, but it loses support for it. The troubles, however, continue. Rotation back in from Fernand, and Hellscream will fall. So 1 for 1.
An exchange that favors Liga just a little bit because they were able to get the first blood, but it's nothing too significant. And Corrupted needs to be careful because he can get ensnared here.
Flacco making his move forward. Corrupted turns things around. It is very low on the mana for UI. UI has to be incredibly careful, and quick Mango out, rather the Lotus used. And now it's a turnaround. The Blood Grenade comes through. Hellscream comes forward. This is a big kill, and it might not stop here. Flacco, you know, you just TP'd back into tower. You have to be careful. Level 1 Thunderbolt does make it a slightly more difficult kill, but with the Harpy's Stormcrafter coming out from the corner, turns out Zeus is asking for help from his minions. What a rotation from BB3.
Oh man, and that rotation wouldn't have been as effective if the Chen went up there, but he sent the creeps in. And the creeps, oh man, what a perfect timing from them. TNL being caught off guard, and UI wasn't expecting the Zeus to come there, and surely you should play a bit more defensive on this Medusa. Even if you don't expect a surprise, you should still play safe. Erase, or rather Erase, expected to go for the maxed out Stream of Pain, and the 6-minute mark is approaching.
UI, I mean, once again, back down to 0 mana, basically. You can continue on about dual raise, yes. Or rather, E-raise.
I would like to, but the power rune is actually going to be secured by dual raise. So the Queen of Pain won't be able to make the rotation that she wants. Has to stick around the mid lane for a little while longer, perhaps for that 8-minute mark, or if she wants to go for a rotation, has to be at the back of going back to the fountain to regen up, because right now she is on too little mana.
Fernandez is trying to go for a wraparound behind Erase. If they get level 6 with both boars attacking Erase, I do wonder if the Bramble Maze would be enough to get the kill potentially. But in the top lane, Flacco has been pushed away. UI has been pushed back to the jungle. Flacco's dead. That is basically a guarantee. BB3 even comes over just to get involved.
And your
This
wife's been
laning
zoned
phase
out.
could not go better for Liga.
Yeah, they feel so safe that they've actually left their Phantom Answer towards the bot side to farm, and he can hold his own against Norma. This is the worst case scenario coming to light for TNL. Your own carry zoned out, the opposing carry feeling so comfortable. And your
you're losing
towers
to
are going to
tier
start
one.
falling. Yeah, it's a disaster if I've ever seen one.
UI's little pocket of space that he's carved out in his own jungle is going to start to disappear.
The tier 1 tower towards the mid side is pretty healthy though. So it won't, the UI won't be in that much trouble as long as that mid side tower is still standing, since there's only one way in for Liga, which is through the top side. But either defend your mid position, which is going to be hard, or rotate some heroes in so that the Medusa can get some space. But Jewel Rays right now, you know, the mid beast monster has to create that scepter. There's no other way to go about it. And he's still pretty far away from it. 8-pin Power Rune is going to go towards the bot lane. Once again, it is going to be Jewel Rays who picks it up, and he has an Invis. As useless of a rune it is T-time, this time around it's in the hands of the Beastmaster, who can go for a roar, but needs to go for it. I think his team really needs to get a core kill.
Did you just call the Invis rune useless?
I call it's the second most, or rather, no, yes, it is the most useless.
What?
It doesn't do anything.
You can gank.
Yeah, but is he going for a gang? I said he needs to go for a gang.
That's his problem.
He has an Invis rune. He needs to be going for gang. And I also said that Invis rune is great in the hands of the Beastmaster because you come out with a surprise initiation. But all
what's
roads
surprising
go
is
back
about
to
to
your
be
intention.
that this bottom lane is going to have a kind of dead Bangalore pretty soon. Hellscream can interrupt that ultimate. Don't forget that that is one of the things you can use the Thunderbolt for. And maybe might not even be needed with the Pulverize coming over. You've got yourself the Sonic Wave. That's not used either. So you get yourself the quick kill. You get a bit more space for your PL. And maybe he can start to go back into the triangle. That's where Dual Rays is. They're hunting for this mid laner. Erase should realize what's going on over here. They still have that Sonic Wave. Will they be able to chase him down successfully? No one here to close the gap. No pincer maneuver possible. So it will just be a little bit of time wasted. And frankly, a little bit of time for UI to start bringing himself back up.
It's also going to be an Invis rune you wasted, by the way.
Oh no.
You know?
The most useless rune.
Yeah. It was so useless he decided to actually dispel his own invisibility. And just
Well,
take a
right
sip
now,
from that bottle.
Yawai's just had a triple Satyr mana burn chucked out onto him. I don't know if you knew this, but Chen is a direct counter to Medusa. I've just found this out. Roar out onto the Queen of Pain. No Power Rune having spawned. And the Queen of Pain just going to fight back. Sonic Wave looking real good. Dual Rays looking kind of bad. That's not a good situation to be caught out in.
The Sonic Wave, the Thunderbolt combination is just too much.
Good damage onto Erase at the very least. He will end up falling. This is a surprising turnaround. Norma getting very well involved. L6 is here for Hellscream. He's going to be able to provide that extra support. Chen is just taking his 3 Satyr Mindsealers with him to the Medusa constantly. That's all he's doing. He's just sitting there to be able to split push and burn her mana.
It's
UI can't walk into lane without losing. Wait, how much mana do they burn? Let me just check this one. I'm not even sure. It's 20 plus 2 multiplied with the target's intelligence. So, you know, it's about 120 mana per. 360 mana basically being burned immediately. BB3 though might end up being the one burned up instead. Fernandes with level 6 should be able to guarantee the skill. The Bedlam comes forward as well. And the reel back, well, it's just the cherry on top. But Corrupted does lie nearby. He's got the Blink Dagger and the Pulverize coming off of cooldown. He just doesn't have enough support. The Thunder God's Wrath wouldn't have been enough to assist him in a kill.
I don't think he's
Radiant's
going to go for it.
bottom
If
tower
Liga
is
want to
under
take it
attack.
down the Medusa, they need to bring more heroes in. But right now, they should be very happy with the fact that their PL is constantly farming. Has, I believe, a Diffusal Blade, which is flying out now. So also has a bit of killing potential. And perhaps we might even see the PL make a move on the Medusa if Liga are able to set him up for it.
I mean, I wouldn't hate putting the BL in the top lane with the Shen to help support him. That would be quite nice to see. But now comes out the smoke. They've got the scan. Norma is going to be the first one spotted out. He's going to be found trying to go in. Illusion will manage to help him actually evade the Thunderbolt, but Norma's been pushed back above the high ground. Flacco trying to move into a position where he can initiate. It's a good Bramble Maze and the net. It does get pushed together just a little bit, but with a roar to follow up, Erase was always going to be dead. BB3 could be a little bit of dessert to come through. Chen, well, yes, please, don't mind if I do. Problem is, Fernand's, the waiter, has not been tipped very well. He's just been taken down and out, fired in the back of the alley.
I think Liga's Queen of Pain needs to play a bit more careful. You need to respect the other side. You need to respect the Song of the Siren and the follow-up that comes alongside of it. And you don't have a Blade Mail. Things would be very different if you had that one item, but you need to farm it up.
Island, you said we might see him being involved. It might not be on the Medusa kills, but at least he's being able to get great damage onto Flacco. Dual raise and taken down on the side. You go back in for a little bit more farming in a tier 1 tower. Don't mind if I do.
And it's double-natured, right? The Phantom Lancer, every time he shows up in a team fight, that disables TNL from actually bringing in their Medusa. Because it's so risky. If you don't get the strong Stone Gaze off, the Medusa is going to fall. There's a 2000 net worth advantage for the side of Liga. It really seems like they have the map control in their space as well. TNL were able to mount up a comeback as far as that last team fight goes, as far as being able to take the opposing mid laner goes. But still, it really seems like they're a watered down version of the One Punch Man.
Naga Siren has been punched up. Not quite the one punch, but many. Tosho, this is getting a little bit out of hand for TNL, and I have to ask the question, when does it get back into hand? What is your win condition for TNL now? You're down 3,000 net worth at that 15-minute mark. It does feel like you've got no space in the map to be able to farm up, and the enemy carry is going to be given free farm, and nothing you can do will stop that. How do you prevent what seems like inevitable demise?
The Basemaster Scepter would be a good start, and you need to get off some good Rolling Thunders, but that actually doesn't actually help them out that much, right? Because it really seems like outside of that Rolling Thunder and Roar, they don't actually have much. They don't have much fuel to continue those fights with. So perhaps opening up some space at the back of some smoke plays onto the Queen of Pain, onto the Primal Beast, take the Queen of Pain down, and open up some space for the Medusa to farm. That could be one way where they have a chance to come back. I'm not saying that's going to put them on the map, but it's going to put them somewhere close by.
At least they'll be holding a map.
Yeah.
Even if they're not on it.
It'll be disputed territory.
Maybe we don't get into that. Flacco's hunting. Flacco wants to fight, and he will be given Hell Scream. Not quite the play that you were looking for, but the reel back in, and it's 11-9 Zeus. Problem is, it's 11-9 Zeus. He's doing so much damage.
You thought you were winning?
Had there been anyone nearby to go for a response, Flacco would surely be dead, but now that he's still alive, still has a song, there's still a chance to be able to continue fighting forward. Erase and his AD, though, make this feel like a slightly less convincing case.
They are going to back away. Keep in mind, Liga are don't have any kind of requirement to actually match up the tempo of TNL. They can continue farming up if they want to, but will TNL allow that?
Roar comes out onto the Queen of Pain. She will be taken down the way things are going, but is there a response? Corrupted, Pulverize is going to be immediately interrupted. Dual Raise is backing off. A long range of Blood Grenade, and Hellscream is trying to skirt around the edges of the Opera. He will still fall, though. Long range access to make sure of it. Hellscream is barely going to get away. Somehow Norma can't close his distance, and he didn't have another swashbuckle available. Despite what looked like it could have been a slightly disastrous team fight, it is only Erase who is going to fall. The Queen of Pain is going to be somewhat content with the sacrifice.
More than content, right? It's the lack of fuel. It's the lack of being able to continue with the fight outside of the Rolling Thunder and the Beastmaster Roar. So when I said they should get the kill on the Queen of Pain, I didn't mean a kill that ends up punishing yourself instead, right? They need to get clean kills. They need to get a kill, and they need to be able to disengage.
That just sounds like unclear instructions.
And with the Queen of Pain making an use, it's going to be a set of instructions that TNL may not be able to commit to. Because the Queen of Pain, keep in mind, the last 2 times the Queen of Pain died was in the river where you were able to get consecutive barrel rolls off on her. But with the use, that's not going to be possible.
What's Medusa's status? It is only a Manta style, quite far from the Maelstrom. Net worth is deceiving, don't look at that. Second eye seeing the net worth from Medusa, but she really needs to be basically about 3,000 gold ahead at any given point.
It's rough. You think about how different this game would be. Oh wait, I'll have to hold that thought as the Raze gets roared up. And he's gonna fall just like that. Really needs to be careful, right?
He's really fighting hard for those power runes, isn't he?
Yeah. All of his deaths have been in the river. Just avoid the river.
Just maybe don't pick up. Just sell your bottle. You know what? That's what you need. Put down the bottle, there is.
Corrupted has BKB. This Primal Beast is actually quite hard to take down. You take a look at some of these kill targets that TNL have, and it's just the supports.
And the Queen of Pain. And the Queen,
but the Queen of Pain is making mistakes, right?
She's making herself a kill target. Actually, the Aghanims on the verge for Norma as well will be adding a little bit more of a conversation to this one. The extra swashbuckles will be giving a lot more damage where it was really sorely needed.
Meanwhile, Violent will be making his way towards this Aghanim Scepter, and I'm not too sure about that. I think he really needs stat items. I think he needs a harder to task and a higher Scotty. This Scepter may put themselves in a position where TNL are going to be stronger.
Now another fight comes in. This time it's going to be the BB3 who's caught off by the Brambles. He's incredibly tanky because of that Essence Ring though, and the Roar will only interrupt what is inevitable. Dual Rays being pursued up. Is there another chase that can come through? No, they decide not to use the remaining seconds of gold an hour. That BKB is not going to be used aggressively.
Zeus will have a Scepter soon.
That's seriously scary.
He can disable the Rolling Thunder from going off wherever he is on the map.
Suddenly, Erase feels a little bit more safe.
How many points is... Okay, yeah. Shadow Strike is only level 2. Once you have that level 4 Shadow Strike coming about, your chase potential is going to be pretty strong. When you consider the fact that TNL don't actually have those BKBs, Jewel Rays has a Blink Dagger, but now he's queued up his BKB. Will be about 4 to 5 minutes at the minimum before he's able to craft that item. And Medusa so far is farming up, but Yuwai, he has actually gone for a Maelstrom, deciding to counter out the Phantom Lancer instead of enabling herself. I wonder how well that will work out for them.
I think the Maelstrom was actually nerfed, and Mjolnir as well was really heavily nerfed versus Illusions in the 7.39D, wasn't it?
It was. But the bigger point is that every time I've seen someone go for a Maelstrom or a Mjolnir to try and counter out the Phantom Lancer, it never really ends up countering him out.
Unless you're really far ahead already, right? That's obviously a different situation. Preemptive counters are different, but now Violent is well en route to the Aghanim Scepter. He's going to have that one at about 1,200 gold, so...
Phantom Lancer will always have the choice to attack you, right? That's the beauty about that hero. He's very agile. So,
also, frankly speaking, even if you're losing at the Illusions, if they're all getting like 3 right clicks onto you, your mana is burned.
Yeah. He'll have a Scepter of soon-ish. No,
22
it's definitely
minutes, you're
soon.
gonna have a Manta Diffusal Scepter.
Yeah, he's very farmed up. And after that, he probably look towards creating some... either the Heart or the Eye of Scotty. I would personally prefer the Scotty, but I wouldn't be too surprised if he chooses his conventional
Really?
route and goes for the Heart.
Why would you prefer the Scotty?
I think the slow just would be really good coupled up with the Shadow Strike.
Is under attack.
Well, for now, Corrupted is going to be able to get a quick kill on Ferdinand. Erase has learned his lesson. Go for the Power Rune after they've already taken it, and you can get it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I actually think this might be a good Daedalus game for the PL.
Do you need a Daedalus though? Because TNL...
The thing is, with the Aghanims, the amount of like you are guaranteed to get like 3 right clicks off with all of your illusions onto either support or the Medusa. You don't need to go in. You're just going to continue to blink these guys down. There aren't that many fantastic illusion clearing heroes on the dire side.
I actually don't think he needs to take anyone else apart from the Medusa down. And it's the
Okay.
kind of an opposite scenario of
We're going to hold the point though, because Norma's right now going in for what should be a quick kill on the BB3. Never a quick kill though, and there's a Chen on the other side. It takes its time. Interruption from Nimbus will be causing a little bit more damage, but can there be any more kills from the Radiant in response? Doesn't feel like it's easy. Erase going in onto the front lines is going to dodge out the stun, courtesy of the use. Now comes in Yawai. He needs to be able to fight back and keep his mana up. Illusions are not going to be burning him alive. There aren't enough illusions spawned already. The Phantom Lancer forced backwards. Now the kill onto the Queen of Pain and the Chen. This is looking like a very good engagement for TNL.
They weren't expecting the Medusa to come into the fight. And you can tell that by the positioning of the Queen of Pain. Erase felt that he was comfortable, but he had another thing coming. However, taking Roshan down is a wholly different story because you don't have your Rolling Thunder.
Corrupted finds himself another kill. Fernandes goes down and the illusion's going to be revealing the Roshan. It might be too late though, but Yavai is going to lose all of his mana and he's already used that ultimate. Song of the Siren keeps him alive. Flacco's given him a longer life, not just the one.
Oh, they found the grab.
It is just the one. He didn't actually pick up the Aegis. It was the Beastmaster to pick the Aegis in the rush of battle. And while that happened, Medusa goes down. Song of the Siren already used the long-range boulder smash, rather the rock throw, onto dual raise. And he does turn things around to some extent, but there's going to be a doppelganger available, and Violent can just get the hell away from there.
middle tower is under attack.
They can even go in if they want to, but I think Liga are going to be playing this a bit safe. But TNL didn't have the Rolling Thunder, didn't have the Roar, but they chose to stick around Roshan. And sure, you grabbed yourself up the Aegis, but at what cost? You just gave up your Medusa's life, the hero that had the highest net worth in the game, and that is a lot of gold you gave away to the other side. Liga are not going to be second guessing whether or not they should fight against the Aegis. They will each and every single time.
I mean, Violent has got no death so far. He's not been the most involved in the early stage, obviously, don't get me wrong, but it's really hard to kill this PL. Bango is really the only person who feels like he might actually have a chance to do that.
It's not going to get any easier because UI is going for a very... I mean, sure, the Scepter is a conventional item. But this Mjolnir, it really hurts you. That's a very expensive item. It's 5,500 gold. That's an entire Eye of Scotty. It's an entire butterfly that you could have made.
I mean, I don't know. The problem is, I don't entirely blame him. There's no one who's ever going to be able to deal with the PL, and you can't ignore him. Not when you're a Medusa.
Oh. Yule Raise needs to be careful. So does a Dark Willow.
Well, there's the initiation coming through early on. It's Roar, but it was already a Thunder God's Wrath used up. The good thing is they do take down Corrupted, and with Corrupted on the sidelines, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Flacco gets the chance to be able to pull the song off. And now, do they have a Terrorize? Do they have an ability to be able to quickly isolate out this Phantom Lancer and let the Medusa come back into the fight? No, they don't. So they'll forfeit the tier 2, which never feels good, and it feels even worse when you already have the Aegis.
You know, back yesterday, Tea Time, when we were casting, there was four words that I described OG in that game with the Tidehunter against Passion UA. No Ravage, no team fight. And for this time around, it seems like a similar set of 4 words to describe what TNL, the circumstances TNL are in, and it's no roar, no team fight.
To be fair, they do not lose their tier 2 and they get a primal beast kill while their Medusa's farming. This is actually... I might have underplayed this a bit. This is a very good fight for them that came through.
It was a good fight, but you also take a look at the amount of pressure that they're faced up with when those ultimates run out. They couldn't continue with the fight. It could have gone horribly for them if they chose to stick around. Now, sure, they grabbed themselves up to 1 kill, but it's all about a game of capitalization. How do you transition from that 1 kill?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Another roar, another fight. And TNL at the very least are doing a very good job of using dual races roars every single time they're off of cooldown. He is constantly turning this into a 5v4. He is constantly putting Liga in a place where they have to be putting themselves at risk of a numerical disadvantage. Liga have often been able to play around that potential disadvantage. I'll give them credit for it, but dual race is doing everything he can.
Oh yeah, he's had a phenomenal game with the Beastmaster so far. And maybe if he's able to create this Shiva's Guard as well as a refresher, that double roar, if you are somehow able to hold the Phantom Lancer and take him down, Liga, their entire lineup collapses. It's a hard ask, but it's the one you will need to pull off. And it's not, I say hard, but it's not impossible. You have a Blink Dagger. You can make your way on top of the PL. The only problem is Liga are playing this so careful. Violent has constantly been the one to counter-initiate rather than be on the front line. I haven't seen this Phantom Lancer make himself out to be vulnerable even a single time this game.
Oh, he's been very impressive. There's no doubt about it. Tier 2s are going to be traded on either side, and again, very, very happy with that. If you're TNL, the Ukrainian side will be not looking to see what they do when the Aegis runs out, though, and that's going to be right about now.
They can continue to farm. I mean, it's very difficult for Liga to actually make their way towards high ground. I say that, at the same time, it's very difficult for TNL to do the same thing. So, the high ground is a very risky place for both of these sides. They will need several kills before they're able to make it to the opposing side's high ground. I'm not sure who's going to actually make it there first. This can be anyone's game. Honestly, I would say Liga have the big advantage because they have a direct counter in that late game, but I wouldn't be surprised if TNL, with the game that this Beastmaster has had, I wouldn't be surprised if Dual Raze is able to lock down that PL. So far, I haven't, at the same time as I say that Phantom Lancer has played this very careful, I haven't seen TNL actually make a move on PL either. So who knows what happens when they decide to do so.
When UI has that butterfly and he has the shard, that's going to be the moment that TNL can maybe even try to find. If you don't dodge out the Stone Gaze, it'll be problematic, but right now the problems are the same as always. Dual Race goes in with the Roar, Corruption stays alive, and he turns it around with a Pulverize. This is big. If they don't get a kill with this Roar, this team fight becomes impossible. Fortunately, they finish it off. Unfortunately, Violent is in the back lines. And Violent is not stopping. UI up next. Look at that mana go. Right into the bin. Flacco, fantastic job with the Song of the Siren to be able to refresh the mana on the Medusa and also back out with her as well. So, Medusa will be kept alive with another Song of the Siren. Flacco's been doing a fantastic job with that, sure, but you will lose your tier 2 for it.
And right there we saw what happens when a Medusa goes up against a Phantom Lancer 1-to-1. I mean, the mana just burnt instantly. And sure, you have the Song of the Siren, but how many times will you have that contingency? That's the big problem. It's a very long cooldown. And TNL constantly, you know, at the Dual Race plays there, he has been a playmaker for his team, but it's been, even in those massive team fights, just one kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's even making a Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, I mean, The problem is you are
How
going to
does-
have team fights you win as TNL potentially, right? I really do think that you're never making it onto the high ground. It's just not going to happen unless you end up with like a 15,000 net worth lead in an Aegis.
Or unless you take this PL down. But it's hard. It'll get harder still when you have that Shivas up for the Queen of Pain, and when you'll have Corrupted with his Lincoln Sphere. Liga can just choose to optimize their Phantom Lancer.
Are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know, man. I really don't know.
There's a Heart of Tarask up for Violent. And he's now going for a Bloodthorn, so he's not actually going for the Eye of Scotty. And I like this approach, because what he's thinking is...
You already have
yeah,
heart.
Yeah, but the idea behind this Bloodthorn is that he's thinking to himself, or maybe he's thinking it out loud to his team, to be fair, is the fact that TNL have been able to protect UI at the back of that Song of the Siren. What happens when we disable the Naga from doing that? Just silence the Naga down, and then UI, the Medusa, will be split open.
To be fair, you're never getting to the Naga. If you get to the Naga, it doesn't matter if you have a silencer or you don't have a silencer. If the Naga is using your Song of the Siren before the Medusa's mana is being burned down to a grave, the team fight's lost, right? I actually don't love the Orchid over there. I think the Orchid could be useful in a few other places, but personally, I think this Orchid is slightly underwhelming. I would have much rather had, again, like a Daedalus or just a damage item.
Dire are scanning.
He does need an NKB. Or, I'm not sure if he needs one, but an
It
NKB
feels-
would be nice. Because you have a
Feels like
butterfly
the
on the
mana
other
burn
side.
matters more than anything else, so maybe the MKB doesn't matter that much. Erase right now, though. Blinks forward. Flacco will be able to get away to safety. Barely just.
The Roshan is up. This is a very important fight for both of these teams. Whoever comes out on top will be ahead.
They know Roshan's going to be falling fast. Violent is not making his way over. They will let UI get this Roshan potentially. A quick rock throw into the Roche pit. Dual Raze is trying to fight back into the rear already used on the Lincoln Sphere. That means this team fight might already be lost. Dual Raze has been taken down. Erase finds Stu with that Sonic Wave. And UI, who's still hunting desperately for an Aegis, will not be given one until the song is already used. TP timing will work out. BB3 has got no way of being able to stop that TP from going off. But, and again, Song of the Siren has been the ability of the game for TNL, but now it's on the sideline for 2 whole minutes.
I'm not sure what TNL can do. It really seems like they are delaying the inevitable. At the same time, they have a solid way to win this game if they're able to get the roar off. But hinging your chances on one single ability, one single person, may often end up with disappointment. And sure, you're able to get the Aegis, but what good is an Aegis if you are unable to fight with it?
It's just a matter of time, I suppose, in that case. Oh, look at the damage from Norma. Look at the gold from Hellscream.
It's a very farmed up Zeus, to be fair. He's 13,000 net worth. He has double the net worth of the Willow.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And he'll have a refresher soon, by the way. He's about oh no, he's actually pretty far away from it. Yeah, I sometimes underestimate the amount of gold the refresher actually requires.
Do you go for a BKB in the Medusa?
Are scanning.
The problem with all of these items, the Mjolnir, the BKB, is again,
Radiant's top tower
Phantom
under
Lancer
attack.
is such an agile hero that he will only fight you at a time and place of his choosing.
Well, for now, Corrupted is going to be reverse pulverized back up. There's a lot happening elsewhere. It is actually dual race to find Violence somehow getting the kill there.
Radiant's
And this is the perfect opportunity. TNL should be maximizing what they can get out of this.
It's 75 seconds till the PL is back, and you do have an Aegis on the Medusa. Suddenly, TNL could genuinely take down pretty much all the outer tier towers.
It's not as simple because, again, you have the level 20 mark on the Queen of Pain. It's a 35-second cooldown on that Sonic Wave. We can clear the entire creep wave up if you want, but you're right. You can make your way towards some of these outer tier 2 towers, take them down, perhaps even force out the glyph from the tier 3.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's
I'll have to
middle
do it without
tower is under
any
attack.
creep waves over here, so backdoor protection should be enough to be able to protect the top tier 2 at the very least. Karma. Used up, Erase is out of here.
Radiant's middle tower is
Phantom Lancer will be back up in about 20 seconds, and hopefully this knocks some sense into Violent. He's not as invulnerable, but particularly not if TNL are able to get the roar off.
Tier 3 glyph really needs to be used to try to make sure that the Phantom Lancer can come back in and see if there can be a fight to be had. But remember, UI's Aegis is always going to be a major factor. There's also a lot of heroes who can initiate in when the Aegis timer is going off in the 5 seconds. You can actually have Norma coming through with a Blink Dagger and Rolling Thunder forward. So both teams will respect the other side and stay away from the high ground. UI will, however, collect on that second tier 2 tower. Like we mentioned, all the outer tier towers have been taken down from both teams now.
Radiant's top
And Medusa's about to gain a lot of survivability, right? 40 intelligence at the back of that level 25 talent is going to give her about 480 mana.
Well, she might need it before that level 25 talent can come through. Look at how fast his mana goes away, but dear God, it comes back just as quickly. Erase is not feeling good about himself, not in the slightest. Tier 3 tower should be falling. Mana burn all
Radiant's top tower is
will be nice to see, but at the same time, UI is just picking up mana like it's nobody's business.
Liga are
Radiant's
want to wait out this Aegis, I would like to think, but they're also at the same time not really committing on towards UI. Or even on the
45 seconds left
backline.
on this Aegis. Like, you're not going to find the kill on the UI immediately after, but they're trying to wrap around behind. They're worried about the Naga Siren. They want her desperately, but Naga just blinks backwards. The Thunder God's Wrath, it's too late. They're going to realize there's no real targets for them to go for. They've even lost their tier 3 tower in middle meanwhile.
Liga are collapsing right now. They played it very calm, very collected, but I think there's a bit of panic setting in. The Thunder God's Wrath should have gone out to give them the vision of the Naga Siren if they wanted to make a play towards the backline.
And now it's the quick roar onto Erase. Silent stuff as well. He's not going to be able to get anything done. And Pulverize might buy him some time. Mule Scepter on himself. And it is a response on a Norma. BKB now used. UI is just going to be given a chance to back off over here. Zeus would have loved to have an Imbus off of cooldown to be able to interrupt that teleportation. That's one thing that maybe could have made a difference to this Song of the Siren and how completely invulnerable it's felt.
I really think that Corrupted should wait with his BKB. I think when the song comes out, he can use the BKB, go in and just pulverize the Naga Siren to disable that song. So
To be
far,
honest, I think the play is maybe even just that he stays far enough that he can do the Rock Throw.
yeah, that sounds like the easier method compared to what I suggested.
Like you pulverize your back off if you're alive and you do the Rock Throw, or maybe put some of that Zeus form to good use and pull out a BKB, buddy.
Or, I mean, now that you mentioned it, the Zeus can actually cancel the Naga
He
Siren
uses the
song.
Nimbus a lot earlier on, is the issue.
Yeah. He uses it defensively to try and buy the Queen of
Yeah.
Pains some amount of time.
Which you understand, right? Like, that's okay. I just think you go for a BKB on the Zeus, or you make the Rock Throw a real priority for Corrupted.
We're about to hit critical mass for both of these carries. Phantom Lancer, I mean, the atomization it has been a bit lackluster. Really needs an Eye of Scotty. Or maybe an MKB. You have a Butterfly on UI, and he has, with that evasion, he stops a lot of his mana burn.
See, you know what else burns mana, Toltrus?
What?
The reason why I keep saying Daedalus. Damage burns mana. This Bloodthorn has really been... I genuinely think this has been probably the pickup that might cost them the game. Violent's been completely useless for the Bloodthorn, and now the lead between the Medusa and him is just growing ever so much larger.
The lead isn't going to be that much more significant because there's not a whole lot of items the Medusa can make from this point on, right? He can look towards picking up a Divine Rapier, which is a very risky item because if the Phantom Lancer grabs that Rapier in any kind of a circumstance, your game is over.
Yeah,
but
PL
you're right,
went
Bloodthorn
from
is
being one of the best rapier carriers, one of the worst rapier carriers to one of the best in terms of just the ability to increase your illusion damage now because of that illusory armaments.
The Bloodthorn isn't an item that I suppose has worked out for Violent, at least in the sense that there's a huge gap between what he wanted to do and what he has been able to do.
You were never going to close the distance on the Flacco, that's the thing.
Yeah. He's just too careful on the Naga. These two things have been perfect for TNL. The roars and the songs.
That's true. Really putting up massive numbers around the Medusa to allow her to even be at this place of carrying, potentially.
They are going for a wraparound, though. Oh, and they might actually find the Beastmaster.
Critical kill, dual raise will be caught out. Nimbus to initiate, but he gets the BKB off in time. That adds a bit of survivability. Not all that much more has been used. It's onto the corrupted Primal Beast. Song of the Siren as well. Deployed. UI will have no way to be able to back off. This is an all-in commitment. Rolling Thunder on the back lines. Blinks back in. All the stuns onto the PL imaginable. If Violent is going to be a victim, the way things are going, he's barely backed out of there. Queen of Pain is caught out in the open, blinks away herself as well. You've lost Corrupted on the Primal Beast, and Hellscream is up next. This might not be over for the Radiant's misery. Violent was hoping that with a harder toss he can regen and go back in over, but this is going to be the ultimate recession.
They made such a huge mistake on Liga. Erased had the double Sonic Wave, but didn't use a single Sonic Wave on the Beastmaster when they had the Pulverize. It goes through BKBs, for goodness sake.
I think the problem is it would have pushed him. It would have pushed him over the cliff. Bloodthorn used to release fight back versus Fernand, but Erase could be caught out. Is there disabled? Ready? No, there isn't. So BKB, Erase, get out of there. No! Erase, get in there! Sonic Wave now used. Juwai's running out of mana. He doesn't care! There is no Phantom Lancer. And very soon there's going to be no Radiant Ancient.
Really seems like they are unable to actually... It's not even the Medusa. They're unable to take Urias down. They're unable to do anything about Norma, who comes in with the Rolling Thunder. Unable to do anything against the Naga Siren. Really seems like the Medusa, who is a late game insurance, turns out it's actually the Beastmaster and the Pangolier who are bringing in that insurance policy.
And the Naga. Basically everyone.
Hey, it's
incredible
Fernand and
performance
Flacco, right?
from TNL, you have to say.
Yeah.
For the Fernand and Flacco effect is crazy.
Honestly, it's very thick plot armor.
UI, look at him go. Witch Doctor would be proud.
Radiant's middle
Barracks on the ground. Buyback is now here for the Phantom Lancer, but what is Violent buying back into? It's buying back into a full mana Medusa who's already had the Pulverize used on, and nothing matters. Naga Siren, Song of the Siren will not be usable. The Heroes goes into the back lines. You're trading a Naga for the Primal Beast, and Violent still hasn't used his buyback. This is critical time being missed. Buyback comes out from dual raise, rather from Naga. Flacco will not be able to make his way back over too easily, but in the meanwhile, the race's stun is locked into the back lines. He has been eliminated. Buying back as he tries to fight back. This is the last hurrah, but as Dewey will continue to be able to keep his mana relatively healthy, he simply cannot be eliminated. Phantom Lancer counter this.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Perfect play coming out from TNL. Even when it looked impossible, they were able to keep their calm, and you saw the cracks beginning to occur for Liga team when the Beastmaster, when Dual Rays was able to find the very first roar on the PL over on the bot lane. He was able to take the PL down, and then the lack of itemization, or rather the lack of correct itemization coming in from the Phantom Lancer, going for that Bloodthorn, doesn't have a way to pierce the evasion, doesn't have a way to actually run over anyone and slow them down with the Eye of Scotty. It just seemed like TNL, all they had to do was buy time with the song, and they would have been able to win.
I mean, we make it sound like that was an inevitability, but for the large majority of this game, TNL were losing, TNL were going to lose. We said this multiple times. We don't know how they come back. They show us. There's a reason why these guys are the players and we're not. It's fantastic roars all across the map. It's Ray's having a few too many deaths at power runes that we did highlight. That means that he can't snowball and be a threat in the late game the same way. Corrupted does a great job of staying relevant, but relevance is eventually always going to be lost if you're a Primal Beast offering. That's just how the cookie crumbles. And frankly, you didn't see the same happen for Norma and Dual Rays. Great performances from them, but again, hats off to Flacco. What a Naga siren that he just showcases over there as well. At the end of the day, it definitely could have been played better by Liga. They were very far ahead, and they probably should have been able to close out at a few of these places. But with a Medusa late game and the crazy effective execution of TNL, you can never count them out. Game number 2, though, is going to be coming up after a break. Can TNL continue this tier to be emerging victorious again, or is it going to be Liga fighting back? Let's find out. Welcome back. It's going to be game number 2 between TNL and Liga team as we head further into the upper bracket this time. We are potentially one game away of finding out who the grand finalist, the first grand finalist for the CCT Season 2 Series number 4 is going to be for European Edition. I'm T-Time, and we are continuing on with the action after Liga team kind of just got their bums handed to them after being ahead for most of game number 1.
Yeah, it's not really all that often that you have a direct carry counter and you are unable to capitalize on it. Liga just straight up outplayed them after the mid game, right? Dual Race kept his cool, found the win condition, and disabled the Phantom Lancer from being able to do anything, and they were able to protect the Medusa at the back of those Naga Siren plays, and I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, TNL ban out that Naga. Let's see.
Dazzle first ban coming out from Liga.
I mean, Dazzle is now played on the position 3 role. Is actually quite the contested pick. I'm actually a bit surprised that Dazzle hasn't been picked all that often in CCT because I do see that Dazzle. I remember over in South America, I was seeing the Dazzle being picked left, right, and center with teams that have, I would say, are nearly as good enough as TNL and Liga, but obviously the European scene is, I would say, a league above the rest of the regions in the world.
A league above. Good job, Dubs. Good fun. Good fun. Earthshaker coming through over here as the first pick. Of course, that's also a bit of a flex potential over here. 3 different places where it can be played. I'm really hoping for mid Earthshaker. I'll be honest, I think it's one of my favorite heroes to watch out for, and it does feel like it's always one of those heroes that has more impact than you think it will. It's mostly seen as like a 10th pick, just decided to try and turn things around, but I do think it's undervalued as a core in general.
I'm not sure about under or overvalued. I will say that using the Earthshaker as a first pick is a bit of an interesting decision. Perhaps Liga are going for the route of illusion-based or MOUZ illusion-based heroes, like maybe the Terrorblade or the Phantom Lancer themselves. Because the Earthshaker is very unlikely to be banned, just for that simple reason. But TNL, they will go for the Doom, and it is a hero that they have played before. I believe we saw them play the Doom quite often back when these 3 players were still with Patch and UA.
Yeah, let's see what the follow-up is going to be over here. It's obviously one of those picks that can do pretty much whatever you need. Also very, very good against an Earthshaker core. So if you want to be just trying to be more of a dissuasive property, that's always nice to have in that regards as well. I would love to see TNL maybe going into a Beastmaster again if it's not banned out in this phase. To be frank, I think that was amazing performance from Dual Rays, and the fact that he shows us that in the mid lane also just reminds us of the flex potential. So it's still a pretty flexible hero in terms of where you want to put it, and it doesn't take away Doom's potential of still being a position 3 theoretically.
And did ban out the Disruptor, and TNL will actually ban out the Naga too. They will have the pick here, so maybe they go for a Storm on their side because you have the Disruptor banned out on the other side. It's a lot easier now to play the Storm against the Silencer because you no longer have the reverberating silence
it was
passive
so annoying.
available.
Oh my god.
It really was. Especially for people
But I
who
still
don't like
think
making the
picking
BKB.
Storm into a first pick Earthshaker with a Shadow Shaman, a Lion, a Bugna still available. I don't think you can go for a Storm over here. Bugna now being picked up by TNL, understandable. I like the pick. It's also very good versus a core Earthshaker. That's going to be something that is threatened. You try and jump around while your mana is being burnt, it becomes painful very quickly.
Although you only need one good enchant totem on top of the Bugna to take him down, right? So
That's true.
it will depend on whether or not you go for the Scepter, right? That's the big difference, because now Earthshaker cores don't actually go for the Scepters anymore. You go for the Kaya and the Blink. Not really having the Scepter up means you take a hit on your maneuverability, but Liga will amp up their maneuverability.
Can't believe I didn't even think about that.
A Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it didn't even come to my mind. Legan picking up the Nature's Prophet is obviously... Look, against a Doom, I've always felt like the Nature's Prophet is still going to be able to do anything and everything it needs, but if it comes to a straight-up team fight, you might end up losing more than you're gaining within the Nature's Prophet, because Doom continues to be able to farm up really well, and with the Pugna on its side, you don't really suffer the normal problems of a Doom being bad at pushing towers. Pugna can also keep taking away some of those tier 1s. This is not a perfect Nature's Prophet game yet, especially with Storm Spirit still being in the pool. And if TNL pick up the Storm, well, I mean, that's going to be potentially very strong now.
Liga are coming up with a lot of flex here, right? Because both of these heroes can go into whatever lane, so TNL won't have that one. And they're also picking up high-value Doom targets. The more Doom targets you have, the weaker the Doom is going to be, because then you're in a state of confusion, right?
Alternatively, the stronger it is, because you're always going to get it off onto someone important. It depends on whether you're ahead or not is the issue, right? If you're ahead with the Doom and you have multiple Doom targets, suddenly it's just like, well, I don't care. I'm going to win a team fight regardless because we're already ahead on the rest of the team.
I wonder if TNL will go for a Silencer or an Abaddon at the back of this Bane pickup from the other side. Abaddon does feel like he is a bit weak, particularly against a Nature's Prophet as a core. So I wouldn't be too surprised if TNL go for the Silencer over the Abba here. But
can we have a Mirana coming out from Liga?
No.
Please?
These
You've got
duos.
a Sprout, you've got a Fissure, you've got a Nightmare.
I think the support duo combos with the Mirana are a thing of the past.
What do you mean? It was only 2013 when Sigma International had, Seb and Fata playing those together.
It was 10 years ago, T-Time. We're older now. 12, 13. Wait.
Soon to be 13. It was 2013. Yeah. This was before MLG Columbus, the one that RTZ stood in for KP on and had his big debut. God, good times, man. Good times.
We've come a long way since then.
And unfortunately, the Mirana hasn't.
Yeah. The Mirana had
it had 2 patches where it was very good, where the leap was quite strong. But the question is, what does TNL pick up over here? It's the Pangalia coming through, so not too surprising. Obviously, still some of that flex potential. Norma was very, very good on the Pango in the last game. A lot of opportunities given up by Erase. I would be surprised if Erase gives up many of the same. It also means that if it's going to be a mid Earthshaker, you can just put the Pango down in that mid lane, and he does pretty well versus the ES as well, so yeah. I
think you really do need a Silencer, right? Because the more heroes like the Pango you pick up, the Bane Fiend's Grip, it just counters you out. And you have excellent follow-up with the Nature's Wrath, with the Global Teleportation, alongside the Earthshaker who can go in with the Echo Slam, or even the Enchant Totem, right? So TNL need that bit of need that buffer to keep their Pango alive, or to keep the Fiend's Grip target alive, because you can even use the Fiend's Grip on the Doom here. Against this much follow-up, not going for the Silencer would be risky.
Okay, so they go with the Silence. I was going to ask, is it not possible that the Pugna live train is just enough to keep the person with Fiend's Grip on them alive? But there's also very long range Fissure to be able to cancel it as well. And there's about to be Mirana picked up, obviously, like we've discussed. So, there's always going to be that extra possibility.
I don't think it's going to be a Mirana, but I wouldn't actually... a Terrorblade wouldn't be that bad here for Liga team, if I'm being honest. Or maybe you just go for the straight-up Ursa Warrior. Right, if this Nature's Prophet isn't
I'd quite like a Life Sealer, to be honest, not even the Ursa.
Problem is the Life Sealer against the Doom is very weak, because you don't life steal, you don't heal at all.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. So that is true. They go for something a little bit more cookie cutter, but it does guarantee that this Nature's Prophet is going to be either on position 4, 5, or 2. So there's really not that many guarantees when you think about it.
It does mean that only one between the Nature's Prophet and the Earthshaker is going to be a core, right? Because neither of those heroes are going to be going on the offlane.
You could have a offlane Earthshaker in a position 2 Nature's Prophet.
You can, but the offlane Earthshaker just feels really weak against the Doom. Right? The Scorched Earth, the Infernal Blade, the Earthshaker will just get run down. And considering the fact you have a Silencer on the other side, that Arcane Curse does very well against spammable abilities, right?
Honestly, I would kind of like an Undying over here to be picked up by Liga.
Yeah, I mean...
Put the Nature's Prophet on middle or the Templar Assassin on middle. Have the Undying be the major thing that you're fighting around. You've already got yourself some pretty spammable abilities in the Bane and the Earthshaker. Also, not to mention, if you have to deal with the Tombstone and the Fiend's Grip at the same time, just dividing attentions is important. Tombstone being down versus the Silencer. I wouldn't hate an Undying position 4 or even a position 3.
I can see it. I would like the Undying if it is picked up to be the position 3 rather than the position 4. but having to deal with the Tombstone is certainly something that TNL's draft is weak against. At the same time, you had to decrepify, so the zombies won't be able to hit you, but that's not really...
That's not what the zombies are doing anyway, right?
Yeah, that's nothing, not really noteworthy, so to say. But TNL right now, they have to go for a ban, and the way that they are thinking is that this is going to be a Nature's Prophet as a support, and it's going to be an offlane Earthshaker. So that's what they're thinking. Or that the Templar Assassin is a mid.
Yeah,
it's a lot of things that they're thinking.
There's a lot of things to think about. There's a lot of considerations. Liga's still quite wary with revealing their cards. They do have until the last pick to be able to make a decision. Now, they don't have the last pick, right? The last pick will be going the way of TNL, so at least TNL has some flexibility in that regards. But right now, as far as the banning is concerned, I wouldn't, to be frank, I know there's a Doom and a Silencer, but I would be a little bit concerned about something on the lines of just like a Void Spirit or something as well, if you are right about it being a middle hero. But they're more concerned about the offlane, Lycan being banned out, taken away, understandably so.
I think TNL will go for a Beastmaster. I think with a Beastmaster and a Doom and a Pangolier, you're going to be doing really well in those team fights, just able to keep the Templar Assassin knocked down, and you have enough follow-up to come in to just take out the Templar Assassin, right? Not to mention, you can cancel out the Fiend's Grip with just the Hawk, but no, Liga, they are going to...
reversal.
Yeah, it's a complete reversal. They themselves will be picking up the Beastmaster, and most likely it's going to be a mid Beastmaster, considering the fact that the opposite side ran it on dual raise.
No, it's not a mid Beastmaster.
Probably off. Okay, probably not, but I mean... The mid Beastmaster just seems to do so well against the Pangolier. Right?
Okay. Erase is mid on the Earthshaker. BB3 is playing the position 5 Nature's Prophet. Violence on the TA. Dual Raise is going to be able to go mid versus the Earthshaker using his Timber Saw. TNL's draft is really good in the lanes right now, man.
Yeah, this Timber Saw pick is
difficult.
Really good. Oh, all things considered. I mean, even just a Doom, right? Just a Doom seems to be going to have the time of his life. Norma on the Pangolier. I would favor TNL's draft here, but again, it does come down to what the Beastmaster will be able to do on the other side, right? Because we saw what the potency of just being able to lock down that high-value target can come down to, and if TNL, or rather if Liga are able to enable their Templar Assassin, the Meld Strikes that are going to be coming out, if they're somehow able to keep their TA alive in those fights, that Fiend's Grip, you don't need a full duration Fiend's Grip if the Templar Assassin is farmed up. You just need a second or two to be able to burst down any of the heroes over on the other side. So it's going to be a question of survival for both of these teams, and the good thing is, though, is that even if you don't end up surviving, you will be dropping down to the lower brackets instead of the graveyard that we have come across from the lower brackets.
Not to mention that with the Fiend's Grip, you don't even need to start off a fight with it, right? You've got a lot of good initiation with the Roar and the Earthshaker to be able to come through. They're both going to have Blink Daggers relatively early if they want to try and go for something like it. Of course, Beastmaster might be going for the help of the Overlord. I would prefer a Blink Dagger. I think playing around the Templar Assassin is very, very important, but the Overlord helm does also give you a lot of space to be able to continue split pushing around the map and give her space in other ways. So it's just a stylistic preference about what you want to go for.
I think the Helm of the Overlord is better because you have squishy supports on the other side, the Pugna and the Silencer, right? And you would always want to put the Pugna in a place to use, for him to force the Decrepify. Make him use the Decrepify in a less than ideal scenario so that then you open up the source or open up the space to dish out physical damage on the target that you want to. So that could be one way Liga choose to play. However, they also do have the Nature's Prophet, so a lot of it will also come down to those teleportations because the Nature's Prophet isn't on the mid lane or on the carry role. He is free to rotate. Let's see where he rotates though.
That was interesting.
Тихонечко себя ведем.
I wonder if one of these is the new voice line for Team Liquid.
Well, you would know if you were a true Team Liquid fan, or if you were quickly opening up the Dota menu to check it like I am.
I am not a Team Liquid fan. And so much so that I will not be opening up the client to check.
30 seconds to battle.
It's 5 heroes bottom. This was really disappointing, and that was interesting. That's the Team Liquid lines from right now.
Okay, okay.
Look,
The reason I'm not a Team Liquid fan is because I like to root for the team that didn't win TI. You know.
Okay.
I like there to be spice.
the team
in
spirit.
scene. Nah.
Maybe we can get some spice out of here. Norma who doesn't really want to close out the distance completely. It is very impressive that win streak the Team Spirit is on. By the way, I don't know if you saw the post on Reddit or not, but I think they're on a 19 map win streak. That is crazy.
If they're able to win the first best of, if they're able to win every single match or series in Fisher, as well as the first match of the international, then they will actually beat Alliance's record.
Man, what a team, Alliance. Mid lane, we've already talked about how Erase will not be having the best of times. In the bot lane, I think this is where Corrupted and Hellscream hope to find some action. Hellscream and the Zeus in the last game was very, very impressive until he wasn't. And right now he's hoping he doesn't get to that stage of until he wasn't too quickly.
Hellscream is what's a character back in?
Rom Hellscream was the Axe model from Warcraft 3, yes.
There we go. I didn't recognize it. A lot of these players, a lot of the references that they bring about has been from that one particular game, but it's actually BB3 to fall.
Fernandes, what a man. What a man.
Yeah, just glaving the other hero down. It's not really a kill that I expected to come out here, but hey, they'll take it and they will apply pressure on Violent.
Y slowed down, has to be careful. He could be turned around upon. He doesn't recognize the damage. Y will fall, but not before he gets a kill of his own. Flacco is trying to make the difference and make this a 2-for-1. That won't happen though, not with 7 magic 1 charges available for the Beastmaster.
The 360 no-scope strike coming about from the Doom. Literally, he turned around just to be able to get that one swipe down, mitigating the loss of his life there. So that's so far so good for TNL. But Liga need to be careful not to give too many of these kills away. If they want to make a move on the Doom, then they need to do so cleanly. Because remember, the Doom is one of the fastest farmers in the game, particularly when he has that Hand of Midas up. BB3 really isn't going to have a good time in this lane. Fernandes is just going to keep him at bay.
And the problem is the heal really doesn't help when you're going to have to trigger the Arcane Curse to be on for longer. You just have to let the damage take its course. There also aren't any lanes to gank outside of the bottom lane, so Nature's Prophet won't have any of that, easy recovery farm that a position 5 can generally have just by being able to TP away either.
Yeah, it's also very difficult to leave your Templar Assassin alone, right? Every time you do so, that's going to give TNL the green light to go in on him, and it's all risky decisions, no matter which way you go about it. Even on the mid lane, very difficult to get Timbersaw down. Because if you come in with the Sprout, you're actually amplifying the Timber's damage.
Didn't even think about that, actually. God, that's so annoying.
Because you have an Earthshaker that wants to be sticking up close and personal, right? He's going to be chasing that Timber just to be in range for that enchant totem. So if you use the Sprout, then you'll just receive pure damage. And it's really not going to be a good look.
Timber is also taking no damage from this Earthshaker either. The 12 reactive armor is you can't kill this Timber. He's not going to die, even with the rotation from the Bane, unless there's a massive overstep. I don't see how you kill Timber.
Erase will be fine to stack up on lost hits though, at the very least. So he should be able to get an item that he wants for himself. I'm just not too sure how effective it's going to be against that global silence as well as the Doom. And how will he'll actually be able to get his Echo Slams off, right? That's also a big consideration because you have 2 ranged heroes over on the other side. You have a pseudo Spider-Man in the form of the Timber.
I said the only kills that we'd get are going to be over here, and they are finding them. UI is a vulnerable target for the first few minutes of the game, and listen, if Liga can try and keep this Doom down and low, then you have a way you get the TA to reach critical mass, potentially.
What does it gents?
Let's see if they can keep the Doom down, though, because similar to the Nature's Prophet, he has an incredible ability to recover, even if he is down. But it's a good start, definitely, for Liga. And they're setting up nicely for that eventual roar to come about.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Violent. He's the player that you're going to be keeping an eye out on consistently throughout the game, but right now he's not doing too much. It's a guaranteed death to come through for BB3, and with a swashbuckler forward, Norma will be able to secure it. Violent doing what he can to keep Norma low, but plenty of tangles to be pulled, and with the Urn now picking up some charges as well, Norma is soon going to be put at risk himself. The Urn can really make a difference.
Particularly against the Refraction 2, right? Just burn away the Refraction charges, and then you'll have a way in to take the Templar Assassin down. That is the big key. That is the big kill they are looking for. Right now, they are trying their best to shut down the Nature's Prophet, but pretty soon they are going to turn their attention towards the TA, and whether or not Liga can keep the TA alive is going to determine whether or not they transition, or they will definitely transition, but how well they transition into the mid-game.
The battle for the power runes is going to be populated by Fernandes. Fernandes trying to go in onto Erase, keep him away with the Arcane Curse, and in fact, a lot of damage will be found. It's a TP forced out for Erase. He'll barely live if he'd waited even a while longer.
Fernandes will lose the rune though, but
he doesn't
it's
care.
only Fernandes or Flacco that can force out the opposing mid laner TP out. I'm gonna say
and
that.
he's still going forward even further. He has to be careful. Hellscream is nearby.
Structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nightmare back. Well, the Sprout doesn't do anything.
Not to Fernandes.
Nightmare, of course, popping all trees in the vicinity.
The Beastmaster?
He'll be looking for a fight. Your white does have a lot of regeneration with the Scorcher, then it'll be there for a while longer. Magic Wand available for the Doom as well, so with a quick Quelling Blade back, although BB3 is going to continue chasing him down, it is a Lotus to keep him alive. So,
but
can it continue to be the case? No, Hellscream will push him back into BB3. The Decrep will buy a little bit more time again. Your white pulls off the 360 no-scope one more time, but unfortunately no kills to come through from him. He doesn't quite have the sniper that he needs.
Liga really baited him into that one. I mean, just corrupted, luring of Doom in. I don't think he respected the teleportation.
I don't think they're respecting Norma's damage either over here, though, because this should be a dead TA. Nicely juked from Violent, stays out of the way from the Rolling Thunder, but I would like to quickly point out, we are going to have a 8.5 minute, maybe 9 minute level 6 on Flacco if he continues to take experience.
Life Train will keep Yobai alive, but I'm more interested in that Doom. Right, once that Doom is online, then Yobai can play aggressive and finally recover after this horrendous laning phase. However, at the same time, T-Time, you take a look at the net worth for all three of these cores and they are ahead of Liga.
Ooh, Hellscream will be able to pick up the Haste Rune. Is there anything to be done with it? Ace is trying to close the distance, will not be able to get into Echo Slam territory. Fernandes now with a quick silence attempt will be keeping a very honest Earthshaker, and Earthshaker might be dying a poor man's death. Look at the damage that comes through. Thank you very much, Whirling Death.
Flacco to pick up the kill, but TNL, what they're trying to do is take this tier 1 tower down, because that will open up the space towards the jungle from the mid side, and Yobai... He actually
just comes in with a Doom onto the Templar Assassin. She's dead. They're going to get the mid tier 1 as well on top of it. Daltos, this is just disaster.
Luring Liga into a false sense of security. T-Time, that's what TNL are doing. They thought that Yobai wouldn't dare to make a move like that, but there's the first Doom used in great fashion, and TNL able to take down a tower as well. They are doing so well for themselves. A 3,000 net worth advantage 9 minutes in.
Bangles got his Spirit Vessel because he didn't go for the boots. Bottom lane, Corrupted is the only person who feels like he's getting anything done, and even he might not be able to stay alive with the way things are going.
Screen finds a nightmare, so they will make sure Dual Rays can't double down on this TP, but they will be able to keep their tower alive, which is what TNL want. Keep your towers alive, take the opposing side's tier 1 towers at the back of the Nether Blast, keep your Doom on continuing to farm, and you will be good. Right now, the Templar Assassin, Violent, isn't farming as fast as he needs. He should have had a Dragon Lance by now.
Corrupted. Devil Chakram's going out. Corrupted is going to be a dead man. He knows it as well. He might as well turn around and see what he can find. Unfortunately, what he can find is the suck. Pugna getting the quick life drain out and will take him away. It is a shield rune from Erase that will guarantee his life in the meanwhile.
I don't see what they can do with the power rune, because you need the Blink Dagger from this Earthshaker. He's very close. He will have it at about 13 minutes if things continue. If he continues farming up at this pace, maybe even earlier. But even when you have the Blink, there's no.
You don't have that much follow-up.
Yeah, and even if you had the follow-up, Fernandes will actually hit his global silence timing very early on. They're giving him the space to do that. Flacco already
and they get a
has
kill.
level 6.
They do have the Fiend Script ready and waiting. Won't be needed. They've got the Roar instead. So, should be a tier 1 tower transition. There's no one over here to be able to defend it. And with the Earthshaker not being too far off, this is going to be a nice little bit of extra gold for them.
Might end up being a trade if they don't go for the defense. You have a catapult on the other side of the map. So Liga's tier 1 tower towards the top side is going to take a bit of damage. They're actually going to bring their Templar Assassin in as well as the Bane. And maybe UI gets lured in, tempted to take a kill on the TA.
He's going to recognize that the twin gates have likely been used though, so he will stay back. The only one tempted is Flacco, tempted to go up for a little bit more damage over the towers, and without the whoa, long range nightmare.
Oh, they won't dare to use the Fiend Script right now. Not while the global silence is up, right? He finally has that level 6. So I think that Liga are just going to abandon this tier 1 tower. The defense would be too costly.
I mean, you can't defend it. Just another Nether Blast and it's gone anyway. Quick life drain out as well. They try to ping it out. They need to get this initiation. Blink Dagger ready. Goes in with the Echo Slam. You've got yourself the stun. The Doom onto the Bane will stop the Fiend Script from being a factor. It should be a death confirmed. A global silencer might have just been wasted. Your Y has got no way of getting out of it. He can't use the TP. And that global being gone means League has got another 2 minutes. When that Bane feels a bit more powerful, a little bit of damage mitigated, as normal will be able to get 1 kill, but he should be falling here. Dodges out on 1 stun. Second stun keeps Dual Rays away. That Timber Chain will not be connecting. This fight is going terribly for TNL. Oh, longest range war that you could have gotten, and it's Norma who's been caught out by it. Rooted up, but the life drain is what's healing him in the meanwhile. Suddenly this team fight's becoming a whole lot more chaotic. Norma stays alive for so much longer. Corrupted will fall. Norma will be the trade, but BB3 is a little cherry on top. Violent is the real cake, and he's being chomped and stomped down.
Who knew you could have your cake and eat it as well? TNL just lured a Liga team in. Despite the fact that they didn't have the Doom or the Global Silence, they were able to fight back because Liga didn't have their Echo Slam or the Fiend's Grip either. So when the Roar came out on top of a Pangolier who no longer had a Rolling Thunder, and the Pugna was in place with the Decrepify and the full duration Life Drain, it made it an impossible circumstance for Liga to actually fight back against the Timbersaw.
They're now hunting for that Timbersaw.
It's going to be a bit of a monster. I'm not sure they can get this kill.
There aren't going to be responses ready and waiting. There isn't going to be a global silence, but there also isn't going to be any ability to chase. The Blink Dagger has already been used by the Shaker. Norma has found BB3 in the back line. So Liga, not only will they waste a lot of time, they will also lose a man.
It's not clean from Liga. these team fights, these initiations, these smoke plays. I mean, Norma is doing so well, Jewel Raze is doing so well, and the Doom already has the Radiance. So, TNL are going to be monsters in the mid game. Monsters that perhaps are going to turn into Liga's worst nightmare.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
I mean, you just have to wonder, what is the pathway to redemption going to be? I know you said, Ultras, that you prefer the Helm of the Overlord, you prefer the more of the Aura build for Corrupted. Do you still think that, or do you think this should be a Blink Dagger?
I mean, I think he's too far in for the Helm of the Overlord to change things up.
Well, for now, Violent is too far into enemy territory. He's going to be gone. And Hellscream's not feeling too much better. Maybe Erase can find some space for his support to back up, but he's already lost the main target. That Echo Slam is going to be completely useless. Blink Dagger doesn't go off in time. The Global Silence comes through just in case, and the two-man Aftershock will do nothing. Liga are falling apart.
Sunk cost fallacy. You lost your Templar Assassin and you still wanted to take a fight, despite the fact that you knew that Global Silence was online, you knew the Doom was available.
Is under attack.
What were Liga hoping to achieve there? Let's say they got their Echo Slam off. How many kills would they have been able to get? Maybe the supports, but the Timbersaw and the Doom are too tanky.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You're right though, if they can get this skill, it would be pretty worth it.
Sun comes out, UI. Goner. Thank you very much. Doom gets pulled off. I don't know if that's entirely worth it, but maybe it is. I'm wrong. Look at the responses. Look at the teleportation. Dual raise double. Why not?
I think I was unclear about my instructions this time around. If they got the Doom kill without losing their own heroes, it would have been worth
this
it.
is your fault. This is your fault. I'm blaming you for this one. You have to be better about this, Ultras.
Oh, man,
How are we going to get you to be a TI winning coach this way?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Things are rough
Yeah.
for Liga. When you take a look at the chances of a comeback, right, it hinges on the Templar Assassin being farmed up. But he's going to have a very late Desolator. It's going to come at about the 18-minute mark, which is several minutes from when he should have gotten it. And even when he has a Desolator, right, you have a Decrepify on the other side. The perfect ability to counter a hero like the Templar Assassin. So then you need a Nullifier. Who can build a Nullifier? Only two heroes exist for Liga that can do that. The Beastmaster as well as the Templar Assassin, but there's no way in hell the Templar Assassin is going to be going for a Nullifier as a third or fourth item. You need a BKB. You need to be able to dish out damage. So you make a Daedalus 2.
Erase is dead. Feeling like there's no way he's going to be able to go in and stay alive this way. Norma with the smoke up on him. Fernand's not too far off either. They really want to go for a fight. They know what's going on over here. Erase will be caught out. He's used himself the Echo Slam, doing whatever he can, but the magic damage is too much. No Doom even necessary. And with the Echo Slam on cooldown for 2 minutes, I mean, the map is TNL's.
And it doesn't seem like it's going to change anytime soon. Liga do still possess some semblance of a map control. Their Templar Assassin is continuing to farm. I believe up until the 26 to 27 minute mark, you'll still have a TA that has that space to farm up, but it's going to quickly change if you are confined to your high ground. You need your BKB by the time TNL come high ground.
The other good thing is you don't really have a very good Roche lineup for TNL. Right, so you're not going to have them prioritize Roshan until it's time to push the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Liga do have a good Roche lineup, right? They have the Desolator.
They also have a good kill to start things off, but a Flacco, Global Silence, so means that you can't really follow up. Hellscream is gone, BBC being chased down, Corrupted doesn't have his roar, so he doesn't have anything to offer. He knows it as well. It has to be teleportations across the lot, and it will mitigate losses, just to position 5 going down.
Support for a sport works out in favor of Liga because TNL have the higher net worth, but it's not going to be by much. And it's not a useless support as well, right? I mean, it's not a useless support, but when the fight's already over, losing your Pugna isn't really all that relevant because he's already done his job.
Another initiation is going to be coming forward. Still no Echo Slam. Remember, it was used earlier on. In goes Norma. He dodges out the potential fissures. Everyone has avoided the stuns. The Nightmare will stop the Timber from being stunned either. At least they've got the aftershocks near the fissure. But the problem is TA, who wants to fight with the Desolator, is not going to be given any targets.
You have to be wary about the Doom.
Echo Slam is back over here as well. There's 2 big ultimates to be worried about. Neither one of them in position to be used right now. BB3 goes into the middle of it all. He really wants to just find some gaps and find some space. Blink in. Echo Slam onto 2. Doom still not used. The White closing the distance. Doom goes down to the PA. And with the Earthshaker in the back lines being a victim of the Rolling Thunder, Norma gives a reminder of what he's capable of.
Liga once again. What is the objective there? What is the goal there? Because you got your Echo Slam off, and you found yourself the 2 supports. But you have no response against the Doom. As soon as that Doom comes out on your Templar Assassin, it's all over. He can't fight. He doesn't have to be KB.
Unfortunately, TA just couldn't finish off your Y over there. Shouldn't feel comfortable focusing him down. So despite the really nice double Echo Slam, don't get me wrong, it just wasn't the follow-up.
And now you have Flacco with the Forced Off as well. Additional bits of survivability built in. He has the Health Ring to play with. The Essence Ring. They will be able to take down Roshan, as I don't believe TNL will be able to come out with a response. There's no Rolling Thunder up. So perhaps you don't fight into this one. As I say that though, Norma is coming in. So perhaps TNL want to go in.
TB3 trying to keep them away. Aegis picked up by Violent, but inside the pit, that's where Norma does his best work. TA is not going to be pushed out of it. Violent will be gone. It is no chance of survival over here for this TA. A Chakram on the ground will stop the blink if there even was one, but Violent now just has to fight some more. Dual raise. The damage is unbelievable, and he still stays alive. Ethereal courtesy of the Pugna Decrepify. Corrupted trying to go back in with an Essence Ring of his own, but Norma's now on the low ground. He's all over the shop because he owns the damage shop. Why? Where are you fighting? Back in the triangle. Found is. Thank you very much. It might be more around the corner for you. Why not take a +1? This little party of yours.
PNL are feeling so confident this game. They are even going to go for a Roche fight after Roshan has fallen. And Liga, you can really tell that they have limited options at their disposal when all they can do is try to disengage. And the timing for that BKB T-time, it's running out because you're giving too much away to the other side. So much so that even when the BKB comes out, maybe the Templar Assassin still can't fight. You'll have a Harpoon on the other side. No, actually, Yubai is going for the Manta style rather than the Harpoon. Wants to be able to break off the Nightmare on his own. Erase now has the Gaia, but Violent, he's going to be going for the Blink Dagger up next. Really not sure about that one, even though it is perhaps the most typical build for the Templar Assassin. Really just feels like not initiating on TNL is the best initiation for Liga.
It does give her some survivability in the sense of getting away. At the very least, right, the mobility is quite necessary. You saw that in that last fight as well. I just don't think a BKB does anything for him. I think you have to stay back and hope that you can choose not to fight. Or choose to take your fights according to yourself. Right now, Erase would not mind going in, but he doesn't know who all is behind that Doom. Smoke being used. Can they find a target off the back of it?
No, I think they're just going to all go outside of the outpost.
Twin gates. Oh no. Dual Rays is running in past them. They are waiting. They might not be liking what's coming in for them. Dual Rays will be able to tank most of the initial damage and disable, so he'll find Corrupted. Corrupted knows he's dead. The question is, do the rest of his team recognize it? Corrupted is still fighting back, but the fight is going on elsewhere. Yawai is trying to find Hellscream. If he gets his ultimate off, that would be big, but an Echo Slam to stop the global silence to counter. That's always the problem. Decrep is now there, chasing down the Templar Assassin. Violent has escaped. It does feel like Liga might be able to count their losses in the single digits, so at least that's what you'd hope. Blink backward, Violent stays alive.
You want to be going back in?
This would be insanity.
Tower is under attack.
They will disengage finally, but again, you can tell how scared they are. And the global silence is just a strong guy. I really don't know how Liga did not see that one coming. That one silencer pick.
They just didn't have a choice. You can't pick it for yourself. You can't ban it all out. It's so difficult.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Violent is farmed. Oh, Dual Graze wants to be going in.
And team next level, they will wholeheartedly support him.
There's just no way to take this Timber down. I mean, he has a Sundering Kaya. Making his way towards the Shiva's guard. He
Violent
saw
was even
Violent.
rooted up by the Ancients. He could have gone down, but fortunately he had enough refraction charges to be able to blink away.
Desperate disengagements is the name of the game for the Liga team right now. And coming back to the point, Violent has about 1800 gold in his pocket, and Titan, I know you said that the BKB won't change much. I agree. I just don't think there's any other option for Liga.
I mean, I think the BKB is a good pickup now. I just think that the blink was probably going to keep him alive more than the BKB before, and we've already seen it save his life twice.
Unfortunately, though, Titan, the blink dagger, when you're using it to save your life in these kind of desperate disengagements, that's not the perfect use of the blink. You want the blink to initiate on the other side. You want the
Is
blink.
there a perfect use right now?
No.
Time isn't great for BB3 as he'll fall elsewhere. Hellscream will fall. This is called a bifurcated map bonanza. Support kills on the opposite ends of the map.
I like that word. I will be using that word from this point on.
Dire's top tower is
Erase is hoping that he can find something to like about this game as well, and it will be the roar on the Timber, so he doesn't have reactive armor. They really just need to tear him apart, but with a pipe, with a Lotus Orb, with a Zagadims, you don't have a choice but to back off, and even that's not the real choice. Dual Raise is 10, 0, and 7.
There's no way you take this Timber down. I don't know why Liga are even trying to take Timber down. If they want pickoffs, there are options, because you can take the Doom down. You can take the Pangolier down, because Violent does have a Desolator. But he's gone for the Hurricane Pike. Like you mentioned, he just wants the maneuverability to survive rather than the magic immunity.
Well,
Keep it out.
I don't know, man. There's nothing you can do as a support. That's for sure. That's all I know.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, not if you're Flacco and Fernandes. There's a lot you can do.
Yeah.
If you're fair enough, Fernandes.
I mean, it's Liga, but yeah.
You can get a Fiend's Grip off. Just not sure you can keep the Fiend's Grip on. Because there's no burst potential coming out from Liga, right?
There's too many kills around the map for us to even follow, it feels like.
Like, Erase can't come in with that high damage burst. His enchant totem, despite of it being level 4, does about 600 damage, but where is the rest of the damage going to come from? The Timber has 3000 HP, the Doom has 3000 HP, and the Pangolier has about 2000, but has 28 armor.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that. At 63% physical damage resistance. And right now, Dual Rays has 100% death resistance, it feels like. With a lineup that isn't suited for taking high ground will be breached before the 30-minute mark. The tier 3 tower has got no choice but to take a knee, and maybe before that a glyph will come through. I guess there's some small consolation, but that glyph is going to be over sooner rather than later.
I wonder if Liga even defend this or give this up entirely, because losing your team here could spell the end of the game.
I think the end of the game is already started to be spelled out. What I hear right now is L and B lower bracket for Liga. The way things are going, that's the only way they'll be able to come back in. With their ace being down 50 seconds while the Echo Slam, I wouldn't blame TNL from just going for another lane of racks as well.
No Echo Slam, no team fight. But as it turns out, even with the Echo Slam, Liga don't have that much of a team fight. And TNL, they will head on over to the second lane of racks. And Liga are going to have to put up a desperate defense if they want to stay in the upper brackets.
Desperate being the key word. Flacco initiated upon initially, but look at the Doom immediately comes back in. Templar Assassin's got no choice but to watch herself die, silent as can be. Liga needs to go the GG, they know it as well. BB3 will commit to it. Liga are down to the lower bracket. TNL continue to look absolutely unstoppable.
This was a very strong performance coming out by them. I mean, not only in this one, considering the performance they had in game number 1 as well, despite of a natural disadvantage as far as the carry lineups go, really seems like they have a plan. They have a plan for whatever contingency comes their way this time around, though. They were able to have a very convincing performance. And even when you take a look at the lower brackets, G-Time, OG are there. They had a phenomenal game today, but even a team like OG would struggle against a version of TNL that we see before us.
I mean, honestly, TNL right now definitely looking like the favorites to take the entire tournament. They will be going on towards the grand finals. Now, we will be having a couple of matches tomorrow for you guys. We're going to start things off with Yellow Submarine going up against OG. I believe that we should be able to have the rest of the tournament also start to be played out in that regards. But you know what? Schedule's going to be up on Gosu Gamers, who are, of course, our partners, so you guys can keep on following through over there. That's what I do to make sure I keep an eye out of the schedule. Who uses Excel anymore anyway, guys? But Team Next Level will be our first grand finalist. Fantastic stuff for Fernand and Flacco and company. This has been... I mean, we always talk about Fernand and Flacco. I really think this was a game where we got to see Dual Rays and Norma being properly showcased as MVP candidates.
Yeah, Julriz, I mean, let's not forget, he is a CCT champion back when he was playing with Dragon Esports Club, right? And then Norma is phenomenal in his own right. And I say this is a lineup that I as much as we like to say that Passion UA will be on the map for some of these other teams, I believe that these guys are also going to be on some of these radars.
Yeah, I mean, some fantastic talent coming out of Ukraine, that's for sure. But the question is, can they come out of this tournament victorious? We're still going to have to wait to see. There's more Dota 2 action coming our way tomorrow and beyond. CCT will be continuing on for quite a while. We'll be on the sidelines, though, with the rest of you in the Kick chat. Make sure you're tuning back in for all the fantastic Dota to come. For now, this is Steve Time with these Teltras, and for this season, we're signing off.
Submarine.